Chaos Rises, EMP Collapse Book 2, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. Alex arranged the firewood in the family room fireplace, then he placed a small starter brick under the logs before lighting it with a long barrel lighter. They were almost out of starter logs, but that didn't matter, because with how cold it was, they would need to keep a fire going constantly. Good thing they had decided against converting the wood-burning fireplace to gas. One reason had been cost, but the other had been their concern over how they would heat their house if a big snowstorm knocked out the power for several days, something that happened from time to time along Utah's Wasatch Front. Alex sat back on his heels and slowly shook his head. Who would have guessed that an EMP would be what created the need for the wood-burning fireplace? At least it was March, and not the dead of winter. Even so, it had been snowing off and on all day. He and Melissa and Jason had gotten home from their treacherous journey less than an hour before, and they had so much to do that Alex felt a little overwhelmed. But they were home, and they were together. He really couldn't ask for more than that. Not right now. The rest they would figure out as they went along. "Alex," Melissa said as she touched his back, "I found the camp stove." He smiled up at her, then got to his feet. "Good. How many propane cylinders are there?" "Just 4. He nodded. Each cylinder held 16 ounces of propane. Plenty when camping. Not so much when propane was the only fuel they would be using for the foreseeable future, now that their electric stove was useless. They would have to get more propane cylinders. Either that, or find an alternative way of cooking their food. He did have his grill with a 20-pound propane tank, but he would need to get an adapter hose to hook it up to his camp stove. Deciding to make a list of the things they needed, he went into the kitchen and grabbed a notebook and pen. Lamenting that he hadn't thought of all these details before, when it would have been easy to stock up, he wrote down propane and propane adapter hose. Then again, he was hardly a prepper, although thanks to his neighbor, Stan, and his frequent talk about preparedness, over the years, Alex and Melissa had worked to build their food storage and other emergency items. Living in Utah, where food storage was a thing, it had been easy to pick up number 10 cans of wheat, rice, spaghetti noodles, sugar, flour, and several other staples. In addition, because of the pandemic, he and Melissa had gotten in the habit of picking up extras of non-perishable food when they did their weekly shopping. Now, in their basement, they had a decent supply of food for their family, as well as 6 55-gallon drums of fresh water. It wouldn't last until life returned to normal, if that ever happened, but it would give them breathing room while they figured things out. He hoped. He turned and looked toward the fire to see how it was doing, but couldn't see it, since 13-year-old Stephen and 15-year-old Emily were standing in front of it, their backs to the flames. Shifting his eyes to 17-year-old Jason, who was stretched out on the love seat, his injured leg elevated with his foot on the armrest and his eyes closed, Alex suppressed a frown. He couldn't believe his son had been shot, and that was only because he'd leapt in front of Alex and Melissa. Jason was a hero. The bullet had only created a flesh wound, and hopefully with the antibiotics he and Melissa had procured from a pharmacy on their way home, the wound wouldn't get infected. Regardless, they needed to get him medical care. They had to do whatever they could to make sure he healed fully, because Alex didn't know what he would do if he lost his son, or any family member. Shaken by the idea, he forced his thoughts in a different direction. He turned to Melissa, who was looking through the pantry. "We should eat the food in the refrigerator first." "Good idea. I know there's lunch meat and cheese." Making a face, she added, "I'm afraid to even open the freezer. The power's been out for 24 hours, and I wouldn't want to release any cold air that's in there." "Let's wait until later tonight to open the freezer, but the fridge can't wait." "Sounds good." She put her hand on the door to the fridge, then smiled. "Here goes nothing." She opened the door, leaned forward, then straightened and turned to Alex with a frown. "It's barely cold. I'll empty it out and we'll eat whatever we can." Looking thoughtful, she added, Maybe we should have a big neighborhood party and cook all the perishable food everyone has. Softly chuckling, Alex said, That's not a bad idea. We can suggest it at the meeting, which, he looked at the wind-up watch he'd dug out of his dresser, starts in less than 2 hours. Running through a mental list of all the things he needed to do, he closed his eyes as he massaged his temples. He opened them and shifted his attention to the large window that overlooked the backyard, and when he saw snowflakes floating down, he swiveled toward the family room. Stephen, Emily, move as much firewood into the garage as you can. Then we won't have to go out into the snow and cold to get more. Normally, whatever firewood they had on the hearth was enough, because normally when they had a fire it was just for fun. Before the EMP, they'd had the furnace, which ran on natural gas, to keep the house warm. We'll eat something when you're done, and then we need to do an inventory of our food. Okay, Dad, Stephen said. He and Emily went out the door that led from the kitchen into the garage. The garage had a door that went into the backyard where the wood was stored. Alex walked over to Jason and knelt beside him. How are you doing, son? Jason's eyes fluttered open. He stretched his arms above his head. Okay, I guess. I'm just glad we're done walking. Chuckling, Alex said, You and me both. They had done a lot of walking, and at times, with people shooting at them, it had been extremely treacherous. I'll ask at the meeting if there's someone with medical expertise to come over and take a look at your wound. Okay. Melissa knelt beside Alex, her focus on their son. You already had 1 antibiotic, so if you take another tonight, and then 2 a day for, I guess, 10 days, I think that would be right. Alex put his hand on her leg and gave it a gentle squeeze. Hopefully we can find someone who knows for sure. She turned to him with a small smile. I don't think there are any doctors in our neighborhood, but there's got to be a nurse or 2. Yeah. He didn't want to point out that even if there was, that didn't mean they'd made it home. Chapter 2. Melissa. Melissa set out all the food from the fridge. There was lunch meat, cheddar cheese, milk, a few apples, eggs, several different condiments, yogurt, tomato, lettuce, and orange juice. She'd been planning on going to the store the next day, and it showed. Well, that wasn't going to happen now. Good thing they had lots of canned and boxed goods in their large pantry. And she knew the freezer held about 6 chicken breasts, a couple pounds of beef, frozen foods meant to be tossed in the microwave or oven to heat up, ice cream, and some frozen fruit for smoothies, something that was in the past since her blender would no longer work. Laying out all the available food from the refrigerator, then adding a loaf of bread, she looked over their options and felt her stomach rumble. Besides a couple of granola bars, she hadn't had anything to eat since leaving her office 24 hours earlier. Still trying to wrap her head around what had happened, and the way the world was now, she found herself staring blankly at the counter. You okay? Alex asked as he joined her in the kitchen. Startled, she jerked her head up, but when she saw his face and knew that together they would get through this, she felt her body relax and she smiled. Yeah, just, I don't know, processing everything. He put his arms around her and she sank against him, savoring the feeling of security. We're done, Stephen said, as he and Emily walked into the house from the garage. We put all the firewood in the garage. Alex released Melissa, and she turned her eyes to her children, proud of the way they were stepping up. Thank you, Alex said. Now who's hungry? I am, Stephen practically shouted as he sprinted into the kitchen and slid onto a bar stool at the island. Me too, Emily said, her enthusiasm just as bright, although she sauntered into the kitchen as if to say she wasn't as uncool as a 13-year-old. What would you like, Jason? Melissa asked, knowing he was in pain and wishing she could do more for him. She'd given him an ibuprofen, but it had only been 30 minutes. She doubted it had kicked in fully yet. He sat up slightly. I'd love a ham sandwich. Coming right up. Then she turned to her other 2 children. Help yourselves to anything on the counter. We need to use it up. Shouldn't be a problem, Stephen said as he reached for a tub of yogurt. Suppressing a chuckle, Melissa took out 4 pieces of bread, then began making 2 ham sandwiches the way she knew Jason liked them, with a smear of mayo and mustard and a slice of tomato. As the knife sliced through the tomato, it made her think about their garden, which had yet to be planted since it was still too cold. She set the tomato slices on the ham and turned to Alex. "You know how we usually buy vegetable starts for our garden?" "Yeah." She tilted her head. "This year we're going to have to get seeds and grow our own starts, soon." "You're right." He picked up his notepad and added seeds and supplies to grow starts to his ever-expanding list. Where they lived, people didn't plant their gardens until mid-May, which was when it no longer froze overnight. That wasn't for 2 more months. "If we could get the materials to build a greenhouse," she said, as ideas flowed into her mind, "we could extend our growing season." "Excellent idea, Melissa. I'll add that as well." After making the sandwiches for Jason, she added sliced apples to his plate, mixed chocolate powder into a tall glass of milk, then carried the food to him where he lay on the love seat. "Thanks, Mom." His face wasn't as pale as it had been on the journey home. He took the plate and glass from her, and after setting the glass of chocolate milk on the wood floor, he lifted the sandwich to his mouth and took a large bite. "I wonder if we'll ever have food like this again." The notion that they wouldn't was not only depressing, but sent a burst of panic shooting through her. As they began to rely on whatever they had in their food storage, their diet was about to change drastically. How would their bodies deal with it? How would their minds? It was going to be a challenge, although it was better than no food at all, which she knew would be the situation for a lot of people. A situation they could find themselves in as well if they didn't figure out a sustainable source of food. "I don't know," she said in reply to Jason's comment. Then she forced a smile. "Enjoy it while you can." She went back into the kitchen to fix her own sandwich, then joined Alex at the table that sat between the kitchen and the family room. He gave her a look that said, "I'm just as concerned as you are." Then he reached over and placed his hand on hers. Knowing she wasn't alone, that she had her husband and children to rely on, brought great comfort. They ate until they couldn't eat any more. Besides the condiments, the only thing left was the eggs. Not knowing what else to do, Melissa put the remaining food back in the fridge. "Okay," Alex said as he stood next to the counter. "Now that our bellies are full, we need to take a detailed inventory of our food stores. We'll write everything down, and whenever anyone takes anything out of the pantry or the storage room in the basement, they'll need to mark it off the list. That way we'll always have an up-to-date inventory." "What are we going to do when it's all gone?" Emily asked, her eyes bracketed with worry. Not sure what to say, Melissa shifted her gaze to Alex. Maybe he had an idea. "Well, we aim to not run out," he said with a reassuring smile. "Between the garden we're going to plant and the greenhouse we'll build, and, His words trailed off, and he turned to Melissa. Thinking quickly, she said, "I think we should ration the food we have." Her lips tugged down into a frown, although she tried to force it into a smile, leaving it somewhere in between. "Yes," Alex said with a decisive nod, "we will definitely ration." The only other time rationing had ever entered her mind was when the pandemic had hit, and the store shelves had nearly emptied, and they'd had to rely on whatever they had on hand. Then, she'd been confident that life would return to normal sooner rather than later. Now, however, she knew if life ever did go back to how it had been, it wouldn't be for years. By then, many people would have died from starvation. She would do everything within her power to make sure her family wasn't among them. Chapter 3. Alex. "So," Alex said an hour and a half later, "do any of you want to come with us to the neighborhood meeting?" They'd completed the food inventory, with Emily taking copious notes, and Stephen helping Alex and Melissa go through the food and better organize it. They had decided to keep most of the food in the basement storage room and put only a few things in the pantry. Alex had been pleased with how much they had. It was more than he'd thought. They'd also come across several buckets of freeze-dried meals he'd forgotten they'd purchased 8 years earlier. He and his family were in better shape than he'd hoped, better shape than many people would be, which made him think of security. A lock on the storage room door would be good. Something else to add to their list. "I'll stay here," Jason said from the love seat, where his foot was again elevated. He changed into a pair of sweats and had thrown his torn and bloody jeans into the trash. Alex had figured Jason would stay home from the meeting, which he preferred. With their life-sustaining food now a precious commodity, he didn't like the idea of having no one at home to keep watch. "I want to come," Emily said. "Me too," Stephen added. Alex nodded. "Just remember, we don't discuss what we have with anyone outside of the 5 of us." "We know, Dad," Stephen said, his face serious. "Good. Get your coats on. I'm sure the meeting will be held outside, and it's chilly out there." While they got ready, Alex went to Jason and knelt beside him. In a quiet voice, he said, "You still armed?" Jason lifted the pistol from where it had been resting in the space between his body and the back of the couch. Still struggling with the idea that a 17-year-old had to be armed at all times, but glad Jason was comfortable with using guns, Alex compressed his lips as he nodded. "Okay, I'll lock the door behind us. Don't open up for anyone. I expect we'll be gone about an hour." With a furrowed brow and a set jaw, Jason offered a curt nod. "I'll make sure no one comes in, Dad, and I'll keep the fire going too." Alex set his hand on Jason's shoulder. "Thanks, son. I really appreciate how much I can depend on you." A small smile lifted the corners of Jason's lips. Standing, Alex turned to see if his family was ready. Stephen was zipping up his jacket, and Emily and Melissa were pulling on gloves. He joined them, putting on his coat. Then he pulled a beanie onto his head before tugging a pair of gloves onto his hands. "Let's go." He had his Glock in his inside-the-waistband holster. After all he'd faced since the EMP, he had no intention of going anywhere without it. The 4 of them walked out the front door, and Alex locked it behind them. They began the half-mile walk to the nearby elementary school. The snow had stopped, but there was a definite chill in the air. 10 minutes later, they reached the chain-link fence that edged the field on the backside of the school, which was also where they saw several dozen people gathered. The playground was nearby, and children were playing on the equipment while their parents stood in clusters, talking. Somehow, seeing the children playing, which included squeals of delight and laughter, sent optimism bursting through Alex's chest. It seemed so normal. "Hey, there's Madison," Emily said, referring to her best friend, who didn't live on their street but lived in the wider neighborhood. "I'm going to talk to her." "All right," Melissa said. "There's Logan," Stephen said, and he ran off without another word. Alex grinned, glad his children had good friends to turn to. "There they are," boomed Stan, their next-door neighbor, as he and his wife Nancy strode toward them, both wearing smiles. In his early 40s and fit, Stan worked in software, although Alex wasn't sure what he did exactly. His wife Nancy was in her late 30s and managed a clothing store. Their 2 children, both boys, were quite a bit younger than Alex and Melissa's kids and were playing on the playground. When the pair reached them, Stan held out his hand to Alex. Wearing a smile of his own, Alex gave it a hearty shake. "Thank you for giving my kids the suggestion to fill containers with water yesterday." Stan released Alex's hand and said, "I'm just glad to see you made it home. I stopped by this morning to check on your family, and Emily and Stephen told me that you and Jason had gone out looking for Melissa." His eyes went to Melissa. "Looks like he found you." She laughed. "Indeed he did." "I'm so glad," Nancy said. Then she gave Melissa a hug. "Folks," a voice called out. "Folks, can we all gather over here?" "Looks like we're ready to start," Stan said. "You let me know if you need anything." Alex nodded. "You as well." Stan clasped Alex's upper arm and smiled warmly. Then he and Nancy turned toward the man calling the meeting to order. "For those of you who don't know me," the man, who looked like he was in his 50s, said, "my name is Brian Davis. My family and I have lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and—" he shook his head. "To say the least, we are astonished by what has happened, but we know that all of us will pull together." Heads nodded all around, including Alex's. He didn't want his family to have to face the future by themselves. With all the danger out there, danger he'd learned about firsthand, he knew it was foolhardy to think he and his family could survive and thrive all on their own. No, he and his neighbors needed each other. No doubt there would be conflicts, but in the end, he was confident they could figure things out. They had to. "As you can see," Brian went on, "there are a lot of people here tonight. A lot. So, I propose that we break into smaller groups comprised of our immediate neighborhoods, organized by street. I know there are already natural groups based on our church wards, but I'm suggesting going much smaller than that." Alex liked that idea. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church, was prominent in Utah, and that included in his neighborhood. Alex and his family didn't attend the LDS Church, although the families he knew that did were good, moral people, and he was glad to have them as neighbors, Stan and Nancy among them, but he agreed that smaller groups would be more manageable. "Once those groups are established," Brian said, "I suggest that 2 people from each group represent their group to the larger neighborhood group. To differentiate, we can call the larger group the cooperative." Heads nodded, and people said, "Great idea. Sounds good. I like it." "We've already begun establishing some security," Brian said, "but there is much more to do. I know we have several law enforcement officers in the neighborhood, and I hope they'll be willing to be part of and perhaps lead a security committee. I'm also proposing that we create a couple of other committees, one for medical and one for food needs, for example." He chuckled. "I'm open to other suggestions. I'm just trying to get us pointed in the right direction." Impressed with the way Brian had thought this through, for the first time since the EMP had hit, Alex had a real feeling of optimism that society had an actual chance of surviving, even if it was just in the microcosm of his neighborhood. Melissa's gloved hand slid into his, and he turned to her with a smile. As she met his gaze, her eyes sparkled and her lips parted slightly, then she leaned into him, and he knew she was feeling the same thing he was, hope. He wrapped an arm around her, then let his gaze wander until he saw both Emily and Stephen, who were not too far away, standing with their friends. "How will these committees work?" someone called out. Brian swiveled his head in the direction the question had come from. "That's up to all of you, but what I was visualizing was each neighborhood group would have a delegation of sorts, and members of that delegation would sit on the committee. So, if there are 3 committees, food, security, and medical, there would be 3 members from each neighborhood group in that group's delegation, 1 assigned to each committee. Plus, 2 additional members from each neighborhood would represent their neighborhood to the cooperative. So, a total of 5 people from each neighborhood would make up 1 delegation." Although he had no idea how well all of these committees and the cooperative would work, Alex thought it was a good place to start. Brian scanned the crowd. "Does anyone have any questions or concerns related to the hierarchy I laid out?" A rumble of voices filled the air, then someone called out, "What if we disagree with the decision the cooperative makes?" "We'll have to work out the bugs as we go," Brian replied. "But it's the getting started that's important." "I heard it was an EMP that took everything down," a woman called out. "Does anyone know what caused it?" People murmured around Alex, but no one seemed to have any answers. "I don't know the answer to that," Brian said, "but I do know that at least one person in our neighborhood who owns a ham radio was able to get it working by running it off a generator, and he told me that this seems to be a countrywide issue." This was the first time Alex had heard that, and although he wasn't surprised, hearing a confirmation that it was more than just their area sent his hopes plummeting. Because if every other state in the country had been sent back to the 1800s, then help would not be coming. At least not any time soon. Sure, other countries might come to the aid of the United States, assuming they hadn't been affected as well. But even if they did, it would take a long time before Alex and his neighborhood would see any of that help, he was sure. Not when there were well over 300 million people in the United States. Although, who knew what the population would be by the end of the month? "Are there any other questions?" Thinking about Jason and his need for medical care, Alex raised his hand. "I have a question." Brian turned his eyes to Alex. "Yes?" "Yesterday, as my family was walking home, my son was shot." Loud gasps and then murmured voices reached Alex's ears. People asked if he was okay. "Yes," Alex said, his voice loud so everyone could hear. "It was a flesh wound, so he should be all right. But if anyone has medical expertise, I would deeply appreciate it if you could come take a look." "I can do that," a woman called out. I'm a trauma nurse." Alex turned to see who had spoken and saw a dark-haired woman raising her hand. "My name's Rebecca," she said as she stepped forward. He and Melissa went directly to her. Alex told her where they lived, and she promised to come see Jason that evening. "Thank you," Melissa said. Rebecca smiled. "I'm glad to help." "Is there anyone else who has injuries that need treating?" Brian asked. A few people raised their hands. Nodding, Brian said, "Please see Rebecca." He paused. "Now, I know some of our neighbors have yet to make it home, but when they do, please fill them in on what we've discussed here." He paused again. "One last thing before we end the meeting. Some of our neighbors will soon be getting low on food. Let's leave it to each neighborhood group to determine the needs of the members of their group and how and if they want to help them." Brian's lips compressed. "For years, we've been taught to put aside a year's supply of food. I know many have done that, but many have not. I don't believe anyone should be forced to share what they have. Instead, I believe it should be up to the person who prepared to decide if they want to help those who chose not to follow counsel. But I also believe each person here will do what they feel is right." Soft murmurs arose, and Alex looked at Melissa. She bit her lip as she met his eyes. They had a good amount of food, but they also had 3 growing teenagers. Although Alex was willing to help others, he drew the line at taking food away from his family in order to feed those who had chosen not to prepare. Then again, what would happen when he ran out of food, and others who had prepared beyond what he had still had some? Not ready to think about that just yet, he gave Melissa a smile. "All right," Brian said. "I suggest you head to your neighborhoods and organize in groups of, perhaps, 10 to 15 households. And when the 2 leaders of your group have been selected, have them come to my house and let me know who they are." Ready to move to the next phase, Alex said to Melissa, "Let's get the kids and go home." Chapter 4. Alex. "How is Madison's family doing?" Alex asked Emily as they walked home after the neighborhood meeting. "Good so far. Everyone made it home." "I'm glad to hear it." He turned to Stephen. "What about Logan and his family?" "His mom and brother and sisters are home, but not his dad." "Oh no. Do you know where his dad was when the EMP hit?" "Logan said he was in California on a business trip." Not wanting to say what he was thinking, Alex nodded, but inside he was concerned. Logan's father was a nice guy, but Alex had always found him to be quiet and not too assertive. How would he fare getting home? Especially if he had to travel hundreds of miles across cities that would be a lot more dangerous than Salt Lake City. Deciding not to worry overly much about something that was completely out of his control, he took Melissa's hand and concentrated on what he would need to do to keep his family safe and well. When they reached home, Alex unlocked the front door and led the way in. "It's us, Jason," he called out. "Everything okay here?" "Yeah, Dad," Jason replied. Immediately to the left of the foyer was the living room, a room they hardly ever used. Instead, they preferred to use the family room, which was open to the kitchen. Alex walked from the foyer to the family room where he saw Jason getting to his feet. Grimacing as he stood, Jason grabbed the back of the love seat for support. Alex went to Jason's side to steady him. "A nurse in our neighborhood. Her name's Rebecca. She's going to stop by later to take a look at your wound." "Okay, good." Once Jason seemed steady on his feet, Alex released him and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Okay. Got a little stiff laying here for so long. How'd the meeting go?" Alex told him the suggestions Brian had made about organizing into smaller neighborhood groups and having committees. "Sounds like a good start to things," Jason said. "I think so too." Melissa had joined them halfway through Alex's replay of the meeting. "Can I get anything for you, honey?" she asked Jason. He shook his head. "I think I should walk around some, loosen up my muscles and get my blood flowing." "That sounds like a great idea." She turned to Alex. "We should probably grab the sleeping bags and bring them in here so we'll be ready for tonight." "You're right. It will be easier to find them while the sun's still up since they're in the garage." "Need any help, Dad?" Jason asked. Although he would have been fine letting Jason rest, he could see his son wanted to help, and it would be nice to have more hands, so he said, "Sure." "I can help too," Emily said. Sweeping his arm toward the door that led to the garage, Alex said, "I'm happy for any help I can get. I'm sure there are a few things from our camping gear that we ought to bring in." The entire family ended up trooping out to the garage. Alex manually opened the big door, allowing what sunlight there was to filter in. Pausing to look at the gray clouds, he was glad the snow had stopped, but he wondered if more snow was on the way. Since he couldn't use the weather app on his non-functioning phone, there was no way to know what the forecast was. Instead, he and everyone else would have to wait and see what happened minute by minute. They'd been spoiled before, any and all information at their fingertips all the time. "There's the sleeping bags," Stephen said, pointing to several bulky bundles sitting on a high shelf. "Good eye, son," Alex said. He grabbed a step stool, climbed up, then took down a rolled-up sleeping bag and tossed it to Jason, who caught it and handed it off to Stephen, who then carried it inside. They did this for all 5 sleeping bags, as well as 3 twin-size air mattresses and a queen air mattress, and when they were done, Alex rummaged around to see what else they might want to use. He found 2 battery-operated lamps, which he handed down to the kids, as well as a battery-operated air pump with which to fill the air mattresses, but didn't find anything else he thought they could use just then. After climbing off the step stool, he folded it and hung it back on its hook, then scanned the rest of the garage. "Anything else you guys think we should bring in?" he asked. Melissa and Emily shook their heads, and Jason shrugged, but Stephen walked around like he was a detective checking out a crime scene, picking things up and examining them, opening the cabinets that lined one side of the garage, and digging through random boxes. "Find anything?" Alex asked with a smirk. Stephen turned around and smiled. "Not yet." Chuckling, Alex shook his head. "Hey, neighbor," a voice said from the driveway. Startled, Alex reached for the gun at his hip, but when he saw Stan just outside the garage, he relaxed and waved him in. "Hey there." Stan walked inside, his gaze going to the truck parked in the middle of the space. Then he shifted his eyes to Alex, his eyebrows rising in question. "It's a long story," Alex said in answer. Stan chuckled. "You can tell me about it while you and I knock on doors." Having an idea what Stan had in mind, Alex slowly nodded. "Thought we ought to check on the neighbors," Stan said. "See who's home and how everyone's doing." "Right," Alex said with a smile. "Hey, Stan," Melissa said. "We were thinking it would be a good idea for everyone on our street to have a big barbecue tonight. I know it's not ideal grilling weather, but the food in our freezer's thawing out. I don't want it to go to waste." Alex had meant to bring up the idea at the earlier meeting, but with all that had been discussed, he'd totally forgotten. Oh well, other streets would most likely figure out to do the same thing on their own. Stan grinned. "That's a wonderful idea, Melissa. And while everyone's together, we can discuss what Brian talked about at the meeting and choose who will represent our street." Alex liked how things were moving forward. There was no time to waste. Every one of the committees Brian had brought up, security, medical, food needs, were critical. When they'd gotten home earlier that day, the men manning the blockade to the neighborhood had told them that there had been a home invasion in their neighborhood the night before, and that a family, the Fletchers, had been murdered in their own home. Thankfully, some security had been set up already, but everyone would need to help. And of course, Jason needed medical care for his gunshot wound. Who knew what others in the neighborhood needed in that department? And although Alex was confident no one in their neighborhood was desperate for food yet, after all, it was only day 2, soon enough there were going to be people in need. How were other neighborhoods in their general area handling the crisis? He had no idea. He was just glad that their neighborhood was getting on top of things right from the beginning. "So," Stan said, looking at Alex, "you up for it? Going door to door?" Alex's nod was firm. "Absolutely." Chapter 5. Alex. "So," Stan said, as he walked beside Alex down Alex's driveway toward the sidewalk, "where did you get the truck? Not to be nosy, but I don't remember seeing it at your house before." More than a little uncomfortable to tell him what had happened, Alex hesitated. What would Stan have done in his situation? Well, what happened couldn't be changed, and Stan was a good friend and neighbor, so Alex decided to be honest. "I killed a man." Stan stopped and stared at Alex. "What?" They were standing on the sidewalk in front of Alex's house. Glancing toward the now-closed garage, Alex softly exhaled, then faced Stan. "The kids and I were walking home from the store yesterday afternoon when the man driving the truck pulled up beside us, pointed a gun at Jason, and threatened to kill him if we didn't load all of our groceries into the bed of his truck." Alex paused. "I couldn't take a chance on him hurting my children, so I killed him." The memory made Alex's heart stutter. Stan rested a hand on Alex's arm. "Sounds like you had no other choice." Hearing that from a man who Alex greatly respected helped tremendously. "It actually didn't occur to me to take the truck until one of my sons suggested it. At first I said no, but when he pointed out that it would help us find Melissa, I knew I would be an idiot to not take the gift that was sitting right in front of me." Removing his hand from Alex's arm, Stan slowly nodded. "It will be an asset for your family." "And for our neighborhood," Alex said. If helping his friends and neighbors could help make up for what he'd done, he would be happy to do it. Besides, they needed to pull together. He might be the one with a working vehicle, but he was sure there were others on their street who had things, and skills, that would help his family. If they worked together and shared what resources they could, they would all benefit. "That's very generous of you," Stan said, as he turned and began walking. Alex kept pace. They skipped Stan's house, which was next to Alex's, and went to the one after that. Alex knew that the homeowner, Luke Holt, was a police officer. Alex didn't know Luke and his family very well, but he always said hello to him when they were outside. As he and Stan approached the house, Alex slowed. People were going to be on edge, especially after the Fletcher family had been murdered the night before. They would need to approach with caution. "Hello, Holt family," Stan called out, and Alex smiled. Stan had obviously thought about the jumpiness of people as well. They stopped halfway up the walkway to the front door and waited. Several beats later, the front door opened, and Luke Holt stepped out. In his 40s, he wore jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. "Hello," he said with a smile, before walking toward Alex and Stan and stopping in front of them. Stan and Alex each shook Luke's hand. "How are you and your family?" Stan asked. "Is everyone home?" "Yes," Luke said. "We're very fortunate. Chloe had a doctor's appointment yesterday, so when it happened, she was home and was able to get the kids. Took me half a day to get home." "Everyone's okay?" Stan asked. "No health issues?" "Nope." "Good," Stan said. "And food? You have enough? For now, at least?" Luke nodded. "Yeah, we're all right." "I saw you at the meeting earlier," Stan said, "so you know about the groups and committees and such." "Sure do, and I want to be part of it." Alex was glad to hear it, and he hoped Luke would volunteer to be on the security committee. "We're having a neighborhood barbecue in a little while," Alex said, "to cook all the perishable food before it goes bad." Luke smiled. "I was considering doing the same thing. We'll be there." The men shook hands again, then Luke went back inside, and Alex and Stan went to the next house. They stopped by several houses, and whenever someone answered, Alex and Stan received a positive response. It seemed as if everyone wanted to be part of the neighborhood group. Alex wasn't surprised. Even though he didn't know all of his neighbors well, he was familiar with every one of them and believed each of them were good people. So far, he and Stan had visited 10 homes. Of those, they had chatted with 7 families. At the other 3 houses, it seemed no one was home. Not sure if the people had been out of town when the EMP hit, or hadn't been able to get home from work, or weren't home just then, he and Stan decided they would stop by again later and see if anyone had come home. They had 4 houses left to visit. At the next one, an older couple chatted with them, a couple who expressed worry for their children, most of whom lived out of state, although one son and his family lived in Provo, 25 miles south. "If we can," the man said, "we'll find a way to join them." After what Alex and his family had just gone through to get home, he didn't want to encourage them to leave the safety of the neighborhood, not on their own. "Maybe they'll come get us," the woman said to her husband. "In the meantime," Stan said with a smile, "I hope you'll join our neighborhood group." "Of course," the man said. After inviting them to the barbecue, Alex and Stan moved on to the next house. As they approached the house and Stan called out to the residents, Kevin and Sarah Campbell, Alex could hear a dog barking in the backyard. Alex remembered seeing the dog, a black lab. It had always been friendly to him. He and Stan stood back from the front door like they had at all of the houses and waited for someone to come out. The dog continued to bark, and no one appeared. They knocked on the front door. Still no answer. "Looks like the Campbells haven't made it home," Stan said. "Yeah, wonder if the dog's been fed." Stan turned to Alex with a frown. "Probably not." "Let's go to the last two houses," Alex said, "and then we can come back and take a closer look." "Sounds good." They went to the final two houses, whose residents were home, then went back to the Campbells. They knocked again. Still no answer, but the dog barked his displeasure at having strangers on his property. Chapter 6. Alex. "Should we go into the backyard?" Alex asked Stan, concerned about the dog being all right, but also wary about getting attacked. Stan looked thoughtful. "I don't want to get bit, but I also don't want the dog starving because his owners aren't home." "I agree," Alex said. He'd always liked dogs. Had even had one as a kid. His own children had been asking for one for years, but with everyone's busy schedules, he and Melissa had decided they didn't want to take on that responsibility. Okay, it was mostly Melissa who had been resistant to getting a dog, but Alex had respected her wishes. He and Stan approached the gate to the backyard. The dog barked loudly. "It's okay, buddy," Alex said through the gap in the fence, putting his hand where the dog could get a sniff but not bite. The dog stopped barking and began sniffing Alex's hand through the gap. "Can we come in?" Alex said, his voice soothing. The lab whined and pranced around like he was hoping they were going to come play with him. Alex opened the gate a few inches. The dog panted, his tongue hanging out. "See?" Alex said as he opened the gate wider. "We're friends." Tossing a smile to Stan, Alex stepped through. Stan followed and closed the gate behind him. When Alex knelt in front of the black lab, the dog went to him, his tail wagging like he was thrilled to have some attention after being on his own. "Are you a good boy?" Alex asked as he scratched the dog's head. "Yes, you're a good boy." He slid his fingers under the dog's collar and lifted the tags to read the dog's name. "Baxter." He released the tags and smiled at the dog while scratching his chin. "Is that your name, Baxter?" The dog let out a single bark before panting again. Alex chuckled. "I'll bet you're hungry, huh, boy?" Getting to his feet, Alex turned to Stan. "Let's see if there's any food out here." Leading the way, Alex strode toward the back patio. There were two bowls, both empty. One was probably for food and one for water. He also saw a dog door that led into the house. First, he filled one of the bowls with water from the outside faucet and set it on the concrete patio. Baxter immediately started lapping it up. Next, Alex got down on his hands and knees in front of the dog door to see if there was any way he could fit. Baxter came right to him and brushed up against Alex's face with a slobbery mouth. "Hey," Alex said with a laugh. "Watch it, Baxter. You're getting me all wet." That didn't stop Baxter from getting in Alex's face. He pushed him away. "I'm trying to see if I can crawl inside to get you some food." Stan was laughing. Not able to stop his own laughter, Alex got to his feet and faced Stan. "I'll have to come back with Steven. He might be able to fit." Laughter slowing to an occasional chuckle, Stan said, "What should we do with the dog?" Alex turned to Baxter, who had gone back for another drink from his water bowl. "Maybe one of us should bring him home, until the Campbells get back, that is." "Are you volunteering?" Stan said with a grin. Knowing his kids would be thrilled, Alex said, "I guess I am. I'll get Steven and come back to get Baxter." "Sounds like a plan," Stan said. "I'll be back," Alex said to Baxter, giving him a final head scratch before leaving the backyard with Stan. As they began walking the short distance back to their houses, Alex saw a few of their neighbors dragging their grills down to the sidewalk in front of their houses in preparation for the block party which was scheduled to begin soon. Maybe one of them would know where Baxter's owners were, or at least where they worked. When they reached Stan's house, Alex told him he would see him soon. Then he strode to his front door and went inside. Melissa and the kids had pushed the couch and love seat back and had inflated all of the air mattresses and laid the sleeping bags out on top of them. The setup took most of the space in the family room. Jason was stretched out on his bag, and Emily and Stephen were arranging pillows and blankets on the other bags. Knowing the reaction he was going to get when he told them about Baxter, Alex grinned. "Nice job." Plopping onto the couch, Melissa smiled. "How'd it go?" Alex sat beside her. "Good. All the people we spoke with want to be part of the neighborhood group, and pretty much everyone has food they want to grill tonight." "Was everyone home?" Alex shook his head. "No one answered at 4 of the houses. I just hope everyone makes it home okay." Melissa grimaced. "Me too." Hoping Melissa would support his idea, Alex smiled at her before turning his attention to the kids. "So, at one of the houses where the family hasn't come home yet is a dog." All 3 kids' heads jerked in his direction. "Can we take care of it?" Stephen asked. Alex slid his eyes to Melissa to see what her reaction was. Wearing a barely suppressed smile, she slowly shook her head like she knew what he was doing. Then, as she looked at Stephen, a smile lifted her lips. "I'm okay with it." Stephen leapt to his feet. "Yay!" Emily grinned. "Awesome," Jason said with a smile of his own. "Just until the Campbells get home," Alex said, wanting to make clear this was temporary. At least for the sake of the Campbells, he hoped it was temporary. "Right," Emily said with a nod. Then she got to her feet. "Can we go get him now? What's his name? Wait, is it a boy or a girl?" Glad there was something exciting happening, something that brought smiles to the faces of his family, Alex stood as well. "His name's Baxter, and yes, we can get him now." Appraising Stephen, Alex said, "I'm going to need you to crawl through the dog door so we can get inside and get Baxter's food." Stephen's lips stretched into a wide smile. "Oh yeah, I want to come too," Jason said, "but—" He swept his arm toward his leg. "Nurse Rebecca might be here soon anyway," Melissa said. "We'll be back shortly," Alex said with a grin. Chapter 7. Alex. It didn't take long for Alex, Emily, and Stephen to walk to Baxter's house, since it was across the street and 2 houses down from theirs. "Oh," Emily said with delight, "I know the dog that lives here. He's super sweet." Alex led the way into the backyard where Baxter met them. Baxter pranced around, his tongue hanging out and his tail swinging from side to side, clearly happy to see them. "Hi, boy," Stephen said, kneeling beside the black lab as he gave him an enthusiastic back scratch. Baxter nosed Stephen's face, making Stephen laugh. After Emily had a turn giving Baxter attention, Alex said, "Okay, let's see if we can get inside the house." "Wait," Emily said as she stood. "What if they're home now?" Although Alex doubted the Campbells had arrived in the 10 minutes since he'd been there last, he had to consider it. "Good point." He went to the sliding glass door and pressed his hand to the glass, peering inside. There was no activity. He knocked and called out, "Is anyone home? It's your neighbor, Alex Clark." All was silent. He turned to the kids and said, "I don't think anyone's home. Besides, if they'd gotten home, Baxter would probably be in there with them." "True," Emily said with a nod. Stephen was studying the dog door. He turned to Alex. "I think I can fit." "Give it a try." Stephen got down on his hands and knees. When Baxter ran to his side, Alex laughed and grabbed Baxter's collar to keep him out of the way. "Go ahead, son." It took some effort, but Stephen squeezed in. Moments later, he opened the sliding glass door. Baxter ran past them and into the house, then turned and waited like he was their host. Quietly laughing, Alex went in, and Emily followed. From where they stood in the family room, Alex could see up a short flight of steps leading into the kitchen and eating area. Nothing appeared disturbed. Even so, after what had happened to the Fletchers the night before, he wasn't going to take any chances. "You guys wait here while I check things out." Both kids nodded and turned their attention to Baxter, whose tail thumped against the floor. Taking out his Glock and keeping it in the low-ready position, Alex mounted the short flight of stairs, his ears attuned to anything that would indicate someone was there. The house was a multi-level style house where the main floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, and informal eating area. Down the stairs from the main floor was the family room where the kids waited. Down another flight of stairs from there was the basement, and access to the upstairs bedrooms was from the main floor. After clearing the main floor, Alex went up the stairs to where the bedrooms were situated. There were 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Again, nothing had been disturbed. He went back to the family room where the kids were playing with Baxter, then went down to the basement. There was a large open room, a small office, and 2 storage rooms. Noting that one of the storage rooms had a generous amount of food, Alex cleared the space, then went back to the family room. "All right, everything looks fine. Let's see if we can find Baxter's dog food." "Let's bring his dog bed with us too," Emily said, pointing to a large blue dog bed in the corner of the room. "We'll need a leash as well," Alex said, "and a few toys would be nice. Let me see if there's a bag we can use." He went into the kitchen and rummaged around until he found a large bag of dog food, a leash, and a disposable plastic bag to put the toys in. Next, after finding a notepad and pen, he wrote a short note to the Campbells, letting them know where they could find Baxter once they got home. Finally, after bagging up a few toys, as well as Baxter's dog bowls from the backyard, he clipped the leash to Baxter's collar. "Let's take everything into the backyard through the slider, then Stephen can lock the slider and come back out through the dog door. I don't want to leave the place unlocked." "Maybe there's a spare key we can use," Emily said. "That would make it a lot easier," Alex said with a half smile. "See if you can find one." She dug around in a junk drawer and came up with a key on a key ring. "Let me see if this one works." She went to the front door, opened it, then inserted the key and turned it easily. "Looks like the right one." "That's awesome, Em," Alex said. "Great job." He locked the slider, and with Stephen carrying the bag of dog food, and Emily carrying the dog bed, and him carrying the plastic bag with the toys and dog dishes and holding the leash, the 3 of them walked out the front door. Emily locked the door, then they trooped home. More people had set up their barbecues, and the smell of grilled meat filled the air, making Alex's stomach rumble and his mouth water. "Let's get Baxter fed, and then we'll start grilling our meat." "Good," Stephen said. "I'm hungry." Plus, the sun had nearly set, so they needed to get their grill going while there was still a bit of light. Knowing that night's meal would be a feast unlike any they would have for a long time, Alex tried to suppress the grim expression that wanted to form on his face. Once home, Stephen scooped out some food for Baxter and placed the bowl in the corner of the kitchen, along with a bowl of fresh water. Baxter scarfed the food right down like he hadn't eaten in days, which he most likely hadn't, since the Campbells had certainly been gone since the morning of the previous day. "What a beautiful dog," Melissa said with a smile, as she laid out all the food from the freezer, which included hamburger patties and chicken breasts. It was way more food than they would be able to eat, but Alex was confident their neighbors would help them finish it off. "Has Nurse Rebecca come yet?" he asked. Melissa shook her head. "Not yet." "I'm sure she's in demand. She'll probably be here soon." He turned to Jason, who was getting acquainted with Baxter. "How's your leg?" Jason slowly stood. "It hurts some, but I just took another antibiotic and a Tylenol, so—" He shrugged. "I'll live." Giving him a smile, Alex nodded. "I'm going to pull the grill out front and get it heating up. Stephen, set up our portable table out there, and then we can bring the food out." "I have some paper plates we can use," Melissa said, "but we should use them sparingly." "Agreed." He paused. "We should use everything sparingly, except what we're grilling. That needs to be eaten." "Why can't we keep the leftovers outside?" Jason asked. "I mean, it's pretty cold out there." "I suppose we could," Alex said. Then he chuckled. "I'm not used to the idea of storing food outside, but as long as it's cold enough, then yeah, we could do that." Impressed with the way his kids thought things through and came up with good ideas, Alex grinned. "You know, even though things are going to be tough, with you brainiacs around, I know we'll be okay." Everyone laughed, and Alex went out back to get the grill. Chapter 8. Melissa. Melissa watched Alex go out to the back patio to get the grill, and Stephen go into the garage to get the portable table. Then she turned her focus to what she needed to do. "All right, Emily, you and I can carry the food out." "What about me?" Jason said. "There's nothing wrong with my hands." Smiling at her oldest, Melissa said, "You can help carry all this food and the paper plates." They each grabbed what they could and went out the front door. Baxter followed with his leash dragging behind him. Grills and tables were grouped in the middle of the street. From time to time, their neighborhood had held block parties, but they'd never been able to take over the middle of the street, not with cars needing to drive by. Now that that was no longer a concern, it made sense to set up wherever they wanted. Melissa heard a rumbling sound and turned to see Alex rolling their propane gas grill from the backyard and down the driveway. Stephen carried the portable table into the street and set it up near Stan and Nancy's. Melissa, Emily, and Jason set the food and paper plates on the table. Then Melissa frowned before going back into the house and getting a red and white checkered tablecloth. She brought it to the table, and after the kids lifted the food from the surface, she spread the cloth out and they set the food back down. It took 2 trips to get everything outside, but once they had, Melissa took a moment to savor the sight of her neighbors standing around chatting. At that moment, everything seemed normal, until she overheard snippets of conversation. "I wasn't sure I was going to make it home," one man said. "Things are getting ugly out there." That brought back the memories of all that had happened to her on her journey home. Her heart began to pound, and she found she had to concentrate to slow her breathing. "It's okay," Alex said from beside her, his hand going to her waist. "We're safe here in our neighborhood." She wanted to believe that, wanted to with all her heart, but deep inside, she knew that nowhere was safe, not anymore. Even so, she needed to treasure each and every moment, and she was grateful, so very grateful to be part of a neighborhood where people wanted to pull together. She just hoped that sense of helping each other would last even when food began to run out. "Okay, everyone," Stan called out. "I think we're all here, or at least all those who made it home." A smattering of applause, followed by comments of, "Thank goodness we made it. I'm sure everyone else will get here soon. I'm worried about those who aren't here." Melissa looked around and knew that her family could easily have been one of the families that hadn't made it home. If it wasn't for the extraordinary effort Alex had taken to find her, it was extremely unlikely that she would be home. Would she even be alive? Stop thinking that way, she thought. She shook her head and focused on the here and now. "I don't know about everyone else," Stan said, "but I had a lot of food in my freezer, so if you don't have enough for your family, please come have some of what I'm grilling." Shouts of, "We're in the same boat," "We're good," and "I don't think we can eat all that we're grilling." "You know," Alex said loud enough for all to hear, "Jason," he looked at Jason, who was sitting in a camp chair, then faced the group again. "He pointed out that it should be cold enough that we could store any leftovers outside." "Good idea," several people said. "All right," Stan said, "we'll eat what we can and store the rest somehow." At that, Alex filled their grill with meat. "Baxter," Stephen called out when the black lab began sniffing people, "come back here." "Isn't that the Campbell's dog?" a woman named Diana asked. Melissa walked over to her. "Yes, they're not home. Do you know if they were at work and where that is?" "As far as I know," Diana said, "they were at work. Sarah works at the DMV in West Valley, and Kevin's in sales, so he travels a lot. In fact, I think he was out of town. And you know they don't have any kids." Diana's lips pressed together, and she shrugged. "That doesn't sound too promising," Melissa said. If Kevin was out of town, it would be challenging for him to make it home. And Sarah, she was on the other side of the valley, not to mention, the area where she worked wasn't the best place to be even in normal times. Now, though, on foot when society was in the midst of a collapse, Melissa was worried for her, for both her and Kevin. But after what she'd experienced the day before, she was particularly worried for Sarah. "Well," Diana said, "I'm glad you're taking care of their sweet dog for them." Slowly nodding, Melissa pushed a smile onto her lips and said, "Yeah." "The burgers are ready," Alex said. Glad to think about something else, Melissa gave Diana a final smile, then joined her family at the table where Alex was setting the grilled burgers on plates. Seeming to understand that this would be one of the last times they would have such a hearty meal, her children ate with gusto. Melissa ate until she felt like she might burst, and as the neighbors feasted, chatter filled the air, mostly happy, although there was some concern voiced as well. When everyone had their fill, Stan stood to address the group. "As you all know, we need to choose 2 people from our neighborhood to represent our needs to the cooperative. as well as choose people for each of the smaller committees Brian proposed. Do we have any nominations? You, someone called out to Stan. You and Alex, someone else shouted. I agree, another voice said. Stan and Alex. Proud of her husband, Melissa beamed. Stan chuckled. All right, we should probably have a formal vote. But first, are there any other nominees? No one spoke, and heads shook in the negative. Melissa gave Alex a side-eyed glance, but she couldn't read his expression. His attention was focused on Stan. Huh, Stan said. Well, if there are no other nominees, then there aren't a lot of options. He cleared his throat. Luke stood up. All in favor of choosing Stan and Alex as our representatives, say aye. A chorus of ayes rose into the air. Luke turned to Stan with a grin, then looked toward Alex. Guess it's unanimous. This time when Melissa looked at Alex, he was smiling. Chapter 9. Alex. Rather surprised that he'd been chosen to be one of the neighborhood representatives, and with a unanimous vote, Alex got up from his chair and stood beside Stan. Stan laid an arm across Alex's shoulders, then turned to the group. Thank you. I think I speak for the two of us when I say that we will do everything we can to represent the needs of our neighborhood to the cooperative and to make sure those needs are met. Stan removed his arm from Alex's shoulder. Alex nodded. Absolutely. Then, speaking loud enough for all to hear, he said, Now, we need to choose people to represent our neighborhood on each of the specific committees, security, medical, and food. His gaze swept over the group. Any volunteers? Luke raised his hand. As I think everyone knows, I'm in law enforcement, so I'd like to be on the security committee. Alex had been hoping he would volunteer for that committee. Thank you, Luke, Stan said. Then he looked over the group. What about medical and food? Diana raised her hand. I can do food. A woman named Stephanie raised her hand. I know first aid and CPR, but that's about the extent of my medical knowledge. But if no one else volunteers, I'll be on the medical committee. That works, Alex said, glad people were volunteering. He wasn't surprised, though. These people were used to serving. In the LDS church, people served all the time, leading groups, teaching, even being in charge of the entire ward of hundreds of people. And they did all of that without pay. It was part of their culture and part of their lives. All right, Stan said. We really appreciate each of you. If anyone has any questions or needs they want to discuss, please don't hesitate to come talk to either me or Alex. He paused. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to go inside where it's a little warmer. Everyone nodded their agreement. Stan smiled at the group. Okay, tomorrow Alex and I will let Brian know who's doing what, and we'll go from there. Have a good night, everyone. People said their goodbyes, and Alex turned to Stan. That went well, although I'm kind of surprised they picked me. Stan tilted his head. Why? I think you're a perfect choice. I've always seen you as a leader, Alex. He lowered his voice. And after what you've already dealt with, I'd say you've proven you have the capacity to make hard choices. Alex hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah, it made sense in a horrible kind of way, and he was flattered that Stan saw him as a leader. Let's go see Brian after breakfast, Stan said. All right, see you then. Alex went to his grill to clean up and put things away. There's Nurse Rebecca, Melissa said. Alex looked up to see the woman from the earlier meeting walking toward them, a large bag on her shoulder. Hello, Alex said when she reached them. She smiled. Where's the patient? Right here, Alex said. This is my son, Jason. She turned her attention to him. Hi, Jason. I'm Rebecca. Hey, Jason said. Thanks for coming. She nodded, then her gaze flicked to Alex and Melissa. Can we go inside? Yep, Alex said. We were just wrapping up out here. I'll bring you inside, Melissa said. Thank you. Alex watched Rebecca, Melissa, and Jason make their way into the house. Help me get everything put away, he said to Emily and Stephen, and keep Baxter from getting in Nurse Rebecca's way once we're inside. Sure thing, Dad, Stephen said. Working together, they cleaned everything up. Emily and Stephen carried the leftovers into the house, while Alex dragged the grill into the backyard. Once everything was stowed, Alex went into the house. Melissa was wrapping the leftovers in aluminum foil, and Jason was stretched out on the couch with Nurse Rebecca hovering over his wound, one of the battery-operated lanterns lighting Jason's leg. Alex walked over to the pair. "How's it looking?" he asked. Rebecca smiled up at him. "Jason told me you started him on antibiotics. That's good." Remembering what they'd gone through to get those, Alex was glad they'd taken the time. "I'm guessing you won't be able to stitch it closed, but I'm no expert." "You're right. He needs to keep it clean and bandaged and let his body do the rest." Reaching into her bag, she added, "I'll leave a supply of sterile bandages for the dressing. Change it daily, and I'll come check on him in a few days. If the wound gets red or painful, or if he develops a fever, come and get me right away." "Okay, I'll do that." She finished putting fresh dressing on the wound, then wrapped it in an ace bandage before smiling at Jason. "I think you'll be just fine." "That's good to hear," Jason said. Alex walked her to the door. "Do you need an escort home?" She shook her head. "I'll be fine, but thank you." After she left, Alex locked the door behind her, then went into the kitchen. "I thought I'd put the wrapped leftovers in glass casserole dishes," Melissa said. "I have a couple of them that have lids. Hopefully, if there are any critters around, it will keep them out." "Good thinking." "What about using a cooler?" Stephen asked. Baxter was right beside him, evidently choosing Stephen as his favorite. "A cooler would work great if we had ice to put inside of it," Alex said. "But since we need the food to be in the cold air, we should keep the food out in the open." The sun had set, which made the interior of their house dark. Melissa had set one of the 2 battery-operated lanterns on the kitchen counter. The other one was still in the family room. "Let's find a good spot to put this food," Melissa said as she stacked the 2 casserole dishes on top of each other. "And you grab the eggs." Picking up the lantern and the carton of eggs, Alex said, "Let's go." Melissa lifted the dishes from the counter and followed Alex through the slider and into the backyard. Baxter raced after them. As Alex watched Baxter exploring the backyard, he said, "Hopefully Baxter can't get the lids off." "What if I put them here?" Melissa asked, as she set the casserole dishes on the grill's side shelf. "He shouldn't be able to reach them up here." "Yep, that'll work." He set the eggs on top of the casserole dishes. "How cold do you think it is out here right now?" "I'd say close to freezing, but it'll get colder than that overnight." He peered at the night sky. No stars were visible, which told him the sky was filled with clouds. "I wouldn't be surprised if it snowed tonight." "Well, it'll be cold enough to keep the food chilled, that's for sure." "I agree." He turned to the dog and called out, "Come on, Baxter." The dog ran inside, and after Melissa went in, Alex followed, then locked the sliding glass door and placed a length of PVC pipe in the slider's track to prevent the slider from being opened. Chapter 10. Alex. "I wouldn't exactly call it warm in here," Melissa said as she sat on the hearth in front of the fireplace, "but it's warmer than it is outside." "That's all we can hope for, I'm afraid," Alex said with a grimace as he joined her. The kids had gone upstairs to their bedrooms to put on warm pajamas plus additional layers, so he and Melissa had a moment to themselves. She turned to him. "It feels good to be home." "I agree." Alex pulled her into his arms. Right then it felt safe, like the outside world was far away, and he and his family were far from danger. Although he knew that wasn't true, it did seem as if their neighborhood was a kind of oasis, at least for now. "I'm ready for bed," Stephen said as he came into the room with Baxter on his heels. Alex couldn't help but laugh at Stephen's getup. He wore sweats, a beanie, a hoodie, a pair of fuzzy red slippers, and a tan robe over the whole thing. Who knew what other layers he had on? "Do you think you're going to be warm enough?" Alex asked with a smirk. Grinning, Stephen said, "You only wish you'd thought of wearing something like this." "Actually, I think I'll wear something just like that." Stephen tilted his head, his lips pressed into a smug smile. "I knew it was ingenious." "What was ingenious?" Jason asked as he came in wearing sweats and a hoodie, but no beanie and just a pair of socks. "My attire," Stephen said with a tone of pride, sweeping his hands down his body like he was showing off a prize for a game show. Jason burst out laughing, then shook his head. "You do you, bro." "I don't know why you think it's so funny," Stephen said with a grin. I'm going to be toasty warm, while you'll be tossing and turning all night trying to stay warm." "All right," Melissa said, obviously trying to head off an argument. "That's enough." "Just don't try to snuggle up to me," Stephen said to Jason in a final salvo. Jason rolled his eyes and got in his sleeping bag. Emily came into the room wearing a zipped-up sweatshirt, sweats, and a purple knit hat that had 2 pigtails trailing down the sides. She climbed into her sleeping bag and zipped it closed. Stephen got in his as well, and Baxter immediately curled up beside him. Alex surveyed his family, his heart bursting with love for them. He was grateful they were safe at home, until he remembered that the Fletcher family had been in their home the night before when someone or several people had broken in and slaughtered them. The assumption was that the killers had come from outside the neighborhood, but what if they hadn't? The security that controlled who came and went, at least through both entrances to the neighborhood, would keep out strangers, but what if the danger was from within? Or what if people with ill intentions climbed over fences and came into their neighborhood that way? Alex stood from the hearth. "I'm going to do a patrol of the neighborhood." "What?" Melissa asked. "Why?" Not wanting to share all of the ways they could be in danger, he gave her a tight smile. "I just want to check things out, make sure we're safe." She stared up at him like she was trying to decide if she should argue with him or if she agreed. Then she nodded. "Okay, but I don't think you should go alone. Maybe, I don't know, see if Stan or Luke will go with you." "I'll ask Luke." He was in law enforcement after all. Melissa stood. "Be careful." Alex nodded, then using a flashlight, he went up to the master bedroom and into the closet where he kept his gear. First, he attached his sheathed knife to his belt, then he put 2 spare loaded magazines into one of his jacket pockets. Next, he holstered his handgun, and then he slung his AR-15 over his shoulder. Finally, he put a warm beanie over his head and the jacket on, then he trotted down the stairs. Melissa was waiting at the bottom. He gave her what he hoped was a smile of comfort. "Lock the door behind me." After a kiss goodbye, Alex walked out the door. He paused to make sure he heard the deadbolt slide into place, and once he did, he strode down the driveway, his head on a swivel. When he reached the sidewalk, he turned right. He walked past Stan's house where dim light, probably from a candle, was barely visible through the closed blinds. The sound of a door opening caught his attention. It wasn't coming from Stan's house. Alex looked to the next house, Luke's, and was surprised to see the man stepping onto his front porch. It was too dark to see what he was wearing exactly, but Alex could make out the outline of a rifle slung over his shoulder. Not wanting to startle him, Alex softly called out, "Hey, Luke!" Luke's head snapped in Alex's direction. "It's Alex." "Oh, hey." Luke met Alex on the sidewalk, his eyes going to the AR on Alex's shoulder. "Where you headed?" Alex noticed Luke was wearing a ballistic vest, as well as a fully loaded police duty belt. "Just felt the need to patrol the neighborhood." Luke nodded. "Yeah, me too. Good idea to pair up." "I was actually just on my way to see if you wanted to join me," Alex said. "Sounds good." Chapter 11. Alex. The men began walking, both scanning the area. All was quiet, and it was extremely dark, especially with the cloud cover. Alex's breath puffed out in white clouds. "Your family warm enough, Luke?" Luke had a wife and 2 young daughters. "As warm as possible, I guess. I got the fire going, and Chloe will keep it stoked. We moved our mattresses into the family room near the fire." "We did the same," Alex said, "although we're using sleeping bags. Might have to move the mattresses, though. I'm not sure how comfortable it will be to use the sleeping bags long term." Saying out loud that this was their new normal kind of jolted him. It also made him think about how he was going to get more firewood. What they had might be enough to keep them sufficiently comfortable until the temperatures warmed up, but he needed to think about the future. "I've been making a list," Alex said, "of things I'm realizing I need. Maybe tomorrow I'll take a little shopping trip." Which made him think about looters, which led to thoughts of Luke being in law enforcement. He glanced at Luke. "What's the story with the police? Are they enforcing the law? On my way home, I saw a lot of looting going on." Luke was quiet for several moments. "You know how a lot of people felt about the police before the EMP." Alex nodded. He never felt that way, but he was well aware that others felt nothing but disdain for law enforcement. "Now that things are falling apart," Luke said as he shook his head, "we're people too, and we want to protect our families as much as anyone else does. The chief left it up to us to decide if we wanted to risk our lives for people who hate us, or if we want to protect our families and neighborhoods." He paused. "I hate to say it, but the truth is, society as we've known it is gone. Right now, people are taking advantage of the collapse, but soon it will turn from a free-for-all to desperation." He tilted his head. "We need to be prepared for when that happens. If our neighborhood bands together, we'll have a much higher chance of survival. If not—" He let his words trail off. Luke's words were sobering, and Alex let them sink in. It was what he already knew, but to hear it from someone in law enforcement gave the idea more weight somehow. "Some people are just bad," Luke added, "and now the world is their playground. With no law and order or organized society to restrain them, they'll do whatever they want." He made a scoffing sound. "Even before the EMP, crime was skyrocketing. I'm sure you've seen the videos of thugs going up to random people, helpless people, older people, women, and punching them in the head." Alex had seen those videos, and they made him sick, angry and sick. What was wrong with people? And now the evil intentions of those people would only be magnified. He'd seen it already. He'd had to kill to protect his children and to protect the woman, Misty, who was being attacked. The world had turned into a dark and ugly place. They rounded the corner and headed down another street. Everything was calm and quiet, although he could hear a dog barking from time to time. "We need more security," Luke said. "Patrols, day and night." "Glad Luke was going to be on the security committee," Alex said. "I agree. There should be more than enough people to fill the need, though." "Yeah," Luke said. "All those eyes and ears will be good, but most will need training." Alex nodded his agreement. "True." On the alert for anything out of place, they walked in silence. Soon, they turned up the main street that ran through the neighborhood. Over 100 yards away, Alex could see the east barricade he and Melissa and Jason had come through earlier. 3 lanterns cast light on the area. At the other end of the neighborhood, past the school and out of sight, was the west barricade. "Let's see if they have anything to report," Alex said. "I was thinking the same thing." Together, the pair walked toward the blockade. As they got closer, Alex could hear the distinctive sound gas lanterns made, kind of a steady whoosh, and then he saw that 2 of the guards, there were 4 total, were talking to a small group on the other side of the barricade, outside of their neighborhood. The group consisted of 2 women, 1 man, and a young boy. "How's it going, Jim?" Luke asked the man standing closest to where Alex and Luke approached. The man tossed Luke a smile. "Hey." While keeping one eye on the exchange taking place 30 feet away, he said, "We've had a lot of people walking by. Some have asked for food or water, and some haven't stopped at all." Jim turned to Luke and Alex, his gaze sliding to their weapons. "I think when they see we're armed, they decide not to talk to us." He shifted his eyes back to the small group, which was now moving off. The 2 guards who had been talking with them stared after the group. "We've given out a couple dozen water bottles and a few granola bars, but we can't keep that up for long." The group moved out of sight. Jim faced Alex and Luke again. "There've been a couple of groups looking for shelter for the night. I hate turning them down, but—" He grimaced and shook his head. "Can't take the chance." Alex considered how fortunate they'd been the night before when they'd been able to crash at Misty's house. Otherwise, he and his family would have been on the road all night where it was freezing and dangerous. Of course, the only reason he knew Misty was because he and Jason had come to her aid. "It's a sad state of affairs," Luke said, "when, out of fear, we can't offer shelter to those who truly need it." "That it is," Jim said. "How long is each shift?" Alex asked. 4 hours. Our group goes until midnight." Nodding, Alex said, "Thank you for putting in the time." "Of course. I want to keep our neighborhood safe." "Alex and I were just patrolling the neighborhood," Luke said. "All seems quiet inside, but we need regular patrols there." "I agree," Jim said. "Tomorrow the security committee is meeting. I'm on it." His eyebrows rose. "Can I assume you both will be as well?" "Yes," Luke said. Alex was surprised Luke seemed to be including him, but even though he was representing their neighborhood to the cooperative, there was no reason he couldn't join the security committee as well. He had a vested interest in seeing that security was tight. Yes, he would participate on that committee too. "All right," Luke said. "Good night." Jim nodded once, then turned his attention back to the blockade. Alex walked beside Luke back to their neighborhood. "I hope you don't mind me volunteering you for the security committee," Luke said with a laugh. "I admit," Alex said, "I was surprised, but I would like to be on it. After you took the initiative to patrol tonight, I have no doubt you'd be an asset." "I appreciate the confidence." They reached their street, and after saying good night, they went their separate ways. When Alex reached his front door, he inserted his key and turned the deadbolt. Not wanting to scare his family, as he opened the door, he softly called out, "It's me, Alex." Moments later, Melissa appeared. She hugged him, then stepped back and said, "I'm glad you're home." "Everything okay here?" "Yes, I feel safer when you're here." She paused. "Anything happening out there?" Alex locked the deadbolt. "No, all is quiet. We stopped by the east barricade. No issues there." "Good. Can we go to bed now?" Not sure he would sleep well, because he wanted to stay alert to any trouble, Alex nodded. They got ready for bed before climbing into the pair of sleeping bags they'd zipped together. Snuggling with Melissa and listening to the soft snores of his children, Alex felt a deep contentment at being home with his family. He tried to enjoy it while it lasted, because he knew the next day would bring plenty of new issues that would need to be dealt with. Chapter 12. Alex. When Alex awoke, he went to the family room window and pulled the blinds up. Several inches of fresh snow blanketed the ground. Not terribly surprised, he felt sorry for whoever was assigned to the barricades. It had been chilly when he and Luke had been patrolling. He could only imagine how uncomfortable it would be to work at the barricades when it was snowing. The sky had cleared, and it was a brilliant blue. He added 3 logs to the fire, then stood with his back to the heat. He wondered how others in his neighborhood were doing. He was pretty sure not everyone had bothered to get firewood, and those that had gas fireplaces certainly wouldn't have any. How were they staying warm? "Thank you for adding logs to the fire," Melissa said from the sleeping bag where she was snuggled up. Her arms came out as she stretched them above her head. "It's so warm in this sleeping bag, but I should probably get up." The kids were still asleep. "There's no rush. It's not like you have to go anywhere." She unzipped her bag and got out, joining him in front of the fire. "I want to see what I can figure out for breakfast." Gesturing with his chin toward the window where the snow was visible, he said, "I'm sure our leftovers are plenty cold." Looking toward Jason, she smiled. "Good thing we have such smart children." "That we do." He kissed her. "They get it from their mother." Playfully punching him on the arm, she said, "You're no slouch in the brains department." He laughed, then pulled her into his embrace. A groan sounded from Stephen's sleeping bag, and he said, You guys do realize that your children are right here." Alex laughed loudly and shook his head. "Since you're awake, help your mom rustle something up for breakfast." "Okay," he said, his tone showing that he didn't really want to, but that he would. "Thanks, Stephen." "Should we use up the rest of the eggs?" Melissa asked. "Might as well use them while they're still good." "I think so too." She leaned toward Stephen and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll grab the eggs and you can scramble them." "Okay," he said, before unzipping his sleeping bag. "Were you warm enough?" Alex asked Stephen as he emerged wearing all of his layers. "Yeah, I was almost too warm." Softly chuckling, Alex said, "Good." Using the camp stove, it didn't take long for Stephen and Melissa to scramble the eggs. Alex set the table with paper plates and wondered what they would do with all of the trash. But using the real dishes would require using water, which was a precious commodity. He would need to fashion some sort of rain catchment system to supplement their 6 55-gallon drums of water that were stored in the basement. So far, they'd gotten by on the pitchers and bowls of water the kids had filled on the day of the EMP, but those would be empty in the next day or two, and then they'd have to start using the drums. But at least they had that supply. "Breakfast is ready," Melissa called out. Jason and Emily stirred, then got up, and the 5 of them ate a surprisingly hearty breakfast. Besides the eggs, they had sliced apples and bread with jam. "What should we do today?" Stephen asked around a mouthful of bread. "Stan and I are going to talk to Brian and let him know who's on the different committees," Alex said as he leaned back in his chair. "I'm thinking of making a run to Home Depot to get a few supplies." He studied Melissa to see her reaction. Just as he expected, her eyes flashed with worry, but instead of speaking, she bit her lip. He tried to give her a reassuring smile. "We can get seeds and the supplies we need to build a greenhouse." She stared at him. "Maybe you could wait until things settle down." "I considered that, but the longer we wait, the less likely the supplies will be there. And I don't foresee things settling down." In fact, he expected things to get much, much worse. Better to go now, while people were still reeling from the shock of their new reality, and before things fell apart even more. "I want to come," Stephen said. "No," Melissa immediately said, her voice and expression implacable. "Not this time, son." Stephen's shoulders slumped. "You want to get shot?" Jason asked, his face scrunched up like he couldn't believe his brother was eager to get out there where bullets were flying. Stephen stared at his plate. "No, but I want to see what's going on out there." He lifted his head and met Alex's eyes. "Outside of our neighborhood." Although Alex could understand his 13-year-old's curiosity, he also knew the dangers that awaited them outside the relative safety of their neighborhood. "I'm sure you'll have the opportunity soon enough." Stephen's eyes lit with hope. "Promise?" It was inevitable that his son would have to face the dangers out there. If Alex could ease him into it, train him on how to deal with different situations, then that's what he would do. "Yes, I promise." Alex studiously ignored the daggers Melissa was throwing at him with her eyes. Chapter 13. Alex. Walking out of the open garage door, Alex nodded with approval at his boys, who were clearing the snow from the driveway. Even if he didn't need to drive the truck in and out of the driveway, which he did, he would have had them clear the snow. Not only was the work good for them, but it would make it easier to walk up the driveway and walkway. Too bad the roads wouldn't be cleared. That would make the drive to Home Depot a little more treacherous. Snow plus stalled cars. Maybe he should wait. Although the snow on the ground would probably discourage others from going out, so it would be the perfect time to make a supply run. He reached Stan's door and knocked. A few moments later, Stan answered. "Good timing," he said. "I was just about to come get you." Together, they trudged through the snow to Brian's house, which was several streets over. "Last night I did some patrolling with Luke," Alex said. "Oh yeah? Whose idea was that?" Chuckling, Alex told him how Luke had come out as Alex had headed over. "We stopped at the East Barricade. Evidently there have been a lot of people stopping by looking for help." Stan shook his head. "I wish we could help everyone, but that's simply not possible." "Yeah." Alex paused. "Today I want to take a trip to Home Depot and get a few things. Luke will be going. I'd like you to go as well." Stan turned to him with a half-smile. "Sounds like a typical Saturday, except today's not Saturday, and the trip won't be typical." "That's for sure. You up for it?" "Yeah, I could use a few things myself." Glad he had both men on board, Alex thought about what else he should get while he was there, assuming the things he needed were even on the shelves. "Looks like we're not the only ones coming to see Brian," Stan said as they approached Brian's house. Brian's garage door was open, and he stood talking to 2 men and 1 woman, all of them surrounding a portable fire pit that had flames flowing upward. "Good morning," Stan called out as they walked up the cleared driveway. "Good morning," Brian responded. The others smiled and said hello, then made room for Stan and Alex to join them around the fire pit. With so many of them, they weren't able to stand very close, but even so, the warmth radiating from the flames helped to heat the space. "I'm assuming the 2 of you are here to announce your appointment as your neighborhood's representatives." "That's right," Alex said. "We also wanted to tell you who will be on the various committees." "Excellent," Brian said. "But first, let me introduce you to these fine folks." He smiled at the woman. "This lovely lady is my wife, Wendy, And these two gentlemen are Jordan and Elijah." Then he introduced Stan and Alex. Alex and Stan shook hands with everyone. "Let's get down to business," Brian said as he picked up a notebook and pen. "Who will be on the security committee?" "Luke Holt," Alex said. "Luke's asked me to be on it as well." Expecting Brian to turn him down, to say only one person per neighborhood could be on that committee, when instead he nodded once before writing Alex's name down, Alex felt relieved. "The medical committee?" Brian asked, his pen poised over the paper. "Stephanie Majors." "And the food committee?" "Diana—" When he couldn't remember her last name, Alex let her first name trail off. He looked at Stan. "Forrest," Stan supplied. "Perfect," Brian said as he wrote her name down. "Now, how are things going in your neighborhood?" Alex shifted his eyes to Stan so Stan could share his opinion. He knew everyone better than Alex did. "So far so good. Of the 14 houses in our neighborhood, there are 4 whose occupants haven't come home yet. At least as of last night." He glanced at Alex. "We ought to check on them after this and see if anyone's made it home yet." Alex nodded. "We had a neighborhood barbecue last night to cook up the food that had thawed in our freezers. Everyone came, and they all seemed to be in good spirits." Brian smiled. "Good to hear. Any needs I should be aware of?" "Not so far," Stan said. "I do have a question," Alex said. Brian turned his attention to Alex. "Do you know of anyone who can fix the ignition on my truck?" A twinge of guilt shot through him at calling it his, but he tamped it down. "Someone hot-wired it when I was forced to leave it, but I'd like to be able to use the key." Brian looked at the others in a silent question. "Zane could fix that, no problem," Jordan said. Relieved, Alex smiled. "Great." Jordan gave Alex Zane's address. "I'm still waiting to hear from some of the other neighborhoods," Brian said. "But let's pick a day and time to get together, and I'll let them know once they come by." The group discussed the best time to meet, although since none of them would be going to a regular job, their schedules were flexible. Finally, they agreed to gather that evening at 7 at Brian's house. "By then," Brian said, "everyone should be done with dinner and relatively settled for the night." "The security committee should meet sooner," Alex said. "We have barricades set up at both entrances," Elijah said. "Can't we wait until after the cooperative meets, before the breakout committees meet?" Shaking his head, Alex said, "Those barricades are not nearly enough. Last night Luke and I patrolled for a while. All was quiet while we were out, but we stopped by the east barricade and saw for ourselves that people were coming for help." He paused. "I don't think I need to remind any of you that a family was murdered in their home the other night." "No," Brian said with a deep frown, "you don't." "That was before we had the barricade," Elijah said, pushing his glasses up his nose. "You're assuming the killer or killers came from outside the neighborhood," Alex said. Elijah looked at Jordan, then Brian, before facing Alex. "Well, yeah." "What makes you so sure?" That seemed to stump him. "I agree with Alex," Stan said. "We need to get patrols up and running tonight." Grateful to have his support, Alex shifted his eyes to Brian. "All right," Brian said. "If you and Luke will be here at 4 o'clock, I'll let the other members of the security committee know about the meeting, at least the ones we have so far." "Sounds good," Alex said. "I'll tell Luke." Alex glanced at Stan. "We've got to get going." "Of course," Brian said. "See you soon." Alex and Stan left the garage and began the walk back through the snow to their neighborhood. After checking the 4 houses that had been empty the night before, and finding them still unoccupied, they walked toward their houses. When they reached Alex's, he said, "I'm going to get my ignition fixed, and then I'll want to make that Home Depot run. Will that work for you?" "Yep, I don't have anything scheduled until our meeting tonight." They parted ways, and Alex went in the house. The sleeping bags had been rolled up and put to the side, and the air mattresses emptied, folded, and stacked. "Having those all over the family room floor made the room useless," Melissa said. "Good point. I was wondering if we should bring our regular mattresses in here." He surveyed the space. "But we would be wall-to-wall mattresses." "It would be nice to sleep on our comfortable mattresses, but yeah, might be a little tight. Let's wait until tomorrow to decide." "Works for me." "Hi, Dad," Stephen said as he joined them. "Hey, buddy." After giving Stephen a smile, Alex looked at Melissa. "I got the name of a guy who can fix the ignition in the truck. I'm going to go see him now." Then he turned to Stephen. "Want to come along?" "Yeah." Stephen's voice was filled with enthusiasm, just as Alex had expected. "All right, get your jacket and we'll drive on over." Chapter 14. Alex. Alex pulled up to the curb in front of the house that belonged to Zane, the man Jordan said could fix his ignition. The house was several streets away from Alex's. "Who is this guy?" Stephen asked as he reached for the truck's door handle. Alex glanced at the blood staining his seat and made a mental note to cover it with something so that every time he got into the truck, he didn't have to be reminded of the fact that he'd killed a man. "His name's Zane. Someone told me he'll be able to fix this." Alex pointed to the mess of wires hanging near the steering column. He let his foot off the clutch, killing the engine. He would be glad when that was no longer the way to turn the truck off. "Does he know we're coming?" Alex shook his head. "No, so we need to approach with caution." "Right. We don't want him shooting at us." "Exactly." Alex opened his door and hopped to the pavement, then walked around to where Stephen had gotten out. "Stay behind me, just in case." Stephen's eyebrows drew together. "It'll be fine. I'm just taking precautions." Leading the way up the walkway, Alex called out, "Zane? My name's Alex. Jordan said you could help me with my truck." Stopping 10 feet from the front door, Alex waited. Several moments later, the door began to open. Making sure Stephen was behind him, Alex focused on the door and kept his hands visible. "Who are you?" a tall, thin man said as he came into view. "Name's Alex. I live a few streets over. Jordan sent me. Said you could fix my ignition. Someone hot-wired my truck, and I'd like to be able to use my key again." Zane looked past Alex to the older truck parked at the curb, then his eyes slid back to Alex. He didn't say anything, which was when it occurred to Alex that he should have brought some sort of payment. "If you're willing to trade your skill for food," Alex said, and noticed that Zane's eyes brightened, "I'd be happy to make that trade." Zane stepped completely out the door, his body seeming to relax. "Yeah, I would do it for a trade." "Okay, I don't have any food with me." Alex chuckled. "I'm not used to using food as currency." Zane didn't smile. "Let me take a look at your truck, and if I think I can fix it, go get the food and come back." "Okay, that's fair." "Yeah, it is. I don't want to fix it and then never see you again." Starting to feel a little annoyed, Alex said, "I live in the neighborhood." "And?" "So I think you'd see me around." "Uh-huh." The man just stood there. If Alex wanted him to fix the truck, he needed to swallow his pride. He stepped to the side. "If you wouldn't mind taking a look, then yeah, I'll go get some food." Zane stared at him. Then he ambled down the walkway past Alex and Stephen and to the driver's side. He opened the door and leaned in. Then he lifted his head out and gave Alex an odd look. The blood, Alex thought. He's wondering what the story is there. Regretting not doing something to cover it up, Alex just stared back. Zane leaned back in and disappeared from view. A moment later, he stood, closed the door, and walked toward Alex. "I can fix it." Relieved, Alex smiled. "Great. We'll be back in a few minutes." Zane nodded, then turned and went inside his house. "Okay," Alex said to Stephen. "Let's go." Back in the truck, Alex had to touch the wires together to get the truck to start. Then he separated the one wire that triggered the starter from the other bundle, put the truck in first gear, and pulled away from the curb. On the drive home, just as on the drive over, Alex had to go slow to avoid sliding on the icy road. The snow was several inches deep. Typically, the snowplows came through early in the morning, which allowed the sun to melt off the thin layer left behind. Now, who knew how long it would take? Once home, Alex killed the engine by popping the clutch, then he and Stephen went in the house. "Back already?" Melissa asked. Her forehead furrowed like she knew it had been too fast for someone to put the ignition back together. I need to bring Zane some food as payment." "Oh." She paused. "Makes sense, I guess." "Since money is useless now, food and ammo will probably be the best currency. Probably the only currency." "What should we give him, and how much?" Shrugging, Alex went down the stairs to the basement storage room. They had nearly a dozen cans of chili, so he took one. They had a case of canned carrots, a case of canned corn, and a case of canned green beans. He took one can of each. Turning to Melissa, he said, "Do you think this will be enough?" Her lips stretched into a grimace. "I guess." "Let's take it to him and see what he says," Stephen suggested. "Good idea, son." He handed all 4 cans to Stephen, then they went out to the truck. Several minutes later, they were back at Zane's house. "Let me have the food, Stephen." Stephen handed him the cans, and they went to the porch. When Zane opened the door, his eyes went right to the cans. He licked his lips, then his eyes rose to meet Alex's. Holding the cans close to his chest, Alex smiled. "Let's see what you can do." Zane nodded. "Let me get my tools." Then he closed the door. Grinning at Stephen, Alex made a head gesture toward the truck. The pair of them went down the walkway and back to the truck. Zane's garage door slid open, and he came out carrying a metal case. Alex and Stephen stood back as Zane got to work. It didn't take long for him to put the ignition back together. When he was done, he stood and smiled at Alex. "Give it a try." Alex handed the cans of food to Stephen. He wasn't going to give them away until he verified Zane had actually fixed the ignition. Climbing into the driver's seat, Alex inserted the key into the ignition. He pushed in the clutch, then turned the key. The truck started right up. Elated, Alex smiled at Zane. "Nice work." Without being told, Stephen handed the 4 cans of food to Zane. "Appreciate your business," Zane said. "You need any work done on her, come on over." "Will do," Alex said. Stephen hopped into the passenger side, and they drove back home. Chapter 15. Alex. In the garage, Alex laid a blue twin-size sheet he'd gotten from Melissa across the truck's bench seat, tucking it around the back before pressing it into the crease where the seat met the back. When he was done, he stood back and appraised his work. With the bloodstains covered, the truck looked 100% better. "Can I come with you to Home Depot?" Stephen asked. Alex turned around to see his son standing there. Suppressing a frown, he shook his head. "Sorry, son, but I have no idea what we're going to run into." Shoulders slumping, Stephen huffed a sigh. "Okay." Glad his 13-year-old hadn't experienced the dangers outside of the neighborhood, Alex said, "Will you go to Stan and Luke's and ask them to come over?" "Sure." His response was less than enthusiastic, but at least he was willing. Alex put a hand on his shoulder. "I appreciate you doing what I ask. Knowing I can count on you to follow instructions is really important, especially now." Stephen's chin went up, and his chest puffed out, then he turned and ran out of the garage. Smiling, Alex went into the house and up to the master closet. His Glock was already in his holster, but he grabbed 2 extra magazines, put his tactical knife into the sheath at his back, and slung his AR over his shoulder. He went downstairs to get his shopping list, and as he was looking it over, Melissa stopped beside him. "Please be careful out there, Alex." He turned to her with a small smile. "I will be. And remember, I'm not going alone." The front door opened, and Stephen came in, followed by Luke and Stan. Melissa scraped one hand through her hair, then she nodded. "Hey," Alex said as he went to his friends. He shook their hands. "Thank you for coming with me." "Glad to," Luke said. "Besides, I want to see what it looks like out there now." Alex noticed Luke was wearing his tactical gear again. He pointed to Luke's ballistic vest. "I need to get me one of those." Luke chuckled. "Not sure how easy that will be to find, but yeah, if you can find one, it would definitely be an asset." "By the way," Alex said, "the security committee is meeting at 4 o'clock at Brian's house." Luke nodded. "Good." Alex saw that Stan had a handgun on his hip and a rifle over his shoulder. They were as ready as they were going to be. "Let's go." Both men nodded, and with a final smile at Melissa, Alex led the way out to the garage. With all 3 men crammed onto the bench seat, it was a bit tight in the cab as they drove the 3 miles to Home Depot. When they'd gotten to the east barricade, the people guarding it had made a gap to allow them through. With the snow on the ground, it had been more challenging than the day before. With a combination of stalled vehicles and snow, Alex had to drive slower than he'd had to the day before. Pressing the gas pedal as he maneuvered around one stalled car, he felt the truck fishtail. Screech! The truck scraped along the side of a car. Frustrated, Alex exhaled loudly. Sitting beside him, Stan chuckled. "You'll hardly notice the damage on this old truck." Lips twisting, Alex said. "True. As long as it doesn't compromise the engine, I suppose it doesn't matter if it gets a few dings and scrapes." Luke rode shotgun and kept his eyes moving. So far, they hadn't seen anyone out and about. "This weather must be keeping people home," Alex said. He only hoped that meant Home Depot would be unoccupied. 15 minutes later, they arrived. Alex drove into the parking lot where there were a number of abandoned vehicles covered in snow. It looked like they'd been there since at least the night before. In fact, Alex's truck was the only vehicle not covered in snow. That would make it much more conspicuous. Remembering how frustrated he'd been when the truck had been stolen, Alex pulled into a space not far from the entrance and turned off the engine. "I hate to leave the truck unattended." Stan handed him a sheet of paper. "If you get these items, I'll stand guard." Alex scanned the short list, then lifted his eyes and smiled. "Deal." He tucked the list into his pocket with his own list, then hopped out of the truck. Luke withdrew his sidearm, so Alex did the same. Then, with Luke by his side, Alex strode toward the entrance where the glass doors had been smashed in. When they reached the doors, Luke paused and held up a fist. Alex stopped beside him, listening. It was eerily quiet. Luke dropped his arm and then gripped his gun with both hands before stepping through the shattered door. Alex followed, his gun in his hands and his head on a swivel. Debris was scattered all over the floor. Glass crunched under Alex's shoes, and he cringed, but strode steadily forward. They moved deeper into the store where shelves had been ransacked. Lumber and building materials were in the back corner, so they had a ways to go. Wanting a way to easily transport what they got, Alex paused beside a cart that had a lumber rack, but when he realized he would have to holster his gun and thought about the racket the wheels would make, he decided to wait and see if the items he needed were even there. "We need to clear the store before we do any shopping," Luke whispered with a smirk. Why hadn't Alex thought of that? He frowned. Then he reminded himself that he was an engineer, not a soldier or a cop. But he was learning. Staying close to Luke, Alex cautiously walked down the main aisle. Sweeping their guns in opposite directions, it was slow going, but at least with the skylights they had adequate sunlight by which to see. Bam! Startled at the sudden sound of something being dropped, Alex froze. They weren't alone. Chapter 16. Alex. It was impossible to tell where in the huge warehouse-like store the sound had come from. Luke had stopped as well, his head turning this way and that. Then he moved forward, going in the same direction they'd been headed. Alex followed, his ears perked up and his eyes constantly moving. Alex heard the sound of something being dragged across the floor, and he paused. Luke did as well. They were getting closer to whomever was there. Luke motioned for Alex to go one way and that he would go the other. Not thrilled to be on his own, Alex nodded nonetheless. Creeping forward, he felt his heart rate pick up. What if whoever it was got the jump on him? What if whoever it was shot him? Killed him? His heart pounded harder. Pressing his back against a nearly empty display of light bulbs, useless now with no power, Alex forced himself to calm his breathing. "You're not alone," he reminded himself. "Luke is here too, and he's a cop. He knows what he's doing." But that only served to remind him that he didn't know what he was doing. Sure, he'd already killed 2 men, but it had happened so quickly both times that he hadn't had time to think about it before it was over. Now, though, he couldn't stop himself from thinking of all that could go wrong. Not only that, but it had been several days since the EMP had hit. It wasn't like the first day when people were walking around in a daze. People were sure to be growing more desperate, more willing to do things they wouldn't have done before. Not to mention that those who were predisposed to violence would see the current state of affairs as a license to do whatever they wanted. He scanned the area around him. No one in sight. Dragging in a breath, he pressed onward, moving toward the next aisle. Reaching the edge of the end cap, he poked his head around to inspect the aisle. Besides merchandise scattered all over the floor, there was nothing. He moved to the next aisle and the next. Still no people. Then he heard voices, at least 2 men talking in low tones. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but now that he had pinpointed their position, he focused his steps to move in their direction. As he got closer, their voices grew louder, and he was able to understand what they were saying. He went to the adjacent aisle and listened. "Think this will work?" a man with a very deep voice asked. A brief pause, then, "Yeah, should do fine." That man's voice was rough-sounding, like sandpaper sliding across a piece of wood. "What about this?" Deep Voice asked. "Yeah," Sandpaper said, his tone impatient. Then Alex heard the sound of things being tossed into a cart. He crept down the aisle on silent feet, careful not to step on the debris or merchandise on the floor. When he reached the end, he slid along the end cap, then paused, swallowed his nerves, and poked his head around before jerking it back. In that brief moment, he had seen 2 men, both large in stature. They'd been focused on their shopping and hadn't noticed him, not yet. Wanting to get a better look, Alex peered around the edge of the aisle again, this time for longer. One of the men was covered in tattoos, had a long beard and long greasy hair. The other wasn't much better. Only difference was, his hair was short. Both men wore holsters with 1 handgun each, and a pair of rifles leaned against the shelving. That was what Alex could see. He had no idea what weapons they had concealed. "Hey," Deep Voice, the one with the short hair, asked, "where's Tony?" Wait, there was another man somewhere in the store? Alex swiveled his head from side to side, certain this other man was watching him and about to ambush him. Reminding himself he wasn't in this alone, Alex wondered if Luke had found Tony. Then a new voice said, "Hey guys, look who I found." Curious what the man, presumably Tony, was talking about, Alex crouched low before taking a peek. Then his eyes widened. Luke was standing in front of this new man, a gun pressed to his head and his hands in the air. "Well, well, well," said Sandpaper, his voice filled with glee, "if it isn't Officer Holt!" Most of Sandpaper's back was to Alex, as was Deep Voice's. But Tony and Luke were partially facing Alex's direction. They were angled away slightly, and Tony's face, filled with delight, was toward Sandpaper. Tony held Luke's ballistic vest. Terrified of being spotted and taken as well, Alex pulled back, his mind racing about what to do now. "Never thought you'd be in this position, did you?" Sandpaper asked. "Now I have the upper hand." He laughed, the tone menacing. Alex guessed that at least one of the men was a criminal Luke must have made contact with as a police officer. Great, all 3 were probably violent criminals. What were they going to do to Luke now? A loud oof sounded. Someone had punched Luke. More laughter. Alex had to do something and do it right away, before these men beat Luke, or worse. But there were 3 of them, and in all likelihood all were experienced at defending themselves. So sure, he could go in guns blazing, but if he didn't want to accidentally shoot Luke, he would have to take half a second to aim, and once that first bullet flew, even if he took out one man, the other 2 would immediately shoot back, and the one with a gun to Luke's head might go ahead and kill Luke. No, that wasn't the way to approach this. Alex did have one advantage, though. These men didn't know he was there. He would use that against them. If he could draw the men away, one by one, that would give him the chance to make this work, the chance to face them one at a time. Wanting this face-off to be a distance from where the men stood now, he didn't want a second man rushing over to help his companion. Alex crept out of the aisle and moved several aisles further over, all the while praying that the men wouldn't hurt Luke too badly. Once he reached the plumbing aisle, he stopped. He could hear the sounds of punches landing. There was no time to wait. He picked up a steel pipe and threw it onto the concrete floor. It loudly clattered. The sounds coming from the men stopped. Dashing to the next aisle, Alex strained his ears, listening for footsteps. Moments later, he heard them. His heart jackhammered. Someone was coming for him. Which direction would the man come from? With no idea, Alex waffled between whether to stay where he was or go to the end cap. Would the man look up and down every aisle? Or would he walk along the main aisle where all the end caps were visible? The footsteps drew closer. It sounded like they were coming from the opposite end of the aisle from where Alex waited. Stepping out of the aisle, Alex hid beside the end cap where a toilet was on display. The man was getting closer. His heavy breathing gave him away. Was it Tony? Deep voice? Sandpaper? Not sure who he wanted to face first, Alex listened intently. He heard the man walking down the aisle where he'd thrown the pipe, then the sound of something scraping across the ground as it was being picked up. He must have picked up the steel pipe. Was he alone? Daring to find out, Alex slowly, carefully peered around the edge of the end cap. It was Deep Voice. With the steel pipe in one hand, he faced the display like he was trying to figure out how the pipe had fallen to the ground on its own. He was less than 10 feet away. It was time for Alex to make his move. Chapter 17. Alex. Needing to use the element of surprise, Alex withdrew his knife from the sheath at his back, and with it gripped firmly in his fist, he rushed toward Deep Voice. The man must have caught movement out of the corner of his eye, because as Alex closed the distance between them, Deep Voice turned his head. Eyes flaring and mouth falling open, Deep Voice froze just long enough for Alex to close the last 5 feet that separated them. With his knife hand raised, Alex aimed for Deep Voice's throat, but the man threw his arm up, blocking the motion. Not wanting to use his gun, which he feared would cause the men holding Luke to shoot Luke before running toward him, he used his free hand to land a solid punch into Deep Voice's kidneys. The man reflexively moved his arm down to protect the injured area, which is when Alex plunged his knife into the man's neck. Blood fountained out, and Deep Voice collapsed to the concrete floor. 1 down, 2 to go. "Eddie!" Sandpaper called out. "What's happening over there?" Alex looked at Eddie, whose head rested in an ever-expanding puddle of blood. His lips were frozen in an expression of disbelief, unable to answer Sandpaper. Alex caught a murmur of voices. Figuring Sandpaper would either send Tony to investigate or come himself, Alex moved back to the end cap. Waiting, listening, watching, Alex didn't like the feeling of being the hunted. He much preferred being the hunter. Then hunt, he told himself. Having a purpose besides waiting to be found gave him a fresh burst of courage. He moved over 2 aisles to the paint section. Seeing the cans of paint reminded him of the old movie Home Alone, a movie he would never be able to watch again, and how Kevin, the character from the movie, had hung cans of paint from ropes, and the paint cans had smashed into the faces of the burglars. There wasn't time to do any of that. Not when he heard footsteps. "Eddie!" It wasn't Sandpaper. Must be Tony. "Where are you, loser?" Alex listened. He heard a small gasp. Tony had found Eddie. There was no longer a reason to be quiet in taking these clowns out. Alex withdrew his Glock and held it out in front of him in a 2-handed grip before easing toward the head of the aisle where Eddie's body lay. Poking his head around the edge of the end cap, he saw Tony standing a dozen feet away. Trouble was, Tony also saw him, and his gun was also drawn. Startled, Alex took half a second to aim before pulling the trigger. A bullet flew by him at the same time, but it missed. Tony, on the other hand, fell to the ground, his hand pressed to his stomach and his gun skittering out of his reach. "You shot me!" he said as he moaned in pain. Seeing him hurt but not dead was worse in a way. Yes, killing men was awful, and something he hoped he wouldn't have to do often, but seeing a man suffering because of him was terrible in a different kind of way. But now that Tony had been neutralized, Alex couldn't bring himself to shoot him again. Then Alex remembered that Sandpaper had Luke, and that Luke was hurt, and now Sandpaper knew for sure that he and his buddies weren't alone, although he wouldn't know if the 2 gunshots had hit their mark. "Tony!" Sandpaper called out. "I'm down!" Tony yelled back, although his voice wasn't all that loud. But in the dead quiet of the massive warehouse, his voice carried. Alex heard Sandpaper swearing up a storm. The man was livid, and Luke was his hostage. There was no time to waste. With a final glance at Tony, Alex darted to the main aisle, then eased along from end cap to end cap, all the while listening for what Sandpaper was doing. Right before he reached the aisle where he'd last seen Luke, Alex paused. He could hear scuffling, then, "Get up!" Sounded like Sandpaper was still with Luke. Although he would have preferred to find Luke alone, at least he knew no one would be sneaking up on him. But what kind of shape was Luke in? Alex moved to peer around the end cap, wary this time after being caught by Tony. But he had to see what was happening, what he was up against. With a quick thrust of his head, he took a peek. Sandpaper stood with his back against the shelving. He held Luke in front of him and a gun to Luke's head, and he was wearing Luke's ballistic vest. Alex snapped back behind the end cap. "Where are you?" Sandpaper yelled. "I got your buddy, Officer Holt." His tone was taunting. "Come and get him!" Gritting his teeth, Alex considered what to do. He had to free Luke while keeping him from being shot. Was there something this guy wanted? Something he would trade Luke for? With his gun up and ready, Alex stepped into the aisle. Sandpaper and Luke were at the other end, too far for Alex to attempt to shoot him, not when Sandpaper was using Luke as a human shield. Alex kept his gun pointed at Sandpaper. Sandpaper's gaze settled on Alex. Sliding his eyes to Luke, Alex saw that although he was pretty beat up, he was conscious, but he kept slowly blinking like his bell had been rung. Alex turned his focus to Sandpaper. "Let him go!" Sandpaper's lips curled, then he laughed like the idea was ludicrous, which Alex knew it was, but he still had to make the demand. "Or what?" Sandpaper asked, his voice filled with disdain as he shifted so that he and Luke were facing Alex full on. "Or you'll end up dead." How he was going to make that happen, he didn't know, but this whole situation was new to him. Even so, he noticed that Sandpaper squinted like he wasn't completely sure he had the upper hand. Guess Alex's voice conveyed more confidence than he was feeling. Sandpaper jabbed the gun harder into Luke's head. "Maybe I should shoot him right now and get it over with." "Then I'll shoot you," Alex immediately replied as he kept his aim steady. "How about we make a trade? I'll give you Tony, and you give me Officer Holt." Sandpaper seemed to consider that, then he called out, "Tony, how you doing?" "Not too good," came Tony's weak reply. Sandpaper met Alex's eyes. "Tony'll probably be dead soon, so it don't seem like a fair trade." Sandpaper didn't seem bothered by the imminent demise of his buddy, probably had no conscience at all. "Okay," Alex said, his only goal to save his friend because he actually cared about him. "What do you want?" "What I want is no longer possible, so I'll take the death of Officer Holt instead. I also want you to either die or move out of the way. Your choice." "Yeah," Alex said with a shake of his head. "I'm going to have to take a hard pass on all of those. Try again." Sandpaper burst out laughing. "I wasn't asking." He moved his gun from Luke's head to under Luke's chin. "This conversation is over." Boom! Alex recoiled as his eyes widened, but when Sandpaper fell to the ground instead of Luke, Alex felt a moment of confusion. Then he frantically searched for the source of the gunfire. Stan stepped into view at the end of the aisle near Luke, a gun gripped in his hands. A smile burst upon Alex's lips. He'd been so focused on the men and what he had to do, he'd completely forgotten that Stan was in the parking lot. Stan scanned the area, then he tucked his gun into his holster before going to Luke, who was leaning against the shelving. Relieved beyond belief, Alex went to his friends. "Luke," Alex said, his gaze probing Luke's injured face. "You going to be okay?" Luke nodded. "I think so, although he might have cracked a rib or two." He lifted a hand to his left eye, which was already swelling. "My face hurts, but I'll live." Still stunned that Stan had shown up at the perfect time, Alex shifted his focus to him. "Your timing couldn't have been better." Stan grinned. "Glad to be of help." "How'd you know to come?" "I heard gunshots. Decided to see if you boys needed help." Eternally grateful that Stan had gotten there in time, Alex had a new appreciation for his neighbor. "No trouble in the parking lot?" "Not so far," Stan said. "If you guys help me to the truck," Luke said, as he stood a little straighter, "I'll guard it while you do your shopping." "You sure you don't want us to take you home?" Alex asked. Luke shook his head. "We went to all this trouble to come. Let's get this done." Alex was glad he felt that way, because if they came back another time, they would probably just have to deal with a new group of thugs. "Sounds good." After removing the ballistic vest from Sandpaper's corpse, Alex held it out to Luke. "You wear it," Luke said to Alex. "My ribs won't like it." "Okay." Alex put it on, feeling somewhat protected. Then, between himself and Stan, they helped Luke toward the exit, stopping to see if Tony was still alive. He wasn't. Realizing he'd now killed 4 men, Alex frowned. "Thanks for saving me," Luke said, with a glance at Stan and then Alex. "Now I get to go home to Chloe and my girls." The reminder that Luke was a family man washed away any guilt Alex had been feeling. The world needed more men like Luke and less like the 3 they'd had to deal with. When they reached the truck, they helped Luke inside, and with a rifle in his hands, he gave them a single nod. Alex nodded back, then he and Stan went inside the store. Chapter 18. Melissa. What was taking Alex so long? He'd been gone for what seemed like hours. Although without a watch, there was no way for Melissa to know for sure. All she knew was that he'd been gone a long time, and she was beyond worried. She knew what was out there, and she didn't like that her husband had left the relative safety of their neighborhood. Still, if he managed to get some of the things on their list, it would be a huge blessing. And since she couldn't do anything but wait, she silently prayed that he would be safe, that all 3 men would be safe. "He's back!" Stephen shouted from the living room, which faced the front of the house. Melissa set down the paper and pencil she'd been using to sketch out the greenhouse she hoped they would be able to build, and dashed to the living room window. When she saw the bed of the truck stacked with supplies, her hopes soared, and she turned to Stephen with a smile. "Looks like they got some stuff." Stephen nodded with enthusiasm. Baxter had climbed onto the couch and was looking out the window too. Melissa and Stephen went out front, with Baxter right on their heels. When Melissa reached the truck, Alex, Luke, and Stan were just getting out. Melissa immediately saw that Luke's face was swollen, and he seemed to be in some pain. Her gaze shot to Alex. He seemed unhurt. What had happened? She forced aside her questions. With a glance at the items in the bed of the truck, she said, "Looks like you had a successful trip." He grinned as if nothing had gone wrong. "Yep, got pretty much everything on our list." Maybe Luke had just fallen. After all, some items were stored on high shelves at Home Depot. Maybe he'd had to climb up to get things down. Feeling slightly less worried, she said, "Wow, I didn't think you'd be able to. I'm impressed." Chuckling, he said, "I hope you're ready to do some planting, or at least plant vegetable starts." Thrilled that they now had a way to grow their own food, she said, "More than ready, and it looks like we can build a greenhouse." He turned and studied the lumber, the rolls of plastic sheeting, the PVC pipes, and the rest of the supplies, then faced her again. "That's the plan." "Did something happen to Luke?" she asked in a soft voice. Alex's forehead creased and his mouth turned downward. "He's alive, and that's the important thing." Alarmed by the seriousness of Alex's tone, Melissa watched Stan help Luke hobble down the driveway toward the sidewalk. "Why don't you and Stephen start unloading the truck while I help Luke home?" Alex asked. "Some of it's Stan's and some is Luke's, but we can sort that out later." "Okay." She and Stephen began carrying everything into the garage, and by the time they were done, Alex had returned. "What happened to Luke?" Stephen asked. Alex sighed heavily. "We ran into some trouble." Stephen's eyes were wide with curiosity. "What kind of trouble?" Melissa wondered the same thing. "There were some men there. Men that Luke had dealt with as a police officer. They got the jump on him and beat him up, but Stan and I—" Alex grimaced. "We managed to get Luke away from them." Although she didn't want to assume that people had died, she knew it wasn't at all out of the question. She reached out and touched Alex's arm. "I'm just glad you guys made it home in one piece." "Yeah, me too." He paused. "How's Jason? And where's Emily?" "Jason's napping, and Emily is at Madison's house." Melissa was glad Jason was getting some rest. The more rest he got, the faster his body would heal. At least that was the hope. "All right. I have a security meeting in a little while, but I'm going to take a break first." "Of course. We still have leftovers from last night that you can eat if you're hungry." He smiled. "Great." Together, they went in the house, and while Alex fixed himself something to eat, Melissa asked Stephen to help her in the garage. They went out the door, with Stephen stopping to make sure Baxter joined them. "Let's set up the portable table to work on," Melissa said, as she looked over all the supplies that were now in the garage. "We'll plant the vegetable starts and take them in the house. Then we can set them by the windows in the kitchen and family room and hope it's sunny enough for them to sprout." Stephen set up the portable table. "Dad got a lot of seeds," he said, as he sorted through the packets Alex had brought home. Baxter stretched out on the concrete floor. Melissa set a bag of soil on the ground beside the table and cut it open. "Yeah, it's a good variety." She just hoped they would all germinate. She'd never done starts herself. Usually, she bought young vegetable plants from the store and planted those in the garden, giving them a head start on their late spring planting. Now it was totally up to her. It was a bit daunting, but she felt up to the challenge. Together, she and Stephen planted a couple dozen seeds in trays of small containers. Not sure all of them would germinate, she planted more than she thought they would need. "I'm heading to the security meeting," Alex said, as he walked out of the house and into the garage. Melissa smiled at him. "Okay." And when he came to her from behind and wrapped her in his arms, she leaned against him. "Tomorrow we'll work on the greenhouse," he murmured in her ear. "Ooh, I love when you talk about gardening." He laughed as he released her. "I'll see you when I get back." She smiled as she watched him walk out of the open garage. Then she turned to Stephen. "All right, let's take these into the house." "Hi, Mom," Emily said as she walked up the driveway. "Just in time," Melissa called out. "You can help us bring these inside." "All right." "How is Madison's family?" "I guess they're doing okay," she said as she picked up a tray of starts. "They're sleeping in their family room, too. They have a lot more firewood than we do, though." That was one thing, one of many, that Melissa was worried about. Whether their firewood would last them through the cold spring, and where would they get more firewood for winter? She would have to discuss it with Alex. She was sure the same questions had crossed his mind. Maybe he'd already been considering a solution. It was true that they had months until winter, but they needed to prepare now. With their fireplace being the only source of heat, they would need quite a bit of firewood to take them through the freezing months. "How do you want to set these up?" Emily asked as she walked into the house. "For now, put the trays on the dining room table, and then we'll move the portable table into the house." Melissa perused the space. "Maybe we can put it in front of the sliding glass door, the side that doesn't open. That will provide a lot of sunlight for the seeds." "Good idea, Mom." "What are you guys doing?" Jason asked as he slowly walked into the family room. His hair stood up in a couple of places, reminding Melissa of when he was a small boy. Her heart swelled with love for her oldest child, and when she considered how he could have been killed by that gunshot, her heart clenched with deep sorrow. If something had happened to him... But it didn't, she reminded herself. He was okay. The injury wasn't too severe, and he was on antibiotics. He would be fine. "We planted a whole bunch of seeds," Stephen said with pride. Nodding, Jason asked, "Where's Dad?" His forehead furrowed. "Is he still at Home Depot?" Thankful the answer was no, Melissa shook her head. "He got back a while ago." Where do you think we got the seeds? Stephen asked with a roll of his eyes. Jason laughed. Oh yeah, right. He's meeting with the security committee, Melissa said. Do you think I can help patrol? Stephen asked. I don't know. She hoped no one would expect such a young teenager to take on such a big responsibility. I think there are plenty of adults to do that. His chin tilted down as he frowned. I'm sure they'll figure out something for you to do, Jason said. Stephen perked up. Really? Melissa shifted her eyes to Jason, who gave her a look that said he was only trying to appease his younger brother. Although she appreciated that, she didn't want to get Stephen's hopes up, because she wanted to keep her youngest child safe and sound at home. Yes, really, Jason said. Melissa kept her thoughts to herself, and instead concentrated on putting the trays of starts in the sunshine. Chapter 19. Alex. I'm back, Alex said, as he walked into the house late that afternoon. He went into the kitchen where Melissa was watering the seeds she'd planted earlier. She gave him a smile. Hey. Where are the kids? Stephen went to Logan's house for a while, and Jason and Emily are upstairs. She set down the watering can. How was the meeting? Exhausted after the trip to Home Depot, and then the long meeting, he sank into a chair at the kitchen table. Somewhere between contentious and productive. Sounds fun, she said with a smirk. Did Luke go? I wasn't sure he would feel up to coming, but he insisted on being there. Good thing, though. He's a living example of what can happen, which I'm sure helped convince some who are in denial about the state of the world. Wait, are you saying some people don't get what's happening? Believe it or not, yeah. There were a couple of people at the meeting who think this is just some kind of long power outage. Really? Even when their cars don't work? I guess some people prefer to deny reality rather than face it. Then why would they want to be on the security committee? If they want to bury their heads in the sand, wouldn't they rather do that at home? Alex had wondered the same thing. In one case, I don't think anyone else in the neighborhood volunteered. She shook her head, then sat in the chair adjacent to his. So, what's the plan? Not looking forward to her reaction, he said, They want to do weapons training. Why do you have that look on your face? It's a good thing, right? I know I could use more training. Because they want to train everyone 12 and over. She recoiled, just as he had expected. But we can say no, right? I know Stephen would love to get his hands on a gun, but come on. He's not ready for any kind of training. She said the word like Stephen would be expected to go to war. Alex wasn't thrilled about it either, but he had agreed to the committee's suggestion because he wanted every member of his family to be able to defend themselves, including Stephen. He reached out and placed his hand on Melissa's, then in a soft voice said, It would be better for him to have formal training so that when he's faced with a situation, he'll know what to do. You, more than most, know what kind of people are out there. Melissa loudly sighed. I know, I don't like it. I don't either. Anyway, it's not a definite thing yet. The cooperative will make the final decision tonight. He paused. I'm going to vote yes. Melissa's lips pressed into a straight line, then she softly exhaled through her nose and nodded. Glad she was accepting of what had to be, Alex gave her hand a gentle squeeze. I'm going to move the truck into the garage, and then I'm going to put a lock I got at Home Depot on the storage room door. Afterwards, let's get dinner ready, because I have that meeting with the cooperative at 7. By the time he'd put the strong lock on the door to the room where their food was stored, Melissa had pulled together dinner using their leftovers from the barbecue, and Stephen had come home. Once all 5 of them were seated and eating, Stephen looked first at Emily, then at Jason. Did Dad tell you guys what happened to Luke? They both shook their heads. Some guys beat him up while they were at Home Depot. His eyes were wide as he spoke, and then he took a large bite of cold grilled chicken. How bad is he hurt? Emily asked, her expression pinched. You should have seen his face, Stephen said before Alex even opened his mouth to answer. All swollen and bruised. He pressed his fingers to his own face to emphasize his words. He looked bad. He's doing okay, Alex said with a side eye to Stephen, who turned his focus away from his father's reaction and to his plate. I'm sure he'll be just fine. How many were there? Jason asked, his tone serious. Alex hadn't told Melissa the details, and didn't plan to. Still, he could answer this question. 3. Now, Stephen, tell me how Logan's family is doing. Has his father come home yet? Although Alex expected the answer to be no, he wanted to change the topic. Stephen shook his head. No, and his family's really worried. Not sure what to say, because Alex knew they had good reason to be worried, he gave Stephen a small smile. All we can do is pray for a safe return. Stephen nodded. When they were done with dinner, it was nearly time for the meeting. We'll clean up, Melissa said. You get going. I don't want you to be late. Thanks. He gave her a kiss, then headed out the front door. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, and there was a distinct chill in the air, but the sky was clear. No storms that night. Hey, neighbor, Stan called as he stepped out his front door. Hey, Alex said with a smile as he stopped at the bottom of Stan's driveway and waited for him. They began walking to Brian's house. I want to give you a heads up on a proposal the security committee has asked me to make tonight. Oh? What's that? Alex told him about the weapons training for everyone 12 and up. I can see the reasoning, but there are plenty of 12-year-olds in our neighborhood I wouldn't feel comfortable handing a gun to. A few teenagers, too. True. I guess I was mostly thinking of Stephen. He's not exactly what you would call mature, but I know he would take gun safety seriously. Well, let's see what everyone else says. It didn't take long to reach Brian's street, and as they approached his house, Alex saw a few other people arriving to the meeting. He waved to them, then he and Stan went inside the house. A fire was burning in the fireplace, and with chairs forming a large circle, the space had a cozy feel. Good evening, Brian said, with a welcoming smile and a handshake. Hello, Alex said, with a smile of his own, and as he and Stan took their seats, Alex couldn't help but feel being with these people was a nice reprieve from all the ugliness outside their neighborhood. He just hoped this meeting would be a little less contentious than the security meeting had been. He thought about the arguing that had ensued when Luke had flatly stated that they needed neighborhood patrols 24 hours a day. It would take a lot of people to keep that going, and some didn't want to commit to that kind of time. When some had argued that nightly patrols were sufficient, Alex couldn't help but think that they had no idea what it was really like outside their neighborhood bubble. In the end, they'd asked Alex to bring it up to the cooperative and had said they would abide by their decision. Now it was up to Alex to convince them. Chapter 20. Alex. Welcome, everyone, Brian said as he called the meeting to order. Alex studied the others in the room. Besides Brian and his wife Wendy, there were 20 attendees, 2 from each street. No one who had been at the security committee meeting was there. Alex was the only member of both the security committee and the cooperative. That was fine with him, although he wouldn't have minded having at least one other security committee member there to back him up. First, Brian had each person introduce themselves, and Alex tried to remember names. Then, Brian led a discussion on how each street was doing so far. When that was done, he said, I understand the security committee met earlier today. He turned to Alex. You were there, correct? Alex nodded. Yes. All eyes shifted to him. I'm here representing the security committee. Meeting the eyes of all the representatives, he said, we have 2 recommendations we'd like to present. First, there needs to be patrols around the clock. And second, we want to provide weapons training for everyone 12 and over. A few people gasped, and Alex heard murmurs of, 12 years old? And, that's too young. Brian held up his hands. All right, let's take these one at a time. He waited until everyone was silent. First, round-the-clock patrols sound like a good idea. How many people are we talking about? One man asked. Alex recalled his name as Kurt. Prepared for the question, Alex said, 2 teams of 2 taking 4-hour shifts, plus the 4 people manning each of the 2 barricades who also work in 4-hour shifts. That's 12 people on at a time for 4 hours each. So, in a 24-hour period, we would need 72 people. Wow, one woman said. That's a lot of people. It is, but if we want to keep our neighborhood secure, we need good coverage. What about all the other things people need to do to survive? Another man asked. It's going to take a lot of time to find food, plant a garden, learn new skills. He shook his head. How are we going to fit it all in? Security has to be a top priority, Alex said. If you're not safe, how are you going to plant a garden or do any of those other things? Most heads nodded in agreement. Which brings me to the other proposal. Weapons training for everyone 12 and over. The more people who are trained, the more we can spread out security duties. But 12 years old? Kurt said with a smirk. That might be a bit too much to ask. I have a 13-year-old son, Alex said, and believe me, I'm not thrilled to hand him a gun, but when push comes to shove, he needs to be able to protect himself and to help protect my family. So yes, I wish it didn't have to be this way, but this is the world we live in now. Hold on, a man named Todd said as he held up his hand. You act like it's the end of the world. Sure, things look bad, but for all we know, life will be back to normal in a few weeks. In a few weeks, half the country will be dead, Alex shot back, frustrated that people had so much trouble accepting reality. Todd recoiled, as did several others, their faces showing complete disbelief. Others, however, wore grim expressions, like he was only confirming what they suspected. Where did you come up with that? Todd asked. Then he chuckled. Although it's not like we can fact-check you. No, you can't. But before this happened, I did some research, and the experts said if an EMP were to happen, it would take years, maybe 10 years, to bring the power grid back online. During that time, 90% of the population will die from things like... Alex held up his hand and touched one finger at a time. Starvation, dehydration, disease, murder, suicide. He dropped his hands into his lap. And most of those deaths will occur in the next few months. Almost every mouth hung open, but Todd's head was tilted as he rolled his eyes. I don't think it'll be that bad. Almost ready to give up on the idiot, instead Alex asked, Where were you when the EMP hit, Todd? Todd frowned. Working from home. Why? Have you been outside the neighborhood since the EMP? Shoulders back and chest jutting out, he shook his head. No need to. I have everything I need right here. Uh-huh. Well, if you took a moment to see what's outside your little bubble, you might begin to understand the peril we're facing. Todd shook his head, his lips twisted into a sneer of disbelief. Come on, you're exaggerating for effect. Not wanting to share the number of men he'd killed in the last few days, Alex clenched his jaw and shook his head. These people needed to understand what they were facing. Have you ever killed someone, Todd? Todd's head jerked back. No, of course not. Then his eyes narrowed. Have you? A few days ago, I would have said no. Todd's eyes widened. What are you saying? Are you a... He visibly swallowed. A murderer? Alex felt his temper rising and his nostrils flared. That depends. Now Todd's face paled. On what? Do you consider it murder to kill someone who is beating our friend and neighbor Luke Holt to death? Todd shook his head. What are you talking about? I heard about that, Kurt said. You guys went to get supplies today, and some men attacked Luke, you, and Stan. Kurt's eyes cut to Stan, who sat beside Alex. You had to step in and shoot someone, is that right? Now all eyes went to Stan, who shifted in his chair like he was uncomfortable with having to share what had happened. Even so, he said, Yes, that's right. He focused on Todd. What Alex said is 100% correct, Todd, and it would be in your best interest to listen to his advice. Todd was silent, then he steepled his fingers in front of his mouth before giving a slow nod. Okay, fine. He pointed his clasped hands toward Alex. I will defer to your expertise. Glad the man had seemed to come around. Although not at all happy that he'd had to admit to killing people, Alex didn't say anything. Will half the country really be dead in a few weeks? Wendy asked, her chin trembling. Wishing he didn't have to be the one to give people a dose of reality, Alex nodded. But that doesn't mean half of our neighborhood will be dead. That's right, Brian said. That's why we're meeting, to get on top of things before they go that far. If we work together, our chances of survival soar. He looked to Alex for what seemed to be confirmation. Brian's right. If we stand together, we'll be stronger. But you really think we need to train our preteens on how to use guns? Wendy asked. Shouldn't we have enough older teens and adults to do those patrols you talked about? Alex didn't want to point out the next part, but he knew he had no choice. You're thinking about basic things like patrols, but what if we're attacked? We need as many able-bodied people to help defend our neighborhood as we can get. Attacked by who? Someone else asked. Other neighborhoods, Stan said. Ones who aren't prepared. People who are desperate. Maybe we could help them, Wendy suggested. Wanting to immediately blast the idea, but also seeing that Wendy was a compassionate person, Alex softly exhaled. You could, he began, but not only would that be taking food out of the mouths of your own family, but do you think those you help will go away and not come back asking for more? Wendy, Brian said as he faced his wife, do you remember when you started feeding that stray cat a few years ago? Yes. Once you gave it food, it came back every single day, without fail, wanting more. You became its only source of food. Her lips pressed together like she understood his point but didn't like it. People are coming to the barricade daily, Alex said. I saw it for myself. They want food and shelter. He shook his head. Of course we want to help people, but we have to draw the line somewhere. And really, those aren't the people we need to worry about. It's the people who are emotionally damaged before the EMP, the ones whose evil natures no longer have to be restrained, the ones who have no one to stop them. They are the ones who will attack without mercy, who will take what they want without a thought to who they hurt or kill. Those are the people we need to be prepared to face. He paused to let that sink in. Wendy stood and left the room. Alex watched her go. She would have to come to accept reality on her own timeline. He just hoped it wouldn't take too long, and it made him appreciate Melissa and her pragmatic nature all the more. So, Kurt said, his eyebrows drawn together as he leaned forward and rested his forearms on his knees. What do we do? Wishing Luke was there to guide them, Alex said, We train. We prepare. Everyone who is able. I'm convinced, Kurt said as he sat up straight. Me too, several others said. My daughter's 12, one man said. There's no way I'm putting a gun in her hands. I propose that we up the age to 14. He paused. Although if a parent feels their 12 or 13-year-old is capable, we could make an exception. That sounded reasonable to Alex. All in favor of weapons training for those 14 and up with possible 12 and 13-year-olds say aye, Brian said. Aye, Alex said, as did everyone else in the room. And all in favor of the patrol schedule Alex laid out say aye, Brian said. That was unanimous as well. Okay, Brian said. Let's schedule the first training for tomorrow morning at 9 at the elementary school. If you can let people on your street know, that would be helpful. We'll defer discussing the food situation until our next meeting. The food committee meets tomorrow, so until then, I don't have anything to discuss, unless any of you have something to say. Alex shook his head, as did Stan. All right, let's move on to medical. As the meeting went on, Alex sat back and listened, his mind on the patrol he would be going on that night. Chapter 21. Alex. What did they decide? Melissa asked Alex the moment he walked in the door. The house was dim, lit by a few candles and the battery-operated lantern Melissa held. Hoping she would agree that Stephen should have training, Alex told her that they could choose in his case. She looked down, her forehead wrinkling, then she lifted her eyes to his. What do you think we should do? Do about what? Stephen asked as he came down the stairs, stopping beside them where they stood in the foyer. Baxter was right on his heels. Alex gave Stephen a smirk. What to do about interrupting an important conversation between your parents? Looking sufficiently chagrined, Stephen walked past them and into the kitchen. Don't eat anything, Melissa called after him. But I'm hungry, he called back. She looked at Alex and tilted her head, her eyebrows rising. That boy is always hungry. Good thing we have a decent supply of food then. Keeping his gaze on her, he lowered his chin. A supply we want to defend against thieves and marauders. She narrowed her eyes, then loudly sighed as her expression smoothed out. I don't know how many marauders we'll have in our neighborhood, but I get your point. Alex hoped there wouldn't be any marauders, but he knew that eventually desperation not only in their city, but in their own neighborhood, would reach a crescendo, and that it was important that every family member could defend themselves. "So, you agree that all members of our family will get training?" Her lips flattened, but she nodded anyway. "I don't love it, but I can see it would be foolish to refuse." He drew her into his arms and held her close. "You have no idea how much I appreciate that you're not burying your head in the sand." She gently pulled away and gave him a half-smile. "I never told you this, but the man who helped us save Tamara at the Arctic Circle, I watched him kill 2 men right in front of me. One of them by slitting his throat, the other by stabbing him in the neck." Her face blanched as she spoke. "I also—" she visibly swallowed. "I saw Tyler gunned down, not to mention the 3 in our group who were killed before they took Tamara." Stunned, because he had no idea that she'd experienced that level of violence, Alex stared at her. "So I know how bad it is out there and what people will do." She shook her head. "There's nothing we can do but be prepared. So yeah, I hate that our 13-year-old son has to be trained on weapons, but I'm also grateful that he'll know how to defend himself." Pleased that she was on the same page as him, he embraced her once again. "I don't know about you," she said as she drew away, "but I'm about ready to go to bed. I'm tired." She held up the lantern, "And there's not a whole lot I can do by this light. Plus, I don't want to waste the battery." "Good idea. Let's get ready for bed, but I have to be back up at 2 in the morning to patrol." She grimaced. "That's no fun, since it's in the middle of the night and so cold." She paused. "I suppose once I've had some training, I'll need to take a shift too." He hadn't really thought of that, but it was true. "Yeah, I suppose you will." He chuckled. "But maybe not in the middle of the night." She shrugged. "You never know." They went into the family room where the kids were hanging out, and Baxter was curled up on Stephen's sleeping bag. The heat from the fire warmed the room, and the flames gave off a cozy glow, belying the reason they had to have a fire in the first place. "Tomorrow we begin weapons training," Alex announced. "All of us?" Stephen asked, his hands clasped under his chin and his eyes alight. "Yes, all of us." To his credit, Stephen didn't jump up and down in celebration, but instead grinned broadly and said, "Yes!" Alex looked at Emily to see her reaction. To his surprise, she wore a look of determination. "That's good, Dad. I want to learn how to use a gun. I don't really feel comfortable with them yet, but I want to." She paused. "I need to." Nodding his approval, he shifted his attention to Jason. "Do you think you'll be up for going?" Jason, who was stretched out on top of his sleeping bag, nodded. "Yeah, I don't feel too bad. Plus, all this laying around is making me pretty bored. I want to get out of the house." "Good. Training starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the elementary school." Alex turned his focus on Stephen. "Before you get ready for bed, I need you to go to each house on our street and tell them about the weapons training. Can you do that?" Leaning forward, he rapidly nodded. "Yeah." Glad his son had so much enthusiasm, Alex smiled. "Perfect. Go do that now." Once Stephen returned and reported he'd been able to tell everyone, except the 4 houses where the residents still hadn't come home, they all settled down into their sleeping bags. Alex spoke quietly to Melissa. "Do you think we ought to bring our mattresses down tomorrow?" She shifted around like she was trying to decide how comfortable the sleeping bag actually was. "Since we'll be sleeping down here until the weather warms up, yeah, I think it would be a lot more comfortable. We'll just have to stack them up each morning so we can still use this room." "I vote for mattresses," Emily said. Alex chuckled. "What about you 2 boys?" "I second the motion," Stephen said. "I'd prefer my mattress," Jason said. "All right, it's unanimous. Tomorrow we bring the mattresses down." After that, everyone settled down, and Alex managed to sleep until the wind-up alarm clock he dug out of a drawer and set for 1:45 went off. Melissa stirred beside him, but he quickly turned the alarm off. Getting out of his sleeping bag, he glanced at the kids. None of them seemed to have noticed the alarm ringing, although Baxter lifted his head from his paws and watched Alex. After he got out of his bag, Alex went to Baxter and scratched his head. "Stay here, boy," he whispered. Baxter set his chin back on his paws, and Alex flicked on his flashlight. Using it to light the way, he went up to the master bedroom. It had to be 20 degrees colder up there, which made him grateful they had a warm place within their house. He changed into warm clothes, geared up, then went back down to the family room. He added 2 more logs to the fire, then kissed Melissa, who was partially awake, goodbye. Slipping out the front door, Alex paused to look up and down the street. No one was out, and nothing stirred. Chapter 22. Alex. A breeze sent a chill coursing over Alex as he walked to the patrol rendezvous point. Although he wanted to jam his hands into his pockets, it was more important to keep them free and available in case he ran into trouble. Instead, he blew into them, then rubbed them together. He reached the corner where he was to meet up with Jim, his patrol partner, and there he was. Glad the man valued punctuality, Alex softly called out, "Hey, Jim." Jim, whose head had been going from side to side as he checked the area, nodded at Alex. "Good morning." Yeah, it was morning, although it felt like the dead of night. "Everything seems pretty quiet," Alex said. "Yep, let's hope it stays that way." They began walking, both of them constantly scanning. An occasional dog barked, but other than that, it was silent. Alex looked up at the stars, which were brilliant in the complete darkness. "How's your family doing?" Jim asked in low tones. Alex glanced at the man. He'd first come into contact with him the night before, when he and Luke had stopped by the barricade. Jim had been one of the men guarding it. He was also on the security committee. "They're doing all right," Alex said. "Yours?" "To be honest, my wife is struggling, which translates to our kids struggling." "How old are your kids?" "My boys are 8 and 10, and my daughter is 6. Glad his kids were older and able to understand what was happening, and that they were dealing with it pretty well, Alex said, "It's a tough situation." "Yeah." Jim was quiet. Then he said, "The meeting was interesting." Alex remembered Jim staying silent during the security committee meeting, but he had voted yes on both the patrol schedule and the weapons training proposal, so Alex assumed he was on board with both ideas. "Sure was," Alex said with a frown. "Frustrating that some people refuse to accept reality." He shook his head. "Gonna make it hard for them to adjust." "Can't argue with that," Jim said. "By the way, what did the cooperative decide? I haven't heard." Alex hadn't had a chance to get back to any of the security committee members about the decision. "At first there was some reluctance on both proposals, but eventually they came around, although the weapons training will be optional for 12 and 13-year-olds. Jim nodded. "I suppose that makes sense." They rounded a corner to another street. No candles burned in any of the houses, although the smoky smell of fireplaces was strong. The houses in their neighborhood were 40 years old, so most houses still had wood-burning fireplaces. Good thing. Gas fireplaces, which were common in newer homes, were useless now. A scream shattered the night air. Alex's head jerked toward the sound. "I think it came from the next street over," Jim said. "Help! Fire!" a female voice cried out. "Oh no," Alex murmured. Then he and Jim began running. Moments later, he saw it. Flames shooting out of a living room window. "Is anyone inside?" he asked the woman who stood in the street, her hands pressed to her face. "What?" she asked as she turned to him, the reflection of the flames dancing in her eyes. "Is anyone inside the house?" he asked again. She slowly shook her head. "No, but my house, it's—" She stared at him. "Can you put it out?" Alex turned and studied the house. In the few moments since he'd been there, the flames had only grown larger. They were now licking at the eaves. He turned to the woman. "No, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do." She burst into loud sobs, her shoulders shaking. "When Brad gets home, he's going to be so mad at me." "Brad your husband?" With tears streaming down her face, she nodded. "Where is he? Is he on patrol?" Alex didn't know who else was scheduled to patrol just then. She shook her head. He hasn't come home yet." Alex contemplated the woman. If he were to guess, he'd say she was somewhere in her 50s. "I didn't know how else to stay warm," she said as she stared at her house, tears glistening on her cheeks. What happened? She turned to face him. We converted our wood-burning fireplace into gas just last year. It was so cold. I had to do something. Her lips rolled together, nearly disappearing inside her mouth. After a moment, she said, I knew it was a bad idea, but I did it anyway. I brought the grill into the house. It's a charcoal grill. I guess one of the hot coals must have fallen onto the carpet. Alex could only imagine what she was feeling. What am I going to do now? She asked, her eyes pleading. He was wondering the same thing. Do you have children? Yes, but they live out of state. I haven't spoken to them since before the power went out. Alex glanced around and saw Jim talking to a couple who had come out of their house. The neighbors on either side of the burning house came running out, which was when it occurred to Alex that the fire could spread. What if it burned down the whole street? What if it kept going and burned down the entire neighborhood, including his house? This could be catastrophic. Susan, another woman said as she wrapped an arm around the woman whose house was on fire. Come with me. You can stay at our house. Glad a neighbor was stepping up, Alex went to Jim, who moved away from the couple he'd been talking to and toward Alex. Frowning deeply, Alex said, This could be really bad. Jim nodded. I know, but there's nothing we can do about it. Nope, no fire department to call. Not that they could do anything either. He shook his head. I just hope it doesn't spread. Jim frowned. Me too. Does anyone have any water we can use? The man who lived next door to the burning house called out. No one replied. If anyone had water, they weren't going to waste it on trying to douse a fire that had no chance of being put out. Please, the man said. I don't want my house to burn down. Neither do we, a woman said. Alex thought she had come out of the house on the other side of the one on fire. Alex didn't say anything. He had no solution to this. The only thing that mattered, the only thing they could even do, was make sure no one got hurt. I can't believe our house might burn down because of someone else's stupidity, the man said, his voice loud and angry. The woman by his side put her hand on his arm, but he shook her off. What idiot puts a barbecue grill in their house? Alex shifted his eyes to Susan, the woman whose lack of forethought had caused her to lose her own house and might be the cause of others losing theirs. Her hands were pressed to her face as her shoulders shook. Alex felt sorry for her, but if his house was threatened by someone else's poor decision, he didn't think he would be feeling too charitable either. Turning back to the burning house, he watched helplessly as it continued to burn. The heat radiating from the house had melted all the snow within a 20-foot radius, and he feared it would damage the neighboring houses. There's nothing we can do here, Jim said from beside him. We need to continue our patrol. With a final look at the fire, Alex turned and walked away, hopeful that only the one house would burn. Chapter 23. Alex. When Alex's patrol shift ended, before he went home, he made his way back to where the house had been burning. Throughout his shift, he and Jim had checked on the fire and had watched the rapid progression of the flames. Now, as faint light from the east began to light the early morning, he couldn't miss the stink of smoke thick in the still air. It had been an hour since he'd last been by the house, and as he turned down the street, it was as he'd feared. Not only had the house burned to the ground, but the houses on both sides had significant damage as well. They still appeared to be inhabitable, but the siding that was closest to the burned-down house had melted and warped. What did the inside of the houses look like? No one was around to watch the house smolder. Should someone be keeping an eye on it? There was no breeze, so perhaps the danger of a stray ember floating onto someone else's roof wasn't high. At least he hoped not. Shaking his head at how needless this had been, how easily preventable, Alex turned and headed home, and when his house came into view, his spirits lifted. When he let himself in and saw his family still sleeping, he smiled before taking off his shoes and coat and sliding into the bed he shared with Melissa. She stirred, rolling over before smiling at him with sleepy eyes. Wrapping her in his arms, he quickly fell asleep. He woke to Stephen gently shaking him and calling out, "Dad! Dad! Breakfast is ready!" Not feeling all that rested, Alex forced himself to get up. He joined his family at the breakfast table to eat a large bowl of hot oatmeal. "Are we still planning on bringing the mattresses downstairs?" Emily asked. "Because I'll help." The thought of curling up on his nice mattress instead of on the sleeping bag and air mattress sounded heavenly. "Yeah, we'll do it before bed tonight." "Awesome," Emily said as she scooped up a spoonful of oatmeal, then placed it in her mouth. "When should we leave for weapons training?" Stephen asked, with a hopeful expression. Alex checked his watch. "After we clean up from breakfast." "I'll do it," he said as he leapt from his seat and carried his bowl to the sink. Giving Melissa a glance, Alex saw her shaking her head, but she was also smiling, at least a little. "Thanks, Stephen," Alex said with a smirk. Once breakfast was done and cleaned up, Alex and Melissa went to their gun safe. "I should probably wear this all the time," Melissa said as she slid her .380 into her inside-the-waistband holster. "Yeah, I think you should." Alex already had his Glock on his hip, but he took out 2 additional handguns for his children to use. Not wanting either Stephen or Emily to carry them just yet, he put them in his coat pockets before he and Melissa went back down the stairs. "Everyone ready?" "Yeah," Stephen said, "but what about Baxter?" "Let's leave him here." "Okay." Stephen led the way out the front door. Alex noticed that Jason wasn't limping as much, which was a positive sign. It hadn't been too long since he'd gotten the flesh wound from being shot, but he seemed to be doing well, and Alex continued to be grateful that they'd managed to get their hands on antibiotics. "Not quite as cold today," Melissa commented, as the kids went ahead of them. "It was plenty cold last night while I was patrolling." She gave him a sympathetic smile. "I'm glad we have our fireplace to keep us warm," he added as they walked down the sidewalk. "But we need to be super careful with it." "Why do you say that?" He knew his tone gave away his concern. Trying to suppress a frown, but not succeeding, he said, "Last night someone's house burned down." Melissa gasped. "What? Whose? From their fireplace?" He shook his head. "A woman named Susan. I don't know her. They have a gas fireplace, and she was cold, so she brought her charcoal grill inside. She thinks a hot coal fell onto the carpet." "Oh, no." "Yeah. The houses on either side of hers are damaged as well." Melissa was quiet. "Maybe we should talk to everyone on our street about it. Make sure they're careful. I don't want anyone else's house to catch on fire, but I really don't want our house to catch on fire because of someone else." "My thoughts exactly. I'll talk to Stan about calling a meeting of our neighbors. I'm sure many of them have heard about the fire, or will soon." They walked the rest of the way to the school, and when they got there, they saw a large number of people gathered, many of them carrying weapons. Looking forward to the training, mostly because he wanted his kids to start learning what they needed to know, he walked beside Melissa, stopping when they reached the place where everyone was clustered. To his surprise, he saw Luke standing at the front. His face was black and blue, but he was standing straight and tall. When he saw Alex, he gave him a chin lift. Alex nodded back. A few minutes later, Luke said, "All right, I think everyone who's going to come is here, so let's get started." "What happened to you, Officer Holt?" a teenage boy called out, touching his own face to emphasize the question. Luke's eyes flicked to Alex before going back to the boy. "Had a little run-in with some bad guys yesterday." His eyes went back to the assembled crowd. "Which is why we're having this training. There are bad people out there, and we all," he slowly swept his eyes over everyone there, "need to know what to do when faced with people who wish to do us harm." A soft murmur arose, and Luke waited until it quieted before he went on. "First, let's talk about gun safety. Does anyone know rule number 1? "Always treat a gun like it's loaded," a man called out. Luke nodded. "That's exactly right. And what's rule number 2? "Never point a gun at anything you don't intend to shoot," a woman shouted. Luke grinned. "I can see that some of you are familiar with gun safety. That's great." "And don't shoot at anyone unless you intend to kill them," another man called out without being asked. Nodding, Luke said, "Those 3 rules are critical. Break any one of them, and there's a good chance you'll end up with a tragedy." Alex shifted his focus to his children. All 3 of them were listening intently, their eyes riveted to Luke. Good. Chapter 24. Melissa. Melissa listened closely to Luke. She'd never been super comfortable with guns, Even though she had her 380, she'd hardly ever shot it. She hadn't seen a need to, and just wasn't into guns, not like Alex was. Luke drew his sidearm and pointed it at the blacktop. He removed the magazine, then demonstrated how he was making sure there wasn't a bullet in the chamber. He always pointed the gun in a safe direction. Then he demonstrated how to rack the slide. Once you pull the slide back, don't ride it back. Instead, let it go on its own. Otherwise, you could cause a malfunction. A woman raised her hand, and Luke pointed to her. I've tried to rack my husband's gun, but it's too hard. Is there a way to make it easier? Melissa wondered the same thing. That was one thing she liked about her 380. The slide was easy to pull back, whereas she had trouble racking the slide on Alex's gun. Luke smiled. I'm glad you asked. It's not about strength, it's about technique. First, hold the gun in your dominant hand. For me, it's my right hand. Using your other hand, place the meaty part of your palm against the side like this. Then fold your hand over the top, placing your fingers on the opposite side of the gun. Make sure and keep a gap between the folded part of your hand and the gun so that just your fingers and the meaty part of your palm are touching the gun. He held his hand up and pointed the gun away, but Melissa was able to see the gap he was talking about. With as much strength as you can muster, push the gun forward with your dominant hand while keeping a firm grip on the slide with your non-dominant hand. You want the motion to be smooth. Once the slide has gone all the way back, completely let go with your non-dominant hand, letting the slide thrust forward. Luke demonstrated what he meant. I think I can do that, the woman said. Melissa hadn't seen that technique used before, but now she was eager to see if she actually could rack the slide on Alex's gun. One other thing I want to discuss with you, Luke said, is the importance of using the right size gun. When you pull the trigger, the gun needs to be an extension of your arm, and if the gun is too large for your hand, you'll end up turning the gun to the side a bit so that your finger can reach the trigger. Doing that will affect your aim. Pointing his gun at the pavement, he showed how the gun should line up directly with his arm. If my hand was smaller, I would have to turn the gun a little to reach the trigger, which would take it out of alignment with my arm. He holstered his gun. So when you choose your primary weapon, particularly those of you with smaller hands, make sure you choose a gun that fits your hand properly. Did her gun fit her hand the right way? Melissa wanted to find out. In addition, she wanted to make sure the guns her children used, she nearly shook her head in disbelief at the thought, fit their hands properly as well. Let's break into groups, Luke said, and I'll come around and go over things in more depth with each group. Please wait until I reach you before you take your gun out from where you currently have it stored. Once I'm done with your group, you can take off. What gun am I going to use? Stephen asked. Melissa wanted to tell him he wasn't going to have a gun of his own, but since she wasn't completely sure if that's what would happen, she shifted her eyes to Alex to see what he would say. We'll see, buddy, Alex said with a small smile. Good answer, she thought with a smirk. When it was their turn to have time with Luke, he asked them to take out the guns they would be using. Melissa took the 380 out of her waist holster, the holster she'd only ever tried on and never actually worn before, and Alex took out his Glock. May I see it? Luke asked her with his hand held out. Melissa handed her gun to him. He dropped the magazine and made sure the chamber was empty, then he handed it back to her. Let me see you rack it, and then I want to make sure it's a good fit for your hand. She racked it easily, then pointed it at the ground, keeping it aligned with her arm. Luke helped her with her grip, and she found that the way he was having her grip it did feel a lot more secure. Next, he took a moment with Alex to verify that he knew what he was doing, then he turned to the kids, having Emily hold Melissa's gun. I want to try my dad's gun, Stephen said, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Certain it would be too big for his hands, to Melissa's surprise, it fit fine. Guess he was getting bigger than she realized. I want to see if I can rack the slide on your gun, Alex, Melissa said. Then she turned to Luke. That method you taught seems like it will make a difference. Give it a try, Alex said, as he handed her his gun. It took a couple of attempts, but she found that with the technique Luke suggested, she could actually rack the slide on Alex's gun. Pleased, she handed the gun back to Alex. Luke took a few moments with Jason, then he turned to Alex and they discussed whether Alex had a gun for Emily and Stephen to use. I'll have to get a small one for Emily, but I do have one Stephen can use. Alex's lips pursed. but I'm not going to hand it over to him just yet. Luke nodded. I agree. Melissa noticed Stephen frowning. Luke must have too, because he turned to him and said, We'll do some target practice first. Stephen nodded. All right. When are we going to do that? Emily asked. I've got to scout out a safe location, then I'll let you know. When Luke moved on to the next group, Melissa and her family began the walk home. Though the sun was shining, it was chilly, and Melissa was eager to get home to the relative warmth of their house. We should see if Baxter's people are back yet, Alex said when they turned on their street. Almost startled by the thought, because she'd already begun to think of Baxter as theirs, Melissa nodded. Baxter wasn't theirs, and they needed to make sure he went home when, the Campbells returned. Chapter 25. Melissa. The 5 of them walked toward the Campbells' house. The place was completely silent. That didn't bode well. Although Melissa would be more than happy to keep Baxter, she wanted her neighbors to come home safely. When they reached the front door, Alex gave the door a firm knock. They waited a full minute, then he knocked again. Nothing. I don't think they're home, Dad, Stephen said. No, Alex said as he turned to Stephen with a frown. I don't think they are. We can check again later today or tomorrow, Melissa said. You left a note for them the other day, right? Yeah. So if they come home before we come back, they'll know we have Baxter. Alex nodded. All right, let's go home. We have a lot to get done today. What are we going to do today? Emily asked as they made their way down the Campbell's driveway, which still had a layer of snow. Alex turned to Melissa with a grin. Today, we're going to build a greenhouse. Cool, Stephen said. Excited at the prospect of being able to extend her growing season, Melissa smiled. Awesome! A minute later, they were walking up their driveway, and as they approached the front door, Melissa could see Baxter peering out the front window. Guess who's standing on the couch? She said with a chuckle. Alex laughed. Baxter let out a couple of barks. He's happy we're back, Stephen said. Alex unlocked the front door, and the moment it swung inward, Baxter was there, prancing around and nosing his way close to them. Hi, Baxter, Stephen said as he scratched the black lab's head. Once they were all inside, Melissa turned to Alex. What do we need to do first? To build the greenhouse. He smirked. Didn't know you were so eager. I'm eager to grow food. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. He turned to the kids who were taking off their jackets. Before you get too comfortable. They stopped what they were doing as they shifted their attention to him. We need to clear the snow in the backyard in the area of the raised beds. We'll build the greenhouse around the beds. Okay, Stephen said with uncharacteristic enthusiasm, which made Melissa wonder if he was trying to be extra good to help his case that he was mature enough to carry a gun. Let's get started. Trying not to roll her eyes, she kind of smirked, then she turned to Jason. You don't have to help if you don't feel up to it. I'm good. I'd rather be doing something than laying around. She was glad to hear that because he was young and strong and capable. Do we have enough shovels? Emily asked. I have 2 snow shovels and 2 regular shovels, Alex said, so we have enough to get started. Before long, the 5 of them and Baxter were out back. Alex measured off the area around the raised beds where the greenhouse would go, and then they got started shoveling away snow that hadn't melted off. With everyone pitching in, it didn't take long to clear the space. Next, they all helped to carry the lumber from the garage to the backyard. Do you think we'll have enough? Melissa asked. The area Alex had measured off was 14 feet by 18 feet. Enough to get started. We'll just have to see how far it takes us. Not eager for him to have to go get more lumber or any other supplies, she suppressed a grimace. They would work with what they had and go from there. They worked for several hours, putting 2x6s together to create 2-foot-high sides all the way around the greenhouse except for the doorway. Without power tools, it took longer than it would have otherwise. When the low wall was done, Alex used the remaining lumber to add vertical supports. Then he used PVC pipe to create taller vertical supports and angled roof supports that the plastic sheeting would be attached to. They stopped for lunch, but to Melissa's delight, by mid-afternoon they started using the plastic sheeting to create the walls and roof. Hey neighbor, a voice called from the side gate. "Hey, Stan," Alex called in reply. "Come on back." The gate opened, and Stan appeared. "That's looking great." Proud of what they had done, Melissa smiled. "Thanks." The kids all stood a little taller under his praise. "Guess all our noise told you we were back here," Alex said as he shook Stan's hand. Chuckling, Stan said, "That it did." Baxter raced over to Stan and started sniffing him. Stan reached down and scratched Baxter's head. "I see you still have the dog." "We checked earlier," Melissa said. "The Campbells still aren't home." Stan's lips compressed into a frown. "That's not good." They were all quiet. Then Alex asked, "What can I help you with?" "Just came by to let you know that the cooperative committee is meeting at Brian's tonight at 7. Melissa wasn't terribly surprised, although she hoped they wouldn't be meeting every night. "All right," Alex said. "Anything in particular we'll be talking about?" Stan nodded. "The food committee met today, and they have some items they need to discuss with everyone." He paused, and when Melissa saw his forehead crease, she wondered if there was a problem. Of course there was. Society was in the midst of a collapse. "What's wrong?" Alex asked Stan, saving Melissa the trouble. Shaking his head, Stan said, "Some folks are already running out of food." "Oh no," Melissa murmured. If people in her own neighborhood, people who she thought were at least somewhat prepared for emergencies, were running out of food, what was happening outside of their neighborhood? Remembering the terror of her journey home, she felt the sharp sting of fear. For the last 2 days, she'd managed to push that feeling down, to nearly convince herself that everything would be all right. But thinking that way wasn't doing herself or her family any favors. It was better to prepare for the worst-case scenarios, like dealing with desperate people, or what she and her family would do if, or when, they ran out of food. Then she looked at the greenhouse they were nearly done building. They were doing what they could now to prevent the lack of food later. Even so, she wasn't so naive that she didn't understand that growing some vegetables would only take them so far, and if someone else wanted to take their food, there would only be so much they could do. "That's bad news," Alex said with a frown. "Yeah, not sure what everyone will want to do about it. I'm willing to help to a degree, but not if it takes food out of the mouths of my family." "Same here," Alex said. "Well," Stan said, "I'll swing by a few minutes before 7 and we can walk over together." "Sounds good." Melissa went to Alex's side, and together they watched Stan go out through the gate. Emily joined them. "Are we going to give those people some of our food?" "No," Jason said. "If we do, we'll have that much less for our family." Melissa turned and regarded him. He stared back, his gaze unwavering. "What if it's someone we know?" Stephen asked. Now Melissa turned to him. She wasn't sure herself what to do. On the one hand, she didn't want anyone to starve, but on the other, what if giving away food now meant her family would starve later? Torn, she bit her lip. "I don't know, son. I'll go to the meeting and we'll see what everyone has to say, all right?" Stephen nodded, his eyes downcast. Was there something he wasn't telling them? Chapter 26. Alex. "This mattress is awkward to carry," Stephen said, as he helped Alex carry the oversized twin mattress down the stairs. It was one of the 2 mattresses from the master bedroom, at least with the bed he and Melissa used, the kind where each side could raise and lower the head and feet independently. They didn't have one huge king-size mattress. That would have been even more difficult to carry down the stairs. It didn't take too long to get all the mattresses into the family room, but now it was pretty much wall-to-wall mattresses. At least it would be more comfortable to sleep that night, and Alex wouldn't have to get up in the middle of the night to patrol. His next shift was 2 nights away at the East Barricade. He added more logs to the fire. They were burning through them much faster than he'd anticipated. He needed to get more somewhere. A knock sounded at the front door. Alex checked his watch. It was 5 minutes before 7. "Must be Stan." He grabbed his coat, then went to the door. "Howdy," Stan said. "Hey there," Alex said. Then he turned to Melissa, who had come to the door as well. "I'll see you in a little while." She nodded, smiling tightly. He guessed she was thinking about the food situation some in their neighborhood were having, and what, if anything, they should do about it. Alex walked out the front door, pausing to make sure Melissa turned the deadbolt. When he heard it slide into place, he turned to Stan and said, "Can't be too careful." "Sure can't," Stan said, his voice firm. He'd been at Home Depot, had been the one to shoot sandpaper, so he, of all people, knew exactly what was out there. They began walking to Brian's house. "Looked like you had enough supplies to build your greenhouse," Stan said. "Yeah, I wasn't sure I would, but we got lucky." Chuckling, Stan said, "I don't know how much luck was involved. I think you had a pretty good idea what to get." He narrowed his eyes. "You are an engineer. You should know a thing or two about building stuff." Alex laughed. "I guess so, although building a greenhouse isn't anything like what I used to do." Which was when it hit him that his career was over. Developing lasers wasn't something that would help them survive in the apocalypse. Not that developing lasers was even possible without computers or electricity. They reached Brian's house. Knocking before opening the door and walking in, Alex saw that most of the cooperative members had already gotten there. There were also 2 new people, presumably from the food committee. Taking their seats in the large circle of chairs, Alex couldn't help but wonder what the consensus on the food situation would be. He still wasn't sure what he was going to do. Once everyone had arrived, Brian called the meeting to order, then said, "We have Samantha and Daniel with us. They're from the food committee." He turned to them with a smile. "The floor is yours." They nodded, then Samantha said, "The food committee met for the first time today, and what we found out was concerning. Although some people in our neighborhood have enough food for a few weeks, there are also many who have either basically run out or will run out within days." Daniel picked up the narrative. "And keep in mind that there are very few that have enough food to carry them for more than a few weeks. At least," he said with a chuckle, "if they do have more than that, they're not sharing that information with us." Alex could understand that. He had zero inclination to share his family's food status with anyone. What would be the benefit of that? It would most likely make his family a target of those who are getting desperate. "So," Todd said, "what you're saying is that there are people who have plenty of food, but they're not willing to admit it?" Remembering that Todd was the one who had initially argued about the severity of their situation, although in the end he'd said he would defer to Alex's expertise when it came to security, Alex narrowed his eyes as he watched him. Was he playing devil's advocate, or was he trying to stir up trouble? Daniel shifted his eyes to Todd, then he shrugged. "There's no way to know, is there?" "What if people do have more food than they're willing to admit?" Alex heard himself ask, his attention on Todd. Todd stared back like he wasn't sure what to say, or was unwilling to get into another argument with Alex since he'd lost the last one. Alex felt all eyes on him. Ignoring that, he went on. "No one has the obligation to tell you what they have, and no one has the obligation to give their food away." Guess he knew how he felt about it after all. "If someone has a lot of food," Todd said, keeping his eyes steady on Alex, "and someone else is starving, don't those with plenty have a moral imperative to share with those who have none?" Hoping he wasn't the only one who didn't necessarily agree, Alex studied the others in the room. "What do all of you think? If your family spent the time and money to prepare for an emergency, and another family chose to spend their money on other things, and now that other family's lack of preparation puts them in a bad spot, is it your responsibility to provide for them at the expense of your own family?" Almost everyone's gaze slid to their laps or to the floor, but Todd kept his head up as he said, "Sharing with those in need is the right thing to do." Alex stared at Todd, then narrowed his eyes. "Are you in need, Todd?" Todd blinked several times, then swallowed visibly. "No." Right, Alex thought. But instead of responding to Todd's denial, he turned to the others on the cooperative. "What say you?" "I, for one," said one man, "am willing to donate a few cans of food to those in need." "I might be able to spare a few items," a woman said. No one else spoke, which Alex found telling. After several moments of dead silence, Elijah, who Alex remembered had been certain that whoever had slaughtered the Fletchers on the first night had come from outside the neighborhood, spoke up. "What about the houses where no one came home? There's got to be food in those houses that we can use for the wider neighborhood. Alex thought about the food filling the Campbells' pantry and basement, but he wasn't going to mention it. What if they came home tomorrow? They would need their food. That's an interesting thought, Brian said. How many houses on each street are currently empty? Chapter 27. Alex. Alex turned slightly to look at Stan. Stan looked back and gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. We have 3 on our street, Elijah said. 2 on ours, Todd added. The representatives from the other streets gave their counts, with all of them having at least 2 houses where residents hadn't come home yet. Stan and Alex? Brian asked. We'll have to check, Stan said, which surprised Alex. It's been a couple of days and they may have returned. Alex knew for a fact that Stan was aware that the Campbells weren't home. He told him so earlier that afternoon. Besides the Campbells, there were 3 other houses where no one had answered when he and Stan had stopped by 2 days earlier. All right, Brian said. I suggest we give those that haven't returned a day or 2 to come home. If they're still not home, I propose that we commandeer their food supply and put it in a secure location. We'll hold on to it as long as we can in case they come home. But if those who are actually here need it, we will use it to feed our neighborhood. You want to break into people's houses? Kurt asked. Then he shook his head. That's not right. Brian shifted in his seat. I don't want to, Kurt, but if people are starving and there's food available sitting in an empty house, I don't see how we have any other choice. Alex didn't like the idea either, but if his family was starving, he would have no problem taking the food from houses where the residents hadn't come home. Then again, if it was his food and he wasn't home yet, he'd be furious if people broke in and took it away. Let's vote on it, Brian said. All in favor, say aye. Hold on, Kurt said, before anyone had a chance to vocalize their vote. To be clear, when exactly would this commandeering take place? Brian looked thoughtful. Let's give them until tomorrow night to come home. If they're still not home by then, we collect their supplies the next morning and put them in a secure location. A food bank, if you will. Where is this secure location? Kurt asked. We'll figure that out between now and when we gather their supplies, Brian said. I also think we should keep each family's food segregated, so if they do come home before we've distributed their food, we can give them their own food back. Kurt nodded, although he still didn't look happy. All in favor, Brian repeated. Say aye. Reluctantly, Alex said aye, as did everyone else there, most without much enthusiasm. In the meantime, Brian said, his eyes going to each person in the room, let's keep this decision confidential. We don't want anyone jumping the gun and clearing out those houses. No, Kurt muttered loud enough for all to hear. Then there wouldn't be anything left for us. It's not for us, Brian said, sweeping his hands out to encompass all the people in the room. It's for the neighborhood. He sighed. Look, if anyone has a better idea on how to take care of those who are running out of food, I'd be thrilled to hear it. Although the decision left a bad taste in Alex's mouth, it also made sense, and he didn't have a better idea. Evidently, no one else did either. All right, Brian said, his focus on Samantha and Daniel. For now, tell those who are running low on food to hang on and that we're working on a solution. A few minutes later, the meeting broke up. Alex and Stan told everyone good night and began the walk home. When Alex was certain no one was close enough to hear, he said, Any reason in particular you didn't want to tell the cooperative how many houses on our street don't have their residents in them? In the fading light, Alex saw Stan take a deep, pained breath as he closed his eyes. To tell you the truth, he said as he glanced at Alex, although I do want to help the wider neighborhood, I'm not eager to clean out our neighbors' pantries and turn it over to the cooperative. Alex found himself nodding in agreement. Still, he asked, Why's that? For one thing, they don't even know where they'll put it. How secure will it be? Who will be watching over it? For all we know, we'll turn it over to them, and it will be gone before those on our street who might need it have a chance to receive any of it. Or what if our missing neighbors come home next week and all their food is gone? I would feel terrible if that happened. Makes sense. So what do you think we ought to do? Stan was quiet as they walked, but then he said, I think we should store a portion of it. He glanced at Alex. A large portion, in our basements. He paused a beat. Is that wrong? Was that wrong? Alex had killed 4 men in the last few days, and when he'd asked Stan if it was wrong, Stan had been nothing but supportive, and now it was Alex's turn to support his neighbor and friend. Besides, he thought Stan's reasoning was sound. "No," he said with a grin. "I think it's a great idea." Stan smiled in return. "All right, we should do it late tonight. Even though I think it's the right thing to do, I don't want anyone to know." "I agree." Then Alex thought about his family. It would be impossible to keep this from them, not when they saw the extra food in the basement. "I'm going to have to tell my family, but I'm confident they can keep it to themselves. Besides, they can help us move the food." Stan nodded. "Okay, I trust them, and the help would be welcome. Of course I'll tell Nancy, and our boys are young enough to be oblivious." They reached their street. "Let's meet up in a few hours," Stan said. "Say, at 1 o'clock. We'll start with the Campbells and go to the other 3 houses after that." "Are you certain the residents from those other houses haven't come home?" Alex asked. Stan nodded. "Yeah, I checked after I stopped by your place this afternoon." How long had Stan been thinking about this plan? "All right," Alex said. "See you at 1. With a nod, Stan walked toward his house, and Alex strode toward his door, wondering what his family would say. Chapter 28. Melissa. "You're home," Melissa said with a smile when Alex walked in the door shortly before 8 o'clock. When she'd heard the deadbolt turning, she'd met him in the entryway. "Sure am." Although he was smiling, she could tell he had something on his mind. It was in the way he avoided meeting her eyes, instead focusing intently on locking their front door and taking off his coat before hanging it in the closet. "So?" He closed the closet door and finally faced her. "So what?" "So, what did they say about the food situation? Are they asking everyone to donate to those running out?" "Not exactly." The way he said it told her the solution entailed something completely different. "All right, what then?" "Let's go into the family room so I can talk to everyone at once." That sounded rather ominous. "All right." Carrying the battery-powered lantern, Melissa led the way. The kids were in their pajamas and were sitting on the mattress-covered floor playing a game of cards by candlelight. It was like something out of the 1800s. It did Melissa's heart good to see her children getting along and actually enjoying one another's company. "When you're done with that hand, I need to talk to you guys." "Okay, Dad," Stephen said. Curious what he was going to say, Melissa was tempted to drag him into the other room to get a preview, but when she heard him sigh heavily, she decided to let him have this time to gather his thoughts before he spoke to them about whatever it was he was going to say. The kids finished their game and swiveled around to face Alex, who was sitting on the couch beside Melissa. The couch had been pushed back to allow room for the mattresses, so there was some distance between the couch and the kids. "Move closer," Alex said, motioning for them to move forward. They did, sitting cross-legged on the mattress closest to the couch. "So," Alex began, "the cooperative discussed the food situation. Like Stan told us earlier, some people are running out. Here's what we decided." He paused. Melissa wondered if it was for effect, or if he was just reluctant to tell them. "Yeah?" Emily asked. "What did you decide?" Thank you, Emily, Melissa thought, glad she hadn't been the one to ask. "You know how some families, like the Campbells, haven't come home yet?" Oh, she could see where this was going, and she wasn't sure if she liked it. "Yeah?" Stephen said, drawing out the word. "Well, we decided that for any houses where the residents haven't come home by tomorrow night, the next morning the cooperative will gather their food and put it someplace secure for safekeeping." Stephen held up one hand. "Wait, you guys are going to steal from our neighbors?" "I know it sounds bad," Alex said with a frown, "but there are people who are running out of food. If there's food to be had, should we let those people starve?" "Well, no," Stephen said. "Logan told me that his family is going to have to start rationing what they have." His eyes grew shiny, like he was on the verge of tears. "I don't want him to starve." That must have been what was on his mind earlier. Without thinking it through, Melissa said, "We won't let him starve." She meant it, but she also wasn't sure how much of her family's food she was willing to give up, because eventually they would run out too. "Really, Mom?" Stephen asked, his eyes filled with hope. Melissa glanced at Alex before meeting Stephen's eyes. "It sounds like the neighborhood will make sure he won't." So, Jason said, we're just going to, what, break into their houses and help ourselves to their food and stuff? Glad her children had a sense of right and wrong, Melissa also wanted them to see the practicality of the idea. 2 things, Alex said, saving her from having to come up with something because she wasn't actually sure how to convince them. 1, after we gather the food, we'll keep each family's stuff segregated so that if they come home before it's needed, we can give it back to them. That's good, Emily said. What's the other thing? Jason asked. The food will be kept in a secure location. What secure location? Jason asked. Who's going to be watching over it? Those were good questions, ones that Melissa hadn't even thought of yet, but she turned to Alex to see if he had answers. Well, he began as he rubbed the stubble on his chin, that's the thing. Jason's eyes narrowed. What's the thing? Alex's hand fell to his lap. Stan and I want to do something a little different. Alex's tone, like he wasn't sure how they would take what he was about to say, really got Melissa's attention. Different from the cooperative? She asked. So you voted against their idea? He shifted his eyes to her. No, but on the way home from the meeting, Stan got me thinking. About what? About whether putting all of the food from the empty houses into one place, a place they haven't figured out yet, is the best way to go about this. He frowned. What if our neighbors come home and all of their food has already been handed out to others? How would we feel if that happened to us? She wouldn't like that, not at all, and since they'd had to traverse some treacherous situations to get home, she knew it was still possible their neighbors would eventually arrive. But what had Alex and Stan cooked up? What are you suggesting? Pinching his bottom lip, he turned to her. Late tonight, at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to meet Stan at the Campbell's house and take most of their food and other useful supplies and put all of it in our basement. And then we're going to go to the other 3 houses that are empty and gather their food and supplies too. He paused. If you're willing, we can use your help. Whoa, she hadn't seen that coming, and she wasn't sure whether it was brilliant or crazy. Taking a moment to digest it, Melissa studied the faces of her children. Jason's forehead was furrowed. Emily was staring at the mattress she was sitting on, and Stephen's eyes were wide as he listened to Alex. Chapter 29. Alex. With the way his family was staring at him, Alex was beginning to feel like a horrible person. Was Stan's idea, an idea Alex had agreed with, a bad one? Having all kinds of second thoughts, he said, You know what? Forget it. I'll tell Stan no. Jason held up his hands. Hold on. I think we should do it. Rather surprised, Alex said, You don't think it's a bad idea? Like we're stealing from our neighbors? No. I think we're looking out for the neighbors on our street. The ones not home yet, and the ones who are here but getting low on food. They're the ones we need to put first. Once the cooperative takes all the food, they'll oversee handing it out. I think it should be kept more localized, to our street. That was exactly what Alex believed, and he was thrilled that Jason had stated it so well. Nodding in agreement, he said, That's pretty much Stan's argument. Plus, we don't know who will be watching over the food. We know very few people in the wider neighborhood, but we do know the people on our street. They're the ones I feel a responsibility to. And just because we store it now, Stephen said, that doesn't mean we never give it to the cooperative, right? Alex hadn't considered that, but it was true. Right. And what if, Emily began, the cooperative uses all they have, and then we come in with what we have? Assuming the Campbells and everyone else doesn't come home first, the cooperative will be glad we have it, right? He hoped that was true, but he wasn't actually sure the cooperative would see it that way. But what if before then the cooperative finds out we took it? Stephen asked. Won't they be mad at us? That seemed the more likely scenario. Even so, Alex asked, How would they find out? The only people who will know are us and Stan and his wife. Now he was not only asking his family to steal, sort of. It was more like getting the food before the cooperative did. Food that didn't belong to them either. Alex and Stan were really holding on to it for safekeeping, right? Regardless, not only was he asking his family to take the food to store it, but he was also asking them to keep that information a secret from the community. "I won't tell," Stephen said, his eye contact unwavering and his voice firm. Smiling at his son, Alex said, "Thank you." "I won't either," Emily said, her tone broadcasting that she was insulted anyone might think she would rat them out. "I'm sorry to make you guys keep a secret." "It's okay, Dad," Stephen said. "I think the Campbells would be happy that we're taking care of their stuff for them." He rested his cheek on Baxter's head as if to emphasize that they were on the Campbells' side. Alex had yet to see Melissa's reaction. To be honest, he was rather nervous, but he turned his head so that he could see her face anyway. "What do you think?" He suddenly wished he'd spoken to her in private beforehand, because now he was putting her on the spot. Placing her hand on his, she said, "I know you're a good man, Alex, and I know you wouldn't do this unless you believed it was the right thing to do." That took him aback. It also made him more deeply appreciate her unwavering support. He placed his free hand on top of hers and gave her hand a squeeze. "Thank you." Then he swiveled back to face his children. "Let's get some sleep. I'll wake you a little before 1. It didn't take long before Alex heard the soft snores of his family sleeping. He, on the other hand, stared at the ceiling, the glow of the banked embers in the fireplace casting dim shadows. The alarm clock woke Alex at 12:40. Glad he'd managed to get a few hours of sleep, and enjoying the luxury of his mattress over the sleeping bag, he stretched before gently waking Melissa. Once she was awake, he got up and woke each of the kids. Then after getting ready, he picked up the empty totes that they would use to transport the food. It was 1 o'clock when Alex opened his front door. The brisk air helped to wake him more fully, and he led his family onto the front porch. Peering into the darkness, he didn't see any motion coming from Stan's house. Was he already at the Campbells'? "Stay here, Baxter," Stephen whispered. The black lab whined, but stayed in the house. Taking a moment to make sure the people on patrol weren't within view, Alex handed the empty totes to Jason and locked the front door, then turned to his family and held his finger to his lips. They nodded their understanding before the 5 of them trooped down the driveway and across the street to the Campbells' house. When they reached the front door, Alex took the key to their house out of his pocket, glad the kids had suggested he take it when they'd gotten Baxter's dog food, and inserted it into the lock. Wait. What if the Campbells had come home since the previous afternoon when he'd last checked? Suddenly nervous, after all, it was the middle of the night, he hesitated. "What's wrong, Dad?" Stephen whispered. Chewing on the inside of his cheek, Alex glanced at Stephen, then lightly knocked. He shook his head. If they were home, they wouldn't hear such a light knock, but he didn't want to knock louder. He turned the key. The deadbolt disengaged, and he pushed the door open. "Kevin?" he softly called out. "Sarah? Are you home?" When no one replied, he motioned for his family to enter, then he closed the front door, leaving it unlocked for Stan, who he hoped would be arriving soon. With the front door closed, he called out more loudly, "Kevin? It's Alex Clark. Are you here?" Dead silence. Wanting to be sure, he turned to his family. "Wait here." After they nodded their understanding, he first went up the stairs, clearing all the bedrooms and both bathrooms, before clearing the main floor as well. Finally, he went to the basement and cleared that space. The Campbells were not home. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but immediately felt guilty. If they were home, that would be a good thing. He rejoined his family. "No one's here." Alex heard a shuffling sound coming from the front porch. At first alarmed, when he heard Stan softly call out, "Alex, you in there?" his heart settled. Opening the door, Alex smiled when he saw Stan standing on the front porch. He held the door open, and Stan walked inside. "Sorry I'm late. Guess I was more tired than I thought, and I slept through my alarm." "Well," Alex said with a wry grin, "it is 1 o'clock in the morning." Stan smiled, then shifted his eyes to Melissa and the kids before turning back to Alex with a look of uncertainty. "Are we doing the right thing here?" Before Alex could answer, Jason said, "Yes." His tone was solid and unequivocal as he held the stack of empty totes in his arms. Slowly nodding, Stan said, "All right, then let's get this done." The 6 of them went into the kitchen and began loading the totes with the food from the pantry. "Should we leave a little bit?" Stan asked, "so there's something for the cooperative to take?" It still didn't sit well with Alex that the cooperative was going to take all this food and redistribute it before even a week had passed since the EMP. After all, there was still time for people to come home. "Yeah, we probably should." He paused. "The Campbells have a lot of food in their basement. We should store that at my place as well." "I agree," Stan said. After several trips back and forth between the Campbells' house and Alex and Melissa's house, all but a small portion of the Campbells' food had been moved into a storage space in Alex's basement that was separate from his own locked-away food storage. Each time they had prepared to take a load, Alex or Stan had checked to make sure no one was around to see what they were up to, which made it feel less like a good idea and more like stealing. But since Alex knew they were keeping the food safe for the Campbells, he shoved aside any guilty feelings. The Campbells would be grateful they'd not only taken care of Baxter, but also protected their food. When they finished at the Campbells, the 6 of them began quietly walking toward the home of the Abrams family, another family that hadn't come home yet. They had just crossed the street and reached the sidewalk when a voice called out from the dark, "What are you guys up to?" Chapter 30. Alex. Startled, Alex's head snapped toward the voice, and when he saw Luke walking toward them, he relaxed, but only slightly. Luke was a police officer. In all likelihood, he wouldn't approve of what they were doing. "Hey there, Luke," Alex said, holding his hand out for a handshake. Luke took it, his smile visible in the dim moonlight. He released Alex's hand. "So, what's up? A little late for a family walk." His eyes slid to Stan, then came back to Alex. With a glance at Stan, who gave him a barely perceptible nod, Alex told Luke about the cooperative's decision to commandeer all of the food from the empty houses. "Really?" Luke asked, his forehead furrowed. "Seems a little soon, if you ask me." Then he narrowed his eyes. "That doesn't explain what you're up to." He gave a meaningful look at the empty tote Stephen was carrying. Debating whether to tell him what they were doing. What if he stopped them, or went to Brian and told him what they were up to? Alex hesitated. Then he thought about what he'd experienced with Luke and Stan at Home Depot. It gave them a kind of bond. Deciding to trust Luke, Alex told him what they were doing. Staring first at Alex and then at Stan, Luke didn't say anything for several long moments, making Alex's heart rate pick up with worry. Finally, Luke said, "If you need more space, I have room in my basement." Eyes widening in surprise, Alex said, "Yeah, okay, that would be great. Appreciate that." Then a new thought occurred to him. "How long have you been watching us?" "Not long." Turning to Stan, Alex said, "Do you think anyone else is watching?" Stan's lips pursed, then he scanned the houses within view before coming back to Alex. "Hard to say. Maybe before we go to the other houses, we should have a meeting with the adults on our street. Let them know what's going on. Get their feedback." Brian had specifically asked the cooperative members not to tell anyone. But the reason had been to keep others from clearing out the houses. Since they were already doing that, keeping the cooperative's decision a secret didn't seem as important, and it was only a matter of hours before the deadline anyway. "Yeah," Alex said. "Let's meet with the adults first thing. Then we can move the rest of the food in the daylight." The more he thought about it, the more the idea grew on him. Doing it with everyone's knowledge felt right. "Wait," Stephen said. "Does that mean we're done tonight?" "Technically it's morning," Emily said with a smirk. Chuckling, Alex said, "Yeah, let's go back to bed. We'll finish tomorrow after the meeting." They said their good nights with a plan that they would round up the adults on their street early the next morning and hold the meeting at Alex and Melissa's house. Morning came too early, but with the sun leaking in around the edges of the blinds, Alex got up. All 3 kids were still sound asleep, but when he climbed out of bed, Melissa began to stir. After giving the kids a few more minutes to snooze, he woke them and asked Stephen and Emily to go to all the neighbors on their street and ask them to meet at the Clark's house at 9 a.m. When the time for the meeting came around, Alex felt all kinds of nerves fluttering in his gut. A knock sounded on his front door. It was Stan. Alex invited him in, and they settled on the couch in the living room. With all of the mattresses taking up the space in the family room, the living room made the most sense. Besides, if all the neighbors came, there should be enough room. Out of the 14 houses on their street, 10 had people who had made it home, and since some families had small children, he didn't expect every adult to attend the meeting. There were also several families with a single parent. Soon, at least one adult from each household had arrived. Alex gave them some time to chat before he called the meeting to order. "I'm sure you're all wondering why we're having this meeting so last minute." Heads nodded all around. "First, Stan and I want to know how you're all doing food-wise." Everyone kind of looked at each other, like no one wanted to be the first to speak. Then Diana Forrest, the representative from their neighborhood who was on the food committee, raised her hand. "No need to raise your hand," Alex said with a smile. "Please." He swept a hand toward her. "Tell us what's on your mind." "Well," she began, "I thought I had more food than I have, but my family seems to be going through it faster than I thought they would." She gave a nervous chuckle. "It used to be I could run to the store to replenish my pantry so I wouldn't worry too much about it, but now, of course, I can't. I guess I need to start rationing, but—" She pinched the skin at her throat. "What happens when it's all gone?" Alex brushed his gaze over the group to see their response to what Diana had to say, and saw their expressions mirroring hers. Although it seemed as if he and his family had a decent store of food, he knew it would eventually run out as well. That made his heart stutter. "I'm in the same boat," Lisa, a woman who lived at the other end of the street, said as she met Diana's eyes. Then she turned to the group. "I think most of you know I'm a single mom, but even so, I've done my best to prepare for emergencies. But yeah, I'm afraid my 2 kids and I are going to run out of food in the next couple of weeks." Feeling even better about what he and Stan were doing, Alex nodded. "Anyone else?" 2 other neighbors expressed concern about their dwindling food supply. The rest stayed silent. Either they had plenty, or they didn't want to admit that they needed help. No matter. It was time to let them in on what was happening. Alex just hoped they would agree with what he and Stan were doing. Chapter 31. Alex. "Last night," Alex began, his armpits growing damp despite the cool temperature of the room, "Stan and I attended the cooperative meeting and some decisions were made." "What decisions?" Don asked. He was a man in his late 40s who lived a few doors down from the Campbells. "Evidently, there are a number of people in the wider neighborhood who are running low on food. There are also a lot of houses where the residents have yet to come home." Eyebrows rose as people seemed to pick up on where he was going with his comments. "If those people aren't home by tonight," he continued, "the cooperative will commandeer their food tomorrow morning and place it in a secure location to be handed out as needed." People began to speak, so Alex held up a hand and added, "But the food will be kept separated by household in case the families come home so it can be given back." "But they're going to take it," Don said. He narrowed his eyes at Alex before sliding them to Stan. "You agree to this?" "With reluctance," Stan said, "but there's something else we need to tell you." "What?" Don asked, his lip curling. Stan looked at Alex like he was asking if Alex was okay with him telling them. Alex nodded, so Stan said, that is, Alex and I, weren't super happy with the decision, so we thought it would be a good idea to move the food from the empty houses on our street into our basements so that we could keep it under our control. That is," he made a gesture to encompass the group, "under all of our control to be used by those in need on our street. And if any of those neighbors come home, of course we would give it back." Almost dreading their answer, Alex asked, "How do all of you feel about that?" They looked at each other. Then Stephanie Majors, their representative for the medical committee, said, "I like it better than the cooperative taking it. At least this way we know those on our street will benefit. Not to be selfish, but it doesn't seem right for people we don't even know to have it if we need it." Several heads nodded in agreement. "I don't think anyone should take it," Don said. "Not the cooperative and not us. It's just not right." Not wanting to escalate things, but knowing there wasn't a lot of choice, Alex said, Since the cooperative already decided to take it, don't you think it's better that we act first? Don softly grumbled, and then, wearing a sour expression, said, I suppose so, not that I'm happy about it. Look, Alex said, I know how you feel, but our plan seems like the lesser of two evils. Why didn't you just vote against the cooperative's proposal then? Don asked as he threw his arms into the air. No one on the cooperative was thrilled with the idea, Stan pointed out. But we, that is, the cooperative, figured if we didn't act, then the food would mysteriously vanish, and then those in need wouldn't have a chance to get any of it. It's still going to vanish, Don said. Only difference is, we'll be the ones taking it. Would you prefer that we leave it for the cooperative to take? Stan asked. Don's lips flattened, then he shook his head. Besides, Alex said, hoping to convince him, as well as anyone else who felt the same way, we'll use it for people like Diana. Alex swept his hand toward her. And Lisa. Don's shoulders slumped, then he nodded. Wanting to wrap this up, Alex asked, Is there anyone who won't go along with this? No one spoke. So the food will be where? Don asked. In your basement? In Stan's? And mine, Luke said. We'll take a thorough inventory that any of you can inspect at any time. Sound okay? Allowing anyone on their street to inspect the inventory at any time was a good idea, and Alex gave Luke a nod of appreciation. Fine, Don said. Okay, Alex said. For now, let's keep this to ourselves. Everyone agreed. If any of you are available to help, we can get this taken care of right now. Stan began. We already gathered the food from the Campbell's house. Eyebrows shot up. Alex added, I can use some help writing up that inventory. Diana and Lisa offered to help Melissa. Alex liked the feeling of everyone working together. Great. Let's break the rest of us up into 3 groups to gather the food and supplies from the remaining 3 houses. Everyone agreed. One more thing, Alex said. As many of you probably heard, a house burned down the other night. I did hear about that, Lisa said. How did it start? Asked Don. Alex told them what had happened and added, I don't want anything like that to happen to any of us. He looked at each person and almost didn't want to ask the next question because he didn't have a solution if they said no. Even so, he asked, Are all of you keeping warm? Do you have wood-burning fireplaces? To his surprise, every person nodded. Relieved, he said, That's good. Just be careful with your fires. After that, they got to work, and with everyone helping, it took less than 2 hours to clear out the other houses of food and other useful supplies. In the end, everyone decided to not leave any food in the pantries and went back to the Campbell's house to get the food they'd left there. The truth would come out soon enough, so there was no reason to leave anything for the cooperative. It took a couple more hours to inventory and organize everything in Alex's, Stan's, and Luke's basements. Everyone went home except Luke and Stan. Alex stood with them in his basement, which was when they realized they had a new problem. Who's going to make sure no one takes the food? Luke asked as he looked over the cans of vegetables, boxes of crackers, jars of spaghetti sauce, and other goods, as well as the number 10 cans of wheat, rice, and the other food they'd commandeered. Good question, Stan said with a laugh. Especially since multiple people know where the food is stored, Alex pointed out, suddenly wondering if this was a good idea after all. What if someone broke into his house to take the Campbell's food, but took his food as well? Even though the Campbell's food was stored in a separate storage area, it would be awfully tempting for a thief, a starving thief, to take it all. We'll have to always have someone on watch at all of our houses, Luke said. The bruises on his face were beginning to go from black and blue to a greenish tint. At least our houses are next to each other, Stan said. That will make it a little easier, I suppose. The 3 of us can't be the only ones guarding the food. We have to have the freedom to leave and do other things as well, so we'll have to have others on our street take turns patrolling, although if we're home, I don't think we'll need a guard. What do you guys think? I agree, Luke said. When we're home, it should be all right. But if one of us goes somewhere, we need to let each other know or have someone patrolling around our house. Which brings up another question, Stan said. Whoever is guarding will just stay outside, right? Not have access to the inside of our houses? Alex had thought of the same thing. Yeah, I don't want anyone outside of my family going inside my house. I'm fine with anyone on our street checking the inventory of what we're storing, but only when I'm home to oversee it. I don't want anyone poking around in my basement unsupervised." "Sounds good to me," Stan said, and Luke nodded his assent. With that settled, Alex walked Stan and Luke to the front door and stepped onto the porch with them. "Is that Brian?" Stan asked with a chin lift in the direction of a man storming up the street toward Alex's house. "Yeah," Alex said, reading fury on the face of the man who led the cooperative. "Do you think he found out what we did?" Chapter 32. Alex. "Is it true?" Brian boomed out as he marched up the driveway to Alex's house. "Did you take it? All of it?" He reached the porch where Alex stood with Stan and Luke. Brian balled his hands on his hips, and it almost seemed as if steam was escaping from his ears. Not wanting to have an argument on his front porch, Alex stepped into the entry of his house and gestured for everyone to enter. "Come inside." Stan and Alex did so, but Brian narrowed his eyes before finally crossing the threshold. Alex closed the door behind him and led the men into the living room where the chairs from the earlier neighborhood meeting were still set up. Turning and facing Brian, Alex braced himself for an argument. Brian glared at Alex, Stan, and Luke in turn. "Well?" "Well what?" Luke asked, his voice calm and in control, which was when Alex realized that as a police officer, Luke was used to dealing with people who were highly emotional. Brian turned on Luke. "Did you empty out all of the houses where residents haven't come home yet?" Luke tilted his head. "You mean like you and the cooperative were planning on doing in less than 24 hours? Instead of answering, Brian shifted his eyes first to Stan and then to Alex, as if they'd somehow betrayed him by telling Luke what the plan was. Extremely interested to know who had told Brian what they were doing, Alex said, "What makes you think we did that, Brian?" Brian's upper lip quivered, like he was trying to keep his anger in check. "Let's just say a little birdie whispered in my ear." Alex wondered if the birdie was someone who had helped them move the food, or someone who had happened to see them moving it and ran to Brian to tell him. Then again, did it really matter? The point was, Brian knew, and they would have to deal with it. Sliding his eyes to Stan and then Luke, Alex could see the same thoughts going through their heads. He focused his attention back on Brian. "It's true." Eyes growing wide, like he was stunned they would admit it, Brian huffed a sound of disbelief, then he shook his head. "Why? You both agreed to the cooperative's idea just last night. What changed?" Since it had originally been Stan's idea, Alex would let him answer. "Our street had a meeting," Stan began, "and we all agreed it would be in our best interest to commandeer the food from our missing neighbors' houses ourselves and distribute it among those on our street who need it." Brian was silent for several beats. "I can only assume that means no one on your street will ask for food from the cooperative's food bank." "That's correct," Stan said, his shoulders back and chin high. "Uh-huh," Brian murmured. Alex saw Melissa come down the stairs and glanced toward him. Brian's back was to her, so he didn't see her, but Alex couldn't miss the worried expression on her face. He gave her a small smile, then turned his attention back to Brian as she disappeared into the kitchen. "Are you going to take care of your own security and medical needs too?" Brian asked. Taken aback by the question, Alex frowned. "What do you mean?" "Since you obviously don't want to be part of the cooperative's food efforts, I can only assume you don't want to be part of its security or medical groups either." Worried for Jason's healing bullet wound and any future health issues his family would face, not to mention security, Alex said, "Hold on. Just because we felt it best to manage the food for our neighborhood ourselves doesn't mean we don't want to be part of the cooperative at all." Although if it wasn't for Jason's immediate medical needs, Alex would be tempted to walk away from the cooperative because he didn't like the way Brian was acting like a dictator, which made him think of something. "Shouldn't this be something we bring up for a vote to all the representatives on the cooperative?" "Yeah, Brian," Stan said. "It's not up to you alone." Brian turned to Stan, his face growing red. "Yet it was up to you alone." He motioned between the three men, "to decide that you should take all the food in those houses." His eyes narrowed. "How many houses did you hit, anyway?" Alex kept his mouth closed. No reason to give him that information, and the fact that he was asking told Alex that no one from their street had tattled. Otherwise, he would know it was 4 houses. Instead, someone must have seen them moving the food. "That's not important," Luke answered. Brian swung around to face Luke. "Oh? Then what is important?" "Why are you so upset about this?" Stan asked before Luke had a chance to answer. "You still have nearly 24 houses you can clean out tomorrow. What's the big deal if our neighborhood is out of the mix?" Brian crossed his arms over his chest. "It's the principle of the thing. You voted for one thing and did the complete opposite." "We apologize for that," Stan said, "but we had second thoughts. We have to do what's best for our people." "Your people?" Brian narrowed his eyes. "So you do feel separate from the rest of the cooperative?" "Not necessarily," Stan replied, "but when my neighbor, a single mother, tells me she's in need of food, I want to be able to help her rather than send her to people she doesn't even know, people who may or may not give her the help she needs." Dropping his arms to his sides, Brian said, "You don't think the cooperative will take care of the needs of those in our neighborhood?" "I didn't say that," Stan said. "But that's what you're implying." Wanting to smooth things over, Alex said, "Look, we just thought it would work better for our street to keep things extremely local. Besides, for all we know, our neighbors will return and then we'll give them their food back." Brian made a scoffing sound. "And if that happens, then what will you do? Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're unwilling to put your share into the food bank, everyone on your street forfeits access to that food bank." That consequence hadn't entered Alex's mind, but if that's how things shook out, that would be a real problem. He glanced first at Luke and then at Stan. It seemed as if they hadn't thought of that either. "We'll talk it over," Stan said, "and get back to you." With a gleam in his eye, like he knew they would end up putting the food they'd gathered into the food bank, Brian nodded. "All right, talk it over and then come to my house tonight at 7. I'll have the rest of the representatives there so we can get this resolved once and for all." At that, Brian turned and strode out the front door. Chapter 33. Alex. "Well, that was fun," Stan said with a frown. The 3 of them sat down in Alex's living room. "I'm guessing someone saw us moving the food and reported it to him," Alex said. "Otherwise, he would have known it was 4 houses. "I came to the same conclusion," Luke said. "I don't like the ultimatum he gave," Stan said, "about either putting the food we gathered into the cooperative's food bank or forfeiting all rights to ask for their help." He sighed. "But I can't blame him. It wouldn't be fair for our street to not contribute and then later ask for some of their food." "True," Alex said. "Question is, what should we do? Gamble that our neighbors don't make it home, which for their sake I hope they do, or move everything into the cooperative's food bank, where we now have bad feelings between us and Brian?" His lips tugged down into a frown as a new thought occurred to him. "Once the rest of the representatives hear what we did, they'll be angry with us too." He shook his head. "I don't like the idea of turning over control of the food we collected to people who might not look at us kindly." "Good point," Luke said. They were all quiet. "This isn't something we should decide without input from our neighbors," Alex finally said. "After all, it affects them too." "I agree," Luke said. Stan nodded. "Yeah, me too." "All right, let's round everyone up again." Stan and Luke left to speak to their respective spouses, and Alex went to find Melissa. When he went into the kitchen where she was watering the seedlings, she said, "I heard everything." She set down the watering can and faced him, her eyebrows drawing together. "What should we do?" He chuckled, but the sound held no humor. "I was hoping you'd have some sage advice for me." She shook her head. "Sorry, but I'm new to this apocalypse stuff." Confident that she always had his back, he embraced her. The kids were spending time with friends just then, and he was glad. He didn't want them to be worried about this new wrinkle, although he knew they would find out what was happening soon enough. 30 minutes later, the same group that had met in Alex's house that morning was again assembled in his living room. Alex, Stan, and Luke filled the group in on what had transpired. "How did Brian find out?" Lisa asked, her gaze sliding around the room. "I don't think it was any of you," Alex said, before telling them his theory. "Makes sense," Stephanie said. "What do you all want to do?" Stan asked. "Turn the food over to the cooperative's food bank, or keep it with our neighborhood?" "Keep it here," Dawn said with a confident nod, which kind of surprised Alex. He was the one who'd been against taking the food in the first place. All eyes went to Dawn, who sat up straighter. "The deed is done. We've already stored and inventoried the food. If we give it to them now, we don't know who will ultimately oversee it. Will they give us what we need, now that there most certainly will be animosity toward us?" He shook his head. "I don't like it." "But what if our neighbors come home?" Diana began. "Don't get me wrong, I hope they do. But if we have to give all the food back, then what?" Everyone was silent. "Chances are," Melissa said, "not all of them will." She glanced at Alex. "We've been out there. I've seen people killed, right in front of me." She visibly swallowed. 4 people in my walking group were murdered, just like that." She snapped her fingers for emphasis, then shook her head. "The odds that all of our neighbors make it home are not good." She blinked several times in what Alex thought was an attempt to stay the tears that were threatening. Then she met the eyes of each person. "I vote to hang on to the food." What Melissa said was true. With all the chaos and violence out there, it was highly unlikely that all 4 neighbors would return home. The thought filled Alex with a deep sense of despair and sadness. "Wait," John said. He was a man who lived next door to the Campbells. His wife, Katie, looked at him, but his eyes went between Alex, Stan, and Luke. "You said Brian implied that if we didn't give them the food, we wouldn't be included with the cooperative security and medical services. Do you think he meant it?" That was on Alex's mind as well, and he had no idea if Brian meant it, or if the other representatives would go along with it. "Let's assume that he did mean it," Luke said. "Would that make you want to put the food in the food bank?" "No," Don said. "We can handle our own security." "I agree," John said. "And really, if the wider neighborhood is being patrolled and kept safe, then it's not like our little street will be attacked." Not sure if that was true, Alex suppressed a frown, and it still didn't answer the medical issue. "Our son was shot," Melissa said, clearly thinking the same thing Alex was. "He seems to be doing okay, but what if he takes a turn? Or what if someone else gets sick or injured? Do you think the cooperative will keep Nurse Rebecca from helping us?" "They can't," Diana said. "Can they?" "That wouldn't be right. They wouldn't do that." Everyone was silent as they contemplated the question, including Alex. "I would hope they wouldn't do that," Stan said. "The people in our neighborhood are good people. Sure, they might be angry that we're keeping the food here instead of putting it in the cooperative's food bank, but not helping someone who's sick or injured?" He shook his head. "No, I don't think they would do that." Certain Stan was right, Alex slapped his hands on his knees and said, "Okay then, it's decided. We keep control of the food." Everyone seemed to relax at that, like now that the decision had been made, they were satisfied with it. "Stan and I are meeting with all the representatives tonight, so let's meet back here tomorrow morning at 8 to discuss the results of that meeting." Everyone agreed, then they all left. Chapter 34. Alex. As Alex walked into Brian's house for the meeting that night, he felt slightly nervous, but also calm. The decision to keep the food under their street's control hadn't been his alone. Instead, everyone in his neighborhood had agreed that that was what they wanted to do. Plus, he wasn't by himself at this meeting. Stan was with him, and they would present a united front on behalf of their neighbors. But when Alex saw the faces of the other representatives, his nervousness increased. It was clear that Brian had told them what had gone down, and they were not happy. They had obviously gathered ahead of time to discuss the situation, and Alex figured they'd already come to a consensus on what to do if Alex and Stan didn't acquiesce to the cooperative's demands. How had it become this divisive so quickly? Then again, when it came to food and survival, people would do all kinds of things they wouldn't normally do. And they weren't even a week into the apocalypse. What would happen when people became truly desperate? "Thank you for coming," Brian began with a smile, probably hoping that Alex and Stan were there to yield to the cooperative's desires. "Of course," Stan said with an equally bright smile. Alex and Stan sat beside each other in the only chairs that were empty. Looking at each member in attendance, when his eyes landed on Elijah, the man who had initially pointed out that there was food to be had in houses where the residents hadn't come home, he noticed that Elijah was frowning at him. Staring back with an unwavering gaze, Alex didn't look away until Elijah shifted his gaze to his lap. Shaking his head, Alex turned his attention to Brian. "I've told the others why we're having this meeting," Brian said, as if it wasn't painfully obvious already. He looked pointedly at Stan and then at Alex. "What have you decided? Will you put your food in the cooperative's food bank?" With no doubt that they'd made the right decision, and with the animosity he felt from the others in the room, he didn't want them in charge of potentially feeding his family. Alex shook his head. "No." "No, we won't," Stan added. Brian's eyebrows shot up. Then he met the eyes of several others in the room before focusing back on Stan and Alex. "I have to say, I'm rather disappointed." "I'll bet you are," Alex thought. "You thought we would cave." Brian pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, then sighed before resting his hands in his lap and looking at both Alex and Stan. "It pains me to say this, but you realize this means that you and everyone in your neighborhood forfeit the right to get food from the cooperative's food bank." It seemed to Alex as though Brian really did feel bad about it. But like Stan had said in an earlier conversation to Alex and Luke, it wouldn't be fair for Alex's street to not contribute and then come to the cooperative's food bank asking for a share, so he understood Brian's position. "We understand," Stan said. "When your neighbors are starving and they have nowhere to go," Elijah said, "they're going to blame you. You know that, right?" Alex didn't like the idea of that happening, but he knew it was possible. Even though everyone had agreed, would they have done so without the guidance of him and Stan? "That may be true," Stan said, "but they voted on this, and everyone agreed that they preferred keeping the food under the control of our neighborhood rather than under the control of the cooperative." "It's not too late to change your mind," Brian said as he leaned forward. "We won't hold your earlier decision against you." Maybe Brian wouldn't, but as Alex scanned the others, he couldn't be so certain about them. "We appreciate that," Alex said. "But the decision's been made, and we're sticking with it." "That's right," Stan added. Brian's lips compressed, then he slowly nodded. "All right." He paused. "You should know that we took a vote before you came." This was what Alex had been fearing, that the cooperative would tell him and Stan that their street was now completely on their own. Bracing himself for the news, he kept his focus on Brian. "Some wanted to kick you both off of this committee," Brian went on, "but enough voted against that to keep you on. So," he said, as his attention left Alex, "let's move on to the other item on our agenda, commandeering the food from the empty houses." Wait, was that it? No repercussions? Rather stunned, Alex turned to Stan, who looked just as surprised. "Have any of your neighbors come home yet?" Brian asked the group. Still shocked that the cooperative had not only not taken away security and medical, but that they'd actually kept him and Stan on the committee, Alex worked to focus on the meeting. "No?" Brian asked in confirmation, then his lips tugged downward. "That's too bad. Although we could use the food, I'd rather our neighbors come home." That was exactly how Alex felt, which was when he saw Brian in a different light. A good man who was trying to hold things together, trying to help everyone he could, which made Alex feel a little guilty that they weren't participating in the cooperative's food bank, but not guilty enough to change his mind. "All right," Brian said. "Let's meet here tomorrow morning at 9 to begin collecting the food. We're going to store it in that empty house next door to Kurt. The people moved out before the EMP, and no one ever moved in, so there's nothing inside, which means there's plenty of room to keep all the food separated by household." He turned to Alex. "Can you bring your truck? It would make moving the food a lot easier." "Yeah," Alex said. "Sure." "Thanks. We'll see you all in the morning." On the walk home, Stan said, "I know you were just as shocked as I was how that ended up." "You could say that. I was sure they would not only kick us off of the committee, but also cut our neighborhood off from security and medical." "Yeah," Stan said. "Me too. I wonder who voted to kick us off." "Elijah for sure. No idea who else." Alex pictured each person on the committee. Elijah was the only one who'd been vocal about their decision, so yeah, it made sense. Maybe they kept us on just so they could use my truck. Alex hated thinking that because it was so cynical, but it was also a distinct possibility. The test would come after the use of Alex's truck was no longer needed. Maybe. Guess we'll find out soon enough. When they reached their street, they said good night, and Alex went inside his house. Chapter 35. Alex. Are you sure you don't want us to come help? Jason asked, as Alex was about to head over to Brian's house to help move food. No, but thank you. They'd met with their neighbors earlier and had told them that everything was fine, that although they wouldn't be able to use the food bank, the cooperative hadn't taken away their street's access to medical or security. Everyone had been relieved, although none seemed more relieved than Melissa. Jason's wound looked good, not infected or inflamed, but he still had a ways to go until it healed completely. Nevertheless, he was able to do much of what they needed him to do. Alex opened the door to the truck. Any idea how long it will take? Melissa asked as she stood beside him. He shook his head. Hopefully not too long, but you know how long it took our neighborhood to clear out those 3 houses, and we have many more to do. Which made him wonder how the people who lived near the houses they were going to hit would react. When Alex pulled up to Brian's house, most of the representatives were there, including Stan, who had walked over. Once everyone arrived, they discussed which house they would go to first. Then all except Alex and Brian began walking. The 2 of them got in the truck, and as Alex pulled away from the curb, Brian said, I hope there aren't any hard feelings. Glad Brian was bringing it up, Alex shook his head. Not for me, but I can't say the same about everyone on the committee. Tempted to ask who had voted to kick him and Stan off of the committee, he decided not to. Better not to know. Besides, he doubted Brian would tell him. They'll get over it, Brian simply said. Alex hoped he was right. They arrived at the first house. When the people who had walked over got there, Alex stood back to let the representatives from this neighborhood take the lead. With all the representatives plus Brian present, there was a sizable group, 21 people. How long would it take for neighbors to come out and ask what was going on? Not long, as it turned out. What's happening? A man who had come from a house across the street asked. Are the Stevensons home? Hearing the name of the family sobered Alex. Real people lived here. Real people who could now be dead. His heart sank at the thought. No, Brian said to the man. Unfortunately, they're not. So, for now, the cooperative is going to safeguard their food in a central location. So that's how he was going to spin it. Well, it was as good an explanation as any, and if this family came home, it would be true, assuming the Stevensons got home before all their food had been given away. Oh, the man said, then his forehead creased. Wait, what do you mean by safeguard? Are you going to take it? Brian faced the man and several other neighbors who had joined him. The members of the cooperative committee, your representatives, he motioned toward Alex and the other representatives as he said this. They've decided it would be a good idea to put the food from the houses where the residents haven't come home into a central location where we can safeguard it. And, he paused, if they don't come home soon, we'll use that food to feed those in our community who have run out. Alex studied the faces of the people listening. People who were hearing this for the first time. People who had no say in this. Some nodded like it made sense, but one man's head jerked back like he was shocked by the idea, and another man's eyes narrowed. Is that what you're going to do to the rest of us? The man whose head jerked back asked. When other people's food runs out, are you going to come into our homes, the homes of those who still have food, and take it to share with them? No, Brian said with a shake of his head. Of course not. The man frowned. How can we be sure about that? Why would we do that? Brian asked, his tone reasonable. I don't know, because you and the cooperative? He practically spit the word out. Decide it? No one's taking the food from people who are home, Alex said, because there was no way he would allow anyone to take food from his family, not the food he'd purchased and stored. Brian gave him a grateful smile, but the man turned his anger on Alex. "Who are you?" "Just someone who lives in the neighborhood." The man's lips compressed, then he turned and stormed back to his house. The other neighbors gathered in small groups and spoke in quiet voices. Alex met Brian's eyes, then looked toward the Stevensons' house where the front door was now open. "Do you know who that was?" Alex asked Brian, referring to the man who had, understandably, gotten angry. If Alex was just now hearing about the cooperative's plan, and it was his neighbor's house that was being cleaned out, he would be upset too. "I don't know," Brian said. "That's Craig," Elijah said. Alex glanced at Elijah, still wondering if he'd been one of the ones to vote against him. "He tends to get worked up," Elijah added. "Can't blame him," Alex said. Elijah squinted at Alex like he wasn't sure Alex was on board with what the cooperative was doing. Ignoring him, Alex went inside the house and helped move the Stevensons' food into the bed of his truck. This was happening whether he liked it or not, so he wanted to get it done and go home. Besides, he and the neighbors on his street had already done the same thing in their own neighborhood. Difference was, he'd had their buy-in, so it felt different somehow, like they were all in it together. He liked that feeling. Once they were done with clearing out the food from the 2 houses in the first neighborhood, they went on to a new neighborhood. That's when they ran into a problem. Chapter 36. Alex. "Looks like someone got here before us," Brian said with a deep frown as they stood in the kitchen of the first house in Elijah's neighborhood. Brian turned to Elijah. "Did you or Larry tell anyone?" Elijah immediately shook his head. "Not even my wife." He turned to the other man who represented their neighborhood. "What about you, Larry?" Larry's forehead creased. "No, not a soul." Sighing heavily, Brian said, "All right, let's go to the next house on the list. There are 3 in this neighborhood, correct?" "Yes," Elijah said as he adjusted his glasses on his nose. "Okay, let's move on then." 15 minutes later, they stood in the living room of the 3rd house in Elijah and Larry's neighborhood. Both it and the 2nd house had been cleaned out before they'd gotten there, just like the first one had. "No offense, Elijah," Kurt said, "but I'm sure you wouldn't mind if we checked your house to make sure none of the missing food somehow got into your basement, would you?" "Yes, I would," Elijah said, standing as tall as he could, which was only average height. "The only food in my basement is mine." "Then you won't mind us taking a look," Brian said. Elijah turned to Brian. "If I let you look, and I don't plan to, but even if I did, how would you be able to tell whether the food was mine or from these houses?" Alex wasn't comfortable with the idea of forcing their way into Elijah's or anyone else's house to see how much food they had. As much as he knew Elijah didn't like him, Alex had to admit that the man was correct. How would they know what food was his, and what food could have been someone else's? They didn't even know how much food the 3 houses had held. It might not have been enough to be a noticeable increase from what Elijah already had. "Fine," Brian said. Then he slid his gaze over the group. "If most of you will go on to the next neighborhood before it gets cleaned out as well, I'd like a few of us to talk to the people on this street and see if they know who took the food." This was getting to be a little much for Alex. Sure, the food would help the neighborhood as a whole, but it wasn't up to the cooperative to be a police force and investigate who had taken something that had clearly been up for grabs to the first person who got there. Frowning, Alex said, "What would be the point of canvassing the houses on this street? Even if we found out who took it, then what? Are we going to barge into their house and take it back? How could we prove it wasn't already theirs? Besides, why do we have any more right to it than anyone else?" "Says the man who already got plenty of food for himself in a street," Larry grumbled. Alex shifted his attention to him. "Do you have a problem with me, Larry?" Larry's lips tightened, then he seemed to come to a decision. "Yeah, I do. After what you and Stan pulled, I wanted you off the committee, but I was overruled." He looked pointedly at Elijah, which took Alex aback. Had Elijah voted for them to stay on the committee? Interesting. It was also good to know who had animosity toward him and Stan, namely Larry. Was he the only one? Up until that point, Alex hadn't paid much attention to Larry. He'd hardly spoken in the meetings, but clearly he had opinions he wasn't afraid to express if he felt strongly enough. Shaking his head, Alex turned away from Larry. Brian cleared his throat. "Do the rest of you agree that we shouldn't try to find out who took the food?" "Yes," several people said. "Probably pointless," someone else said. "Okay," Brian said with a frown, clearly unhappy about how things were going. "Let's move on to the next neighborhood." By the time they finished visiting every house on their list, only half hadn't already been cleaned out, and there were many people in the neighboring houses who didn't seem very happy that the cooperative had taken it upon themselves to commandeer the food. The people who helped move the food finished getting it stored in the house next door to Kurt's, and Alex was pleased to see that it had been neatly organized by whose house it had come from, as well as thoroughly inventoried by people who had worked on that aspect, as the rest of them had gathered the food and brought it back. Now, all the members of the cooperative committee, including Alex, stood in the front room of the house they were using as a food bank. "I have to say," Brian said, "I'm rather disappointed we don't have more food. Although we got a decent amount, it's not going to go far." He paused. "We don't know how much was taken before we got to the houses that had already been cleaned out, but I suspect it would have doubled our stores." "Whoever took it needs to give it to the food bank," Elijah said. "I agree," Todd said. "Number one," Kurt asked, "how are we going to find out who has it? And I'm sure it's not just one person, but many. And number two, how are we going to make them give it to the food bank? And number three, why do we have any more right to it than they do?" No one spoke until Brian said, "I think it's time to call a community meeting." Heads nodded, although Alex wasn't sure how a community meeting would solve the problem. Whoever had exploited the opportunity to grab the food from the empty houses, and Alex was confident it was multiple people, wasn't likely to admit it or give it to the food bank. "What time?" Stan asked. "It's 3 o'clock now, so how about 6 at the elementary school?" Alex was scheduled to work at the East Barrier at 8 o'clock, so that worked for him. Everyone agreed on the time. "All right," Brian said. "Please inform your neighbors, and I'll see you then." After everyone but the 2 men who were assigned to watch over the food left, Alex walked out to his truck and climbed in. After turning on the engine, he noticed that he was nearly out of fuel. Wondering where he could get more, he smiled at Stan as Stan hopped into the passenger seat. "Interesting day," Stan said. Alex began the drive back to their neighborhood. "Yeah, and I have a feeling it's only going to get more interesting at the meeting tonight." Stan chuckled. "Yep." Chapter 37. Alex. "You sure you're okay with being the guards?" Alex asked Jason, Stephen, and Emily as he and Melissa prepared to leave their house and head to the school for the community meeting. They only had to keep watch over the food in their house, though, as Luke's wife Chloe and Stan's wife Nancy would both be home. "Yeah," Jason said, "we'll be fine." "Maybe I should stay here," Melissa said, obviously worried about leaving their children on their own to protect the food. "I'm fast," Stephen said, "and the school's not that far. I'll come and get you if we need you guys." Melissa nodded. "Okay." Giving Stephen an appreciative smile, Alex said, "All right, we should be back in about an hour." As he walked to the school with Melissa, he said, "Seems a little warmer today." "I don't know about that," she said with a laugh. "You probably just feel that way because you were working so hard to move all that food." He told her about how the day had gone and how half of the houses had already been cleaned out, which was why they were having this meeting. "Maybe, but I'd like to think winter is coming to an end." Although it couldn't have been much above 40 degrees just then. She glanced at him. "Whether it is or not, we need more firewood. We're almost out, and then there's next winter." "I know. I was thinking we could gather some from the Campbell's house." Her lips twisted into an expression of reluctant acceptance. "Yeah. If they're not going to need it, we sure could." Glad she was being practical, Alex decided he would take the boys to gather some of the wood at the Campbell's house first thing in the morning. When they reached the school, he saw that there were more people there than had been at previous meetings. Full house. I'm sure word got around that the cooperative was taking all the food from the empty houses. Didn't you tell me that at every house you went, people came over to ask what you guys were doing? Alex nodded. Yeah. And every time he had felt a distinct sense of discomfort. Before the EMP, he never would have considered breaking into a neighbor's house when no one was home and helping himself to what was inside, although he admitted that he hadn't had too much of a problem doing it on his own street. Maybe that was because he knew they weren't going to touch the food unless there was no other choice, whereas he knew it wouldn't take long for the food in the cooperative's food bank to begin being distributed. Regardless, taking the food had been an uncomfortable task born of necessity. As Alex and Melissa joined the assembled crowd, Alex noticed that many people openly carried handguns, and several people even had rifles slung over their shoulders. Alex had his Glock in his holster, but he'd left his AR at home. "Welcome," Brian said a few minutes later. Then he paused as he waited for the conversation to die down. "Good evening," he said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the throng. Alex and Melissa stood off to one side near the back. Since he knew what this meeting was going to be about, he didn't want to be stuck in the middle if, or when, people became upset. "Why'd you take all the food?" a man shouted, confirming Alex's assumption that pretty much everyone knew what had happened, and many people were not happy. At the question, people all began speaking at once, some with angry tones. Alex heard several people call out, "Our food's almost gone," or "We need some of that food." Brian raised his hands, then waved them in a downward motion, like he was saying if everyone would quiet down, he would speak. Nearly a minute passed before it was quiet again. Alex was glad he wasn't the one in charge, although he realized that just being a representative on the cooperative could put him in a tough spot. Maybe it wasn't an honor so much as a burden. "I know you all have a lot of questions," Brian said, "so if you'll let me speak first, I'll be happy to answer your questions afterwards." When no one objected, he went on. "I know most, if not all of you, are aware that the cooperative commandeered the food from some of the empty houses for our food bank. This food has been put in a secure location and segregated by household in case the residents come home. The idea was that if the residents don't come home, the food will be distributed within our community. There's a problem, though. Only about half of the houses we visited had food in them. The other half," he paused dramatically, "had already been cleaned out." "What do you mean?" someone shouted. "Who took it?" someone else called out. "We don't know who took it," Brian said. Then his lips pressed into a tight grimace. "But they need to donate it to the food bank so that everyone can benefit." "Give it back," a man shouted to the crowd in general. "If you took it, give it back." "Yeah," several others yelled. "It wasn't yours to take," a man yelled, his comment directed at Brian. Brian's eyes zeroed in on the man. "Your representatives voted on the matter, and they decided it would benefit everyone if we put the food in a central location to be handed out as needed, rather than sitting in empty houses." Starting to regret his vote to have the cooperative take the food without the buy-in of the entire community, Alex frowned as he waited to see how Brian was going to handle this. Brian scanned the crowd. "If you were one of the people who cleared out a house where the residents have yet to come home, you don't need to say anything now. Just bring the food to my house, and we'll add it to the food bank, and I'll mark your neighborhood off as donating to the food bank." "Your house is the food bank?" a woman asked in a loud voice. "That doesn't seem right." "No," Brian said with a smile and a shake of his head. "It's stored in an empty house, a house where someone moved out before the EMP. We have people watching over the food so it stays safe." "What if we don't want you to be in charge of this food bank?" a man standing in the center of the crowd called out. "Why can't we just distribute the food among all of us now? Then each family can manage their own share." That wasn't a bad idea, although if any of the residents whose houses they'd hit came home, it would be a problem. But the man's comment underlined what Alex and his street were doing, keeping control on a more micro basis. "Not everyone has the same needs," Brian said. "Some are doing just fine, so it wouldn't be fair to give them food when others are running out." "Are you saying that if a family is better prepared, they won't get anything?" the man asked. "Not if they don't need it," Brian replied, his tone reasonable. "That's not fair," someone else shouted. "Too bad you didn't think of it first," another man yelled. Alex turned to see who it was because the voice sounded familiar. Then he saw it was Larry. A sense of foreboding washed over him. "If you had," Larry said, "your whole street would be sitting pretty." Then he turned and pointed at Alex. Alex felt his heart stutter. Larry sneered. "Just like Alex over there. Before the cooperative could come and get it, he and his neighbors took all the food from the empty houses on their street and put it in his basement. Now none of it will be in the food bank." He paused, his lips twisting. "I call that cheating." Chapter 38. Alex. Alex heard Melissa gasp from beside him as all eyes turned to him. Some people looked outraged by what he and his neighbors had done. Taking a step back under their judgmental and angry expressions, Alex felt his pulse thrum. This could turn ugly fast. Wanting to defuse the situation, he scrambled to come up with a brief and convincing explanation. "That's not right," a woman shouted. "You need to put it in the food bank with the rest," a man called out. Wanting to be heard over the growing roar of the horde, a horde whose energy made him extremely nervous, Alex shouted, "Hold on!" "It was my idea," a voice said from beside him. Alex turned and saw Stan. Relieved to have backup, Alex smiled. After several moments, the crowd began to settle down. It seemed as if people knew Stan, trusted him, were at least willing to listen to him. "Why, Stan?" a man asked from nearby. "Aren't you on the committee that voted to put the food in the food bank?" "Yes, I am. But the people on our street met and discussed it and decided it made more sense to manage our food ourselves." "Hang on," Larry said, his hands on his hips. "Everyone on the committee agreed to keep the decision to ourselves, but you and Alex went ahead and told your whole street and made plans behind our backs?" Alex knew this wasn't news to Larry. In the earlier meeting, Alex had told the committee that his street had been on board with the decision. Obviously, Larry was trying to gin up fury toward Alex and Stan. It seemed to be working. "Did any of you know ahead of time?" Larry asked the crowd. People shook their heads as others shouted, "No! No one told me. I didn't know anything." "That doesn't seem right," Larry said. "I vote that their street," he jabbed his finger toward Alex and Stan, "put all of the food they took into the cooperative's food bank." Alex heard shouts of, "Yeah, that's right," and "They should." "No," Stan said, his tone loud and sure. "That's not fair," several people shouted. "There's something you should know," Stan said, which quieted the people. "Since our street didn't contribute to the food bank, we forfeited the right to access any of the food in the food bank." "I don't care," Larry shouted. "Either we're all in this together or we're not." That stirred the crowd up again. Angry that Larry was trying to turn the entire neighborhood against Alex and Stan and their whole street, Alex shouted, "What about you, Larry?" Most people lowered their voices, evidently curious what Alex was going to say, although a few were still murmuring. "What about me?" Larry asked. "Why is it that when the committee showed up to your street today to gather food for the food bank, all 3 houses were already empty? Did you have something to do with it?" Alex had no idea if that was what had happened, although he wouldn't be surprised. Why else would Larry be trying so hard to deflect attention away from the fact that houses had unexpectedly been cleaned out? Alex kept his gaze steady on Larry to see how he would react. A crimson blush climbed Larry's cheeks before his chest jutted out and his chin went up. "No, I had nothing to do with it." His body language made Alex wonder. "I sure hope not," Alex said, "because if you did, it wouldn't have been for the sake of your neighborhood, would it? It would be to have the food all to yourself." "Did you do it, Larry?" a man asked in a loud voice. "Did you take it?" "No." Larry's voice went up an octave. "There's something else we need to discuss," Brian called out, his voice loud but calm. Everyone turned to face him. Unsure what Brian was about to say, Alex shifted his attention to him as well. "I regret not bringing the idea of gathering food for the cooperative's food bank before all of you for your input before the committee moved on it," he began. which is why I have another very important and related item I would like you all to consider and vote on." He paused, his gaze sliding over the entire group. "Fairness is important to all of us, but so is working together to take care of each other. So, what I'm proposing, and what I want your input on, is the following." Everyone was completely silent as they waited to hear Brian's proposal. Alex narrowed his eyes. No other proposals had been suggested to the committee, yet Brian said it was related to the ongoing food debate. What was he about to suggest? Brian straightened his shoulders. "I propose that only those neighborhoods that contributed to the food bank shall have access to the food bank." A low murmur began. "In other words," he went on, "if your street is one of those whose houses were cleared out before the cooperative got there, which means you contributed nothing, no one on your street shall have access to the food bank." The murmur grew into an outcry. Alex wasn't sure what to think. Was Brian trying to sow division? Or was he trying to pressure whoever had taken the food to give it to the food bank? Or maybe it was his inelegant way to get anyone who knew anything to come forward and rat out their neighbor. No matter the reason, Alex didn't like it. Based on the comments he heard uttered around him, many others didn't like it either. Yet there were many who were nodding at the idea and even saying out loud that that was the fair thing to do. It was true that his own neighborhood had forfeited the right to access the food bank, but they'd made the decision together, and they had an alternate source of food. The people who lived on the streets where unknown people had taken the food from the empty houses hadn't had such a choice, yet they were going to be the ones who suffered. "Alex," Melissa said from beside him, "what is he doing?" Alex shook his head, then he looked at Stan, who was frowning. "I didn't take it!" a voice shouted. Alex shifted his attention to the voice and saw 3 men surrounding Larry. One man's lips were flat as he got into Larry's face. Then the man yelled, "If you took it, you'd better give it to the food bank. My family's not going to starve because of you." He jabbed a finger into Larry's chest to emphasize the last word. Larry's eyes grew wide and he took a step back. Alex slid his gaze to Brian, who was watching the exchange, expressionless. Was this what he wanted? Disgusted, Alex shook his head. Then again, wasn't it only fair that to benefit from the food bank, you should do something to earn access, contribute in some way? With that thought simmering in his mind, Alex's attention was yanked back to Larry and his neighbors as one of the other men shouted, "I'm going to check your house, Larry." The man looked at the others nearby. "Who's with me?" "Yeah," several agreed. Larry's face grew beet red. "No, you're not." "Watch me," the first man said, his voice a deep growl. A gunshot rang out, and the man fell to the pavement. Chapter 39. Alex. Screams of terror shattered the air, and everyone scattered. Everyone except a sobbing woman who was draped over the man who now lay completely still. Alex's eyes snapped to Larry. He was holding a gun, but his mouth hung open like he couldn't believe what he had just done. Not taking any chances, Alex drew his gun and held it in the low, ready position. He knew Larry had deep animosity toward him, and now that he'd killed a man, what would stop him from killing Alex? "Don't move," a voice demanded. Alex turned and saw Luke, his service weapon pointed right at Larry. Larry's gaze jerked to Luke. No one made a sound. No one moved. All eyes were riveted to Larry and Luke. "Drop the weapon, Larry," Luke said. The gun slipped from Larry's hand and clattered to the pavement. "Kick it toward me," Luke said. Larry obeyed. "Turn around and place your hands on your head." Larry did so. With a small nod at Alex, like he was telling him to cover him, Luke holstered his weapon and went to Larry before searching him. Then he pulled Larry's hands behind his back and cuffed them with a pair of plastic cuffs he pulled from his pocket. Marching Larry toward Brian, Luke said, "What do you want to do with him?" Brian shook his head. "I don't know." Alex thought of the 2 men he'd killed on the day of the EMP. If Luke had witnessed those killings, would he have arrested Alex? No. Both instances had been clear cases of self-defense, right? Didn't matter. That was in the past. "You killed him!" The woman, who must be the man's wife, cried out. She leapt to her feet and ran up to Larry, then began beating on his chest with her fists. With his hands behind his back, he couldn't defend himself. Luke led her away, and a group of women gathered her into their circle. Brian faced the crowd. Law and order are no more. It's up to us now. We all saw what he did, a man called out. He's a danger to our community. He needs to die, one man yelled. Otherwise, what will stop him from killing someone else? Many voices shouted their agreement. We could banish him, one woman suggested. No, Elijah said, stepping toward Larry. If we banish him, what will stop him from bringing others to exact revenge against us? Alex studied Larry. His head hung as he stared at the pavement, but even though he looked remorseful, Elijah was right. A free Larry was a dangerous Larry. As much as he despised the idea, Alex knew that a death sentence was the only thing they could do. It wasn't like Larry had shot the man in self-defense. He shot him in anger because the man had insisted on searching Larry's house. That had been a rather extreme response. It wasn't like the man was at his house searching it. He'd only said he wanted to do it. There was no defending Larry's reaction. In fact, it only strengthened Alex's belief that Larry had taken the food for himself. Let's put it to a vote, Brian said. All those in favor of banishing Larry, raise your hand. A few hands went up. All in favor of... Brian visibly swallowed. Of execution. He cleared his throat. Raise your hand. The vast majority of the hands went up, including Alex's. Was this really what this world had turned into? A place where a group of people could decide to snuff out a man's life just like that? Then again, everyone had witnessed the crime, so it wasn't like they weren't sure of Larry's guilt. All right. Brian's voice shook a bit. It looks like the majority want, execution. Brian closed his eyes and shook his head. Without warning, Larry turned and ran, but with his hands cuffed behind him, his gait was awkward, and he wasn't all that fast, but he made it to the snow-covered field. A gunshot rang out, and Larry fell face first into the snow. Gasps and screams filled the air. Alex whipped his head around to see who had shot Larry, and saw a man he didn't know lowering a rifle. No one made a sound. That wasn't how I thought he would be executed, Stan murmured. Heart thudding hard against his ribs, Alex turned to his friend and neighbor and shook his head. I'm just glad the kids aren't here, Melissa said. Yeah, this was something Alex was glad they weren't there to witness. He scanned the crowd and saw that there were several kids there who had witnessed the scene. All of them were being embraced by their parents. Alex turned to Melissa. Her eyes were bracketed with tension. He knew what she had to be thinking. What would happen next? Chapter 40. Alex. Unless anyone objects, Brian said, his voice somber, I think it's time to dismiss this meeting until another time. No one said a thing. Think about my proposal, and let's reconvene here tomorrow afternoon at 4 to take a vote. Still stunned by what had transpired, Alex took Melissa's hand, and together they turned and began the walk back to their house. Stan and Luke fell into step beside them. Who's going to take care of the bodies? Melissa asked, her voice shaky. Still trying to take in the fact the two men had been killed right in front of them in the midst of a neighborhood meeting, Alex shook his head. I don't know. I'm leaving it up to Brian. He paused. If he hadn't pitted people against each other by making that proposal, I don't think the meeting would have gone south, and Larry and that other man would still be alive. You may be right, Stan said, but I can't completely fault Brian. The way Larry was acting so defensive and trying to deflect attention onto us, I have to wonder if there's a huge stash of food in his basement. I'll bet people are going over there right now to find out, Luke said. That's another reason I'm glad our street is doing our own thing, Alex said. We don't have to get involved in that drama. Very true, Stan agreed. They were all silent, lost in their own thoughts. What do you guys think about Brian's proposal? Melissa asked several minutes later. Glad for the change in topic, Alex waited to hear what the others thought. I wouldn't say it's unfair, Stan said. After all, our neighborhood is banned from using the food bank. Why should other streets who didn't contribute be able to? But, Alex began, the people on our street have another source. Those other people don't. True, Stan said. Also, Alex added, I think part of the reason Brian made that proposal was to pressure people to give the food to the food bank, either on their own or through pressure from their neighbors. I can see that, Luke said. It just might work too. Everyone saw what happened to Larry, who we don't even know if he took the food. No one wants that to happen to themselves. Luke glanced at Melissa. You might be surprised to know what people are willing to do to keep their family fed. Most people will do whatever it takes to make sure their family doesn't starve. He paused. I've seen people do much worse for far less. The thought was sobering, because if people were already getting desperate barely a week into the apocalypse, what would it be like in a month? They reached their street, and all seemed quiet. Eager to make sure his children were safe, Alex bid Stan and Luke goodbye, and with Melissa's hand still in his, he strode to the front door. Once inside, Alex called out, We're back! Dim light from the setting sun filtered in through the open blinds. Stephen came around the corner from the family room. Baxter flew past him, stopping at Alex's feet. Reaching down to scratch the black lab's head, Alex looked at Stephen. Everything okay here? Yeah, told you it would be. Now that everyone knew Alex and Stan had extra food, Alex wasn't so sure everything would remain okay, especially if the majority voted for Brian's proposal, which would make some people even more desperate. Then again, maybe the pressure would work. Maybe those who took the food would bring it to the food bank, qualifying their neighborhood to use the food bank. The thought crossed his mind that maybe his street should combine their food with the food bank's, but almost immediately he rejected the idea. What if Brian came up with a new proposal that put the food out of reach? No, it was better for his street to control their own food supply. Alex, Melissa, and Stephen went into the family room where Emily and Jason were sprawled out on their mattresses. Looking up from the book she was reading, Emily asked, How was the meeting? Melissa gave Alex a look that said not to tell them all the gory details. Tossing her a tight smile, Alex sat on the couch, and Melissa sat beside him. Jason set his book down and swiveled to face them. It was rough, Alex finally said. What happened? Stephen asked as he plopped onto his mattress. Baxter lay beside him. Giving Melissa a glance, Alex exhaled through his nose, then faced the kids. First, he told them about Brian's proposal, and without giving them his opinion, he asked, What do you guys think would be the fair thing to do? They were quiet as they thought it over. Then Stephen said, Well, our street can't use the food bank, but everyone on our street will share the food we got from those houses. It's not fair to people who didn't get anything extra to not be able to go to the food bank. His lips turned down into a frown. I think Logan's family is on one of those streets that might not be able to get food from the food bank, but they didn't take anything. Alex thought about the street Logan lived on. Stephen was right. That was one of the streets in question. You make a good point, son. Alex shifted his eyes to Jason, then Emily. What do you guys think? I think it's totally fair, Jason said. There's only so much to go around, so why should neighborhoods that didn't give anything to the food bank be able to take stuff from it? Emily spun around to face her older brother. But it's not their fault someone else took it, so they should starve? She shook her head, then turned to face Alex and Melissa. That's not right either. It's a tough one for sure, Alex said, glad that his street was unaffected by the issue. At least he hoped they would be unaffected. Pounding sounded at the front door. Barking loudly, Baxter bolted to the entry. Alex leapt to his feet and hurried after him. Quiet, Baxter. Baxter stopped his loud barks and instead made muffled woofs. Who is it? Alex called out. It's Luke. Alex pulled the door open. Luke stood alone on the porch, kitted out in his ballistic vest and fully loaded police belt. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, and his pistol was in his holster. What's up? Alex asked, although he could feel the tension radiating off of Luke in waves. There's some sort of commotion at Larry's house. Chapter 41. Alex. After throwing on his jacket and making sure he had extra ammo for his handgun, Alex went out the door with Luke. With his truck nearly out of fuel, they went on foot, but it only took a few minutes to reach Larry's street. They were still several houses from his, but in the dim twilight there was no mistaking the throng of people gathered on the front lawn. "You can't come in!" a woman shrieked from the porch. "It's bad enough that you killed my Larry, but now you want to search my house?" Alex trotted toward the people gathered on the front lawn, with Luke keeping pace, and when they were nearly to them, they slowed. Stopping at the rear of the crowd, Alex scanned over the people to see who was there. He spotted Elijah, but Brian was nowhere to be seen. Were these all residents from this street? People who would possibly have no access to the food bank. If he were in their shoes, and his family's access to food was about to be cut off because someone else emptied out the houses, and he suspected who it was, he would be right there with the crowd wanting to rectify things. "We're going to search one way or another," Elijah shouted. "If Larry didn't take the food, then there won't be an issue." The woman's lips and chin began to tremble, then she shook her head. "No, you can't come in!" A pair of men at the front of the crowd advanced on the porch. The woman shrank back. When the men stepped onto the porch, the woman dashed inside the house and tried to slam the door, but they reached it before it closed. Shoving it open, one of the men held the door open and motioned for her to step out. Glaring at him, she walked out the door and stood to the side, then crossed her arms over her chest. The men disappeared inside. Alex saw a flashlight come on, and then it got dark like they had gone deeper into the house, probably down into the basement. 3 minutes later, they appeared, both carrying boxes full of food. "Found the missing food," the first man said. A cheer burst from the crowd. "There's lots more," the second man said. "Come help us get it." "Happy now?" Larry's wife cried as more people went inside to gather more of the food. "Yes," a woman called. "Now my children won't starve. Were you and Larry really going to keep it all for yourselves?" His wife dropped her arms to her sides, her shoulders slumping. "I didn't want to, but Larry insisted." Larry had no way to defend himself against the accusations, but Alex tended to believe her. "Leave some for me," she said, as people began carrying out box after box of food. "He kept yours separate," Elijah said. "We didn't take any of that." With lips trembling, she nodded. "Is that all of it?" Elijah asked, as the last person came out and set a box on the driveway beside the others. "Yeah. What do you want to do with it?" "Put it in the food bank," someone shouted. "Keep it in our neighborhood," someone else said. "Let's take a vote," Elijah said. "Let's see what they decide," Luke muttered from beside Alex. Curious as well, Alex nodded. "If you want to keep it in our neighborhood," Elijah said, "raise your hand." His hand, as well as a few others, went up. "If you want to put it in the food bank," Elijah said, "raise your hand." A majority of hands went up. "Keep in mind," Elijah began, "if we put this food in the food bank," he swept his hand toward the boxes in the driveway, "it will be distributed to everyone in the wider neighborhood, not just those of us on this street." "Yeah," one man replied, "but if we keep it here, it won't last long, and then we won't be able to get anything from the food bank. Even if they distribute their food among more people, they probably have a lot more overall to begin with." He paused. "It's the safer bet." Elijah nodded. "If that's what the majority of you want." Some people grumbled, but enough were happy with the decision that it seemed that was what they were going to do. "The food bank would have even more," another man shouted, "if everyone in the wider neighborhood put their surplus food in the food bank." Alex squinted in the direction of the man who had spoken, a man he didn't know. The man was looking at him and Luke. "We've already talked about this," Alex said, "and that's not going to happen." He was getting tired of defending his street's decision. "Leave it alone, Aaron," Elijah said. "Each street can make its own choice." Surprised, yet pleased by Elijah's support, Alex gave him a nod. Aaron's lips tugged downward, and he gave Alex a dirty look. "You really should add your surplus to the food bank." It sounded like a warning. Alex narrowed his eyes at the man, staring at him until Aaron looked away. "Now," Elijah said, "let's get this food to the food bank where it can be safely stored and guarded." Several people went to the boxes and picked them up before beginning to walk down the street in the direction of the neighborhood where the food bank was located. "Let's go," Luke said. Alex nodded, and together they walked back to their street. Alex was scheduled to work the east barricade, the one nearest his house, at 8, so he stopped by his house to tell his family good night and to grab his AR before heading to the barricade. After all the excitement of the day, he was exhausted. He hoped it would be a quiet shift. Chapter 42. Melissa. "Dad's going to be gone again?" Stephen asked. "We see him less often now than when he was at work all day." Melissa had to agree. Alex had been super busy, so busy that she felt like she hardly got to see him. Between being on the main committee, helping with security, and being a leader on their street, it seemed he was always running off to do this or that. It hadn't even been that long since the EMP, but their lives were already so completely different. Which reminded her, she would love it if she could take a shower. Too bad that wasn't an option. Even a cold shower would do, but nope, it was sponge baths, and even those weren't as often as she liked, and getting the kids to clean up was even more challenging. At least Stephen. He hadn't been great about showering daily before the EMP. Now that it was even less convenient, it had become more difficult. "You stink," Jason said to Stephen, as if reading Melissa's thoughts. "So do you," Stephen shot back as he leaned toward Jason and took a sniff. "You both stink," Emily said, as she wrinkled her nose. "We can all use a cleanup," Melissa said. "Stephen, put some water in a big pot and get it heating up on the camp stove. Then we'll put it in the bathroom and take turns washing up." Stephen groaned in reply, but he did what Melissa asked. "Mom," Emily said, "it's cold in here." Melissa looked at the hearth where they kept wood ready to go on the fire. There were 2 skinny logs. "Is that all we have left?" "Yep," Jason said. "I don't think it will last the night." Melissa shook her head. "No, I don't think it will." And last she looked, the outside thermometer had read 37 degrees. Inside couldn't be above 50 degrees. "The water's on the cook stove," Stephen said a few minutes later. "Thank you." The thought of a warm sponge bath sounded lovely. What? She thought. Am I actually excited about a sponge bath? Shaking her head at the notion, she softly chuckled. "We should get some firewood from the Campbell's house," Jason said as he stood. "They don't need it, but we sure do." Imagining herself shivering in her sleeping bag that night, Melissa felt goosebumps break out along her skin. Then she visualized herself being warm and cozy with a cheerful fire heating the family room. Plus, wouldn't Alex be pleased to come back to a warm home, one that had enough firewood to keep them comfortable until they could gather more? "Yes," she said to Jason, "let's do it." "I want to come," Stephen said with a grin. Smiling at her young teenager, Melissa said, "Good. The more help, the better." Then she glanced at the camp stove, which was heating the water. "Emily, how about you stay here and keep an eye on the pot?" Emily stretched out on her mattress. "Sounds good to me." "Okay," Melissa said. "Let's go." Melissa put on her jacket, as did Jason and Stephen, and after putting her gun in her waist holster, the 3 of them plus Baxter went out the front door. Melissa locked the door behind them, pocketed the key, then they strode across the street. As they walked, Melissa felt the tip of her nose growing cold. Once the sun had set, the temperature had plummeted. Yes, getting this firewood was a must. She only wondered how many other families were running out. As they drew closer to the Campbell's house, which was across the street and 2 houses down from theirs, Baxter barked several times and raced to the front door. Had the Campbells gotten home? Or was Baxter just used to running to his front door? When Melissa and the boys caught up to Baxter, Melissa stopped on the front porch. Baxter stood at the door, his tail wagging as he wore a doggy smile. "Do you think they're home?" Stephen asked. "I don't know. We'd better knock." Melissa lifted her fist and knocked briskly. Pausing, she didn't hear any footsteps approaching. She turned and looked at Jason, then Stephen. "What do you guys think?" Stephen's lips tugged downward. "Not home." Jason shook his head. Nodding in agreement, Melissa used the Campbell's key to unlock the door. The door swung open to a pitch-black and freezing interior. Baxter dashed inside. Nervous to enter, Melissa hesitated. "Let me go first," Jason said. "Technically," Stephen said, "Baxter went first." They all laughed, which helped to ease the tension. Jason stepped past Melissa, flicking on his flashlight and sweeping it around the living room. Even though the bright light from the flashlight lit the space, it still felt eerie. Regardless, Melissa crossed the threshold. Stephen was right behind her. Baxter joined them. Obviously happy to be in such a familiar place, he wagged his tail and panted. Rubbing Baxter's head, Stephen said, "You're a good boy." Jason went into the adjoining kitchen, then came back. "No one's here." He paused. "The wood's out back, right?" "Yes." Now that she was certain the Campbells were still not home, the thought made her heart heavy. She said, "Let's lock up and go around back." They went out the front door, locking it behind them, then went across the driveway to the gate. Stephen unlatched the gate and it swung inward. Again, Baxter dashed through the opening. Melissa and the boys followed. Neatly stacked logs were to their right, against the house. Melissa smiled in relief. This was the first time she'd been in the Campbells' backyard. Alex had mentioned that the Campbells had a good supply of wood, but she was thrilled to see for herself that he hadn't been exaggerating. "Okay, let's carry what we can, and we'll come back for more tomorrow with Dad." Jason held out his arms. "Fill her up." Melissa and Jason put several thick logs into his arms, then Melissa put nearly as many in Stephen's arms. Finally, she gathered what she could, then the three of them walked through the gate. "We should probably close this." "I'll run back and close it after we take the logs home," Stephen offered. "That would be great, thanks." As they began walking down the driveway, movement near her house caught Melissa's eye. She paused, then whispered, "Hold on." The boys stopped beside her. "What is it?" Jason whispered. She squinted into the darkness, then her eyes widened. "Someone's sneaking up to our house!" Chapter 43. Melissa. "What?" Stephen said, barely above a whisper, his voice tinged with panic. Not wanting the men to know she and her children were there, she frantically shushed him. Hurrying to the snow-covered grass, she silently set the logs down, then motioned to the boys to do the same, helping them unload their burdens as quietly as she could. Baxter seemed uncertain about what was happening. Not wanting him to give them away, she whispered, "Put Baxter in the backyard." Stephen did as she asked. Peering into the darkness toward their house, when Melissa got a better look, her eyes flared. "There's 3 men!" And all 3 were converging on our front yard. "Emily's alone in there!" She pictured her daughter, unsuspecting and vulnerable. If she hurt someone, she would assume it was Melissa and the boys. She would have no idea it was someone else, someone who might hurt her. Then a recent memory flashed through her mind, the memory of her co-workers being gunned down as they were walking home. Then the memory of Tyler slamming against the window of the Dairy Queen as he was shot by completely different people. There were so many evil people out there who killed others without a second thought and with no reason whatsoever. And now 3 men were coming to her house. Her house! Feeling like she might vomit, she pressed her hand against her mouth. "What should I do?" she thought. "What should I do?" Inhaling deeply, she forced herself to focus. Alex. They needed Alex and other men. The more, the better. "Stephen," she said as she spun toward her younger son, "run to the east barricade and tell Dad what's happening." Giving a sharp nod, Stephen turned and darted away. "Are you armed?" she asked Jason. He nodded. "Dad told me to always be ready." Glad she'd taken the time to arm herself as well, she tried to come up with a plan. Luke. His house was right across the street from the Campbells and 2 doors down from Alex and Melissa's, and he was a cop, trained. He would know what to do. "We need to get Luke," she said, with a chin lift toward his house. "Right." But the men were nearly to her porch now. They would get inside before she or Jason could get to Luke's house and knock on the door. "There's no time," she said, her heart in her throat. "We need a distraction," Jason said, his tone calm, which helped to calm her. "Good idea." With the men about to step onto her porch, there was no time to waste. And with her daughter inside, her mama bear instincts roared to life. "Get Luke." Jason nodded, and as he hurried across the street as fast as he could with his healing leg, she began running toward her house. Desperate to keep the men from going inside, she shouted, "Hey!" All three men paused and looked her way. Then they drew their weapons. Even though they were a good 30 yards away, they were still much too close. If they opened fire, she would be hit. Realizing this, she stopped where she was, but now she was totally exposed in the middle of the street. She hadn't thought this through, at all, except she kind of had, because now none of the men were trying to get into her house, into where Emily was all alone. "Put your hands up," one of the men said, his gun aimed at her. Remembering the way she'd felt when the man at the Dairy Queen had opened the door and pointed his gun right in her face, Melissa began to tremble. That time she'd had Eric standing just out of view, ready to step in. But now? Now she was on her own, at least until her boys could bring help, which she hoped would be very, very soon. "Hands up!" the man yelled, his tone broadcasting annoyance that she hadn't already complied. The memory of Larry killing that man, and then Larry being shot dead only hours earlier, raced through her mind. Her ears began to ring, and her vision started going to pinpoints. Even so, she raised her arms. "It's working," she told herself. "You distracted them. Emily's safe. Help will come." In a desperate attempt to get her hearing and vision back, she dragged in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She did this several times, and it helped. The ringing in her ears quieted, and her vision began to clear, which is when she saw one of the men striding right toward her, his gun held tight in both of his hands and pointed directly at her. He was dressed all in black, including a black ski mask covering his face. With her heart jackhammering against her ribs, she flicked her gaze toward the other two men. Their backs were to her house, their attention still directed at her. She didn't like it, but at least it meant Emily wasn't in immediate danger. The man reached her, and with his gun practically touching her head, he growled, "Don't move." Nodding to show she understood, she resisted the urge to look toward Luke's house, which would have required her to turn her head since his house was to her left and behind her. Jason wouldn't do anything heroic that would put him in danger, would he? He didn't need to, because surely these men would realize she wasn't a threat and wouldn't hurt her, right? Holding on to that belief with both hands, she worked to suppress the trembling that wanted to take over her body. With his gun still aimed at her, the man reached over and removed her gun from her holster, then he tucked his gun away, put her gun in the back of his waistband, and patted her down. She didn't have any other weapons, and now felt defenseless. She was defenseless. "What are you doing out here?" the man asked. Who was this guy? Was he from their neighborhood? Or could he be from outside of their neighborhood? Someone who knew they had food stashed in their basement. A large stash. How did he know, though? Then she remembered Larry announcing that Alex and Melissa had a large stash of food in their basement. Obviously, it was no longer a secret. "Answer me!" Startled, Melissa stared at him. I was just getting some firewood." It was the truth, and in her fear, she struggled to come up with something better. The man looked her up and down. "Firewood, huh? I don't see any firewood." She lowered her hands, then pointed toward the Campbell's house. "It's over there." The man glanced behind her, but it was probably too dark for him to see the wood in the shadows. He met her gaze again, his cold eyes the only thing visible through his ski mask. "Why'd you call out to us?" I... The skin around his eyes crinkled as if he was grinning. "That's your house, isn't it?" He jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward her house. "Well, well, well, isn't that just perfect?" He grabbed her upper arm, his fingers like a vice. "Come with me." If he took her inside her house, out of sight of anyone who could help, that could only lead to bad things. Not to mention that Emily was in there. But maybe Emily had heard the shouting and had hidden. Melissa dearly hoped so. And what about Jason and Luke? Jason had gone to get Luke, but for all Melissa knew, Luke was on security duty tonight and not home. "Don't do anything dangerous, Jason," she silently pleaded. "Move," the man commanded, giving her a yank. Not willing to obey, she dug her heels in and tried to wrench out of his grip, but he was too strong. With his free hand, he snatched his gun out of his holster and pressed it against her skull. "You'd better do what I tell you, or you won't see morning." With the barrel's hard tip jammed against her skin, and knowing with a flick of his finger she would be dead, Melissa felt her heart nearly explode out of her chest, and her bladder wanted to go. All thoughts fled, and this time when her ears began to ring and her vision went to pinpoints, it was a struggle to stay upright. "Move," he growled. Terrified that she would be shot in the street with Jason watching, Melissa forced one shaky leg to move forward. "Help me," she silently screamed, mentally sending out a distress signal to Alex. Chapter 44. Alex. So far, things had been quiet at the barricade. Alex was grateful. He desperately needed a break from what seemed like constant excitement. Not like fun excitement. No, it was the kind of excitement he could definitely do without. "Dad!" a voice called from behind him. Spinning around, Alex was alarmed to see Stephen racing up to him. "Dad, hurry! You have to come!" The other 3 men guarding the barricade all turned to see what was going on. Ready to bolt home, Alex knew he needed to take half a second to discover what he would be heading into. "What's wrong?" "We were getting wood from the Campbell's house, but when we were going home, we saw 3 men sneaking up to our house. Come on, Dad!" That was enough for him. He turned to Jim, one of the other guards. "Let's go." Jim nodded, and together they took off running. When they reached the corner of a street, Alex expected everything to be silent. After all, Stephen had said the men were sneaking toward his house. Instead, what he saw made him stop in his tracks as adrenaline dumped into his veins. The cloudless night allowed the moon to illuminate the area enough for Alex to see a man all in black gripping Melissa's upper arm. Even worse, the man was pressing a gun to her forehead. Rage flooded him, and he had to slam down the instinct to rush forward and take the man out. Instead, with Jim and Stephen right behind him, Alex dashed to the house on the corner, one house away from his house, and pressed his back against the side. With Melissa still in view, he swung his AR from his shoulder and aimed it at the man. Using his scope, he zeroed in on the scene. Melissa looked absolutely terrified, which made him even angrier if that was possible. Focusing on the man threatening his wife, Alex carefully took aim. Maybe if he was a trained sniper he could take the shot, but he wasn't, and Melissa was too close to the man to take the chance of accidentally hitting her. Grumbling under his breath, Alex lowered his rifle and slowly scanned the area. That's when he spotted 2 other men near his front porch. They were all in black too. What was this about? Were they after the food in Alex and Melissa's basement? Had to be. Why else would they be there? With the way the men were dressed and how they were sneaking up on his house at night, obviously they were trying to be stealthy. What would have happened if Melissa and the boys hadn't been outside when the men had shown up? And did they know Alex wasn't home? Something told him they'd known he was scheduled to work the barricade and that they'd planned their assault on his house, on his family, for the time he wouldn't be there to protect them. Fresh fury at the men surged through him, and he wanted nothing more than to take them out. Then movement near Luke's house caught his eye. Squinting in that direction, Alex saw 2 figures. Using the scope on his AR, he brought them into focus. It was Jason and Luke. A smile curved his lips. They were a distance behind Melissa and the man, but the man didn't seem to know they were there. Luke had a rifle as well, which was pointed at the man with Melissa. Trouble was, he didn't seem to have a clear shot either. "What's happening, Dad?" Stephen whispered. Swinging his rifle toward one of the men near his house, Alex said, "Cover your ears, son." Then, without waiting another moment, Alex got the man in his sights and pulled the trigger. The blast from the AR was deafening, but he hit his target. The man went down. Before Alex had a chance to take a second man out, he heard a blast. Had the man killed Melissa? Sickened at the thought, Alex lowered his rifle and peered toward where he'd last seen Melissa. She was still standing there, unharmed, as was the man. Both were looking in the direction of the man Alex had killed. Alex looked that way too. Both men were down. Then he knew. Luke must have shot the second man. Shifting his eyes to the man holding Melissa at gunpoint, Alex watched in horror as the man yanked Melissa in front of him like a human shield and pressed his gun to her head. "I'll kill her," the man shouted. "No!" Alex yelled. Crap! He should have kept quiet, but that was the love of his life standing there having her life threatened. Calling out had been a gut reaction. The man pulled his gun away from Melissa and pointed it in Alex's general direction. "Show yourself!" "No!" Melissa screamed. "Shut up!" the man said, pointing his gun at her again. Then he looked toward Alex. "Come out!" Furious that the man was threatening his wife, Alex felt even more adrenaline pour into his system. He turned around, handed his AR to Jim, gave Stephen a tight smile, then stepped into the open. Chapter 45. Melissa. The gun pressing into her skull terrified Melissa, but the thought of Alex making himself a target horrified her even more. Then he appeared, stepping out of the darkness. "No, Alex!" she shouted. "I said shut up!" The gun pressed harder against her skull, and tears flooded her eyes. "It's okay," Alex said, as he raised his hands. She wasn't sure if he was talking to her or the man, but just seeing his face calmed her. "Stay where I can see you," the man said. Melissa knew Jason was near, and thought Luke was too, because those two men who had been shot right next to her front porch, had been shot one after the other so quickly that Alex couldn't have shot both of them. At least, she didn't think so. It had happened so fast that she wasn't sure, but she thought the second shot had come from behind her rather than from where Alex had been, which is where Jason and Luke would be. Although she would have been thrilled if the man holding her at gunpoint was killed, she hoped neither Luke nor Jason would try to shoot him while she was standing in front of him. What if they missed and shot her instead? Or what if the bullet went through his body and hit her? No, she would rather they play it safe. "Let's go," the man said to her. Then, with his arm held tightly around her waist, a feeling that made her skin crawl with disgust, he practically dragged her into motion. Maybe she could fall. That would give Luke a clear target, right? But the man held her so tight, even as she tried to go limp, she stayed upright. "Don't be stupid, lady, or I'll shoot you now." He emphasized his point by jabbing at her head with his gun. A burst of fear radiated throughout her body. "Okay," she managed to utter. "Now walk." Frantically trying to think of what she would do once she was in the house, or if there was a way to escape before she got there, she slowly moved forward. Knowing Emily would have heard the gunshots, she desperately hoped her daughter had found a good hiding spot, and as she heard Baxter furiously barking, she regretted locking him in the Campbells' backyard. Then again, if he was out and ran at the men, she knew they would shoot him, and she didn't want that either. As they approached the sidewalk, the man paused and turned to Alex, who was at least 40 yards away. "Don't do anything stupid or she dies." Alex's hands were still up, and Melissa could see him nod. She could only imagine how he was feeling, but there didn't seem to be anything he could do to help her. Instead, it was up to her. They slow-walked up the driveway, and as they drew closer to the short path that led to the porch, she saw the two men that had been killed by Alex and presumably Luke. How was it that in the last week she'd managed to see so many bodies that had been killed in such violent ways, and two of those bodies were now in her front yard? They reached the porch, and Melissa lost all hope that she would manage to escape before going inside, not with a gun pressed firmly to her head. All he wants is the food, she told herself, desperate to believe that was true, although he'd never given a hint at what he wanted. But it seemed safe to assume that's why he and his now-dead buddies had been coming to her house in the first place. What other reason could they possibly have? "Open the door," he demanded right in her ear. She placed her hand on the doorknob and turned. It's locked." "Then unlock it." His tone said she was an idiot. Briefly closing her eyes, she reached into her pocket and found her key ring, which also held the key to the lock where the food was kept. Then with shaking hands, she inserted the key before turning it to disengage the deadbolt. She tucked the key ring back in her pocket and reluctantly opened the door. "Is anyone else inside?" Praying that Emily was well hidden, Melissa shook her head. "No." He walked them inside, then closed the door behind them. It was pitch black. Melissa heard him turn the deadbolt. Finally, he released her, and just as she began moving away into the darkness, a flashlight turned on. He narrowed his eyes at her, his gun steadily pointing her way. He shook his head, then motioned with the flashlight toward the living room. "Drag that recliner over here." Having an idea what he was going to do with it, and resenting him for being in her home, she struggled to drag the overstuffed recliner into the entryway. "Shove it against the door." Yep, that's what she'd figured he was going to do. Now it would be harder, though not impossible, for Alex to come inside. After she pushed the recliner into place, the man used his leg to give it a shove so that it was snugged up tight against the door. "Now, where's the food?" She was right. He was after the food. Although it made her angry that he was going to take it, her life was worth way more than a box of food. "It's in the basement, but how did you know it was here?" If he was from the wider neighborhood, then of course he knew. But if he wasn't, then someone had told him. The question was, who and why? He shook his head, then motioned with his gun for her to move forward. Melissa turned and walked toward the door that led to the basement, gritting her teeth in anger the whole way. When she reached the door to the basement, she stopped. "Open it," he said, his eyes like storm clouds. Wondering where Emily was hiding, she turned the knob and pulled the door open. The stairs appeared below her. "Lead the way." He motioned with his gun for her to go down first. The sooner he gets his food, the sooner he'll be gone. The thought motivated her to get moving. She walked down the stairs, pausing at the bottom to make sure Emily wasn't in view, but it was too dark to see. The man was right behind her. The short hallway at the base of the stairs lit up from his flashlight. She went to the storage room door, took the key ring out of her pocket, and unlocked the door. "The food's inside." "Good. Go in and get it." He wanted her to get it? Then again, that made sense. That way he could keep his gun trained on her, which is exactly what he did. She picked up a box that held 6 number 10 cans of spaghetti noodles. "Carry it upstairs." How was he planning on getting the food to wherever he was staying? Then a horrifying thought crashed into her mind. Maybe he was going to make her come with him, use her as a hostage. She couldn't let that happen. Think. "Move it!" Startled, she glanced at him and the ever-present gun, then turned and carried the box out of the room and down the short hallway before she began climbing the stairs. When she reached the top, her eyes widened. Off to the left, in the darkness, stood Emily, and in her hands she held a pot, the same one that had been left to heat on the camp stove before Melissa and the boys had gone to get firewood. Immediately understanding what her daughter was about to do, Melissa wanted to tell Emily no. After all, the man had a gun. But she didn't, because not only did she trust Emily, but there was no time for her daughter to dash away before the man saw her. No, she had to step back and let Emily try this. Otherwise, they would both be in danger. These thoughts went through her mind in the blink of an eye. Smoothly stepping to the right, Melissa spun around, dropping the box of food at the same time, hoping the sound would distract the man so he wouldn't notice Emily until it was too late. It worked. The man looked toward the dropped box, and just as he did, Emily tilted the pot downward before tossing all of the boiling hot water into his face. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and threw his arms up, but he held on to both the gun and the flashlight. Emily followed up the water by slamming the empty pot into the man's head. It hit him with a satisfying thump. He tumbled backward down the stairs, plunging the area around them into darkness. Beyond proud of her daughter, Melissa couldn't stop a broad smile from bursting upon her lips. But then she felt an urgency to get out of there. She grabbed Emily's hand and tugged her toward the front door. Chapter 46. Alex. When Alex saw the man drag Melissa into the house, he was nearly apoplectic with rage and fear, and the moment the door closed, he dropped his raised arms and raced to the front door. Not surprisingly, it was locked. What was happening in there? Was the man going to hurt Melissa? And Stephen had said Emily was inside. If that man did anything to his wife or daughter... He couldn't allow himself to even consider those things. Luke appeared on the porch beside Alex, as did Jason, Stephen, and Jim. "Jim," Luke said, "you and Jason go around back. Don't do anything. Just keep an eye on things and let me know if anyone comes out. Alex, Stephen, and I will stay here." Luke's commands shook Alex out of his head. He turned to Luke. "What should we do? The door's locked." An image of the man holding a gun to Melissa's head blasted through his mind. "I don't want to set the man off by bursting in." "No," Luke said. "We have to treat this as a hostage situation." Not sure what that entailed, Alex asked. "So what do we do?" Luke's lips compressed. "This is nothing like what I'm used to. It's just us, and we have no technology to help." He exhaled through his nose. "I'm guessing these guys were after the food." "Yeah," Alex said with a nod. "I was thinking the same thing." "Let's give it a minute and see if that's what he wants. We'll tell him he can have it if he lets Melissa go, and then we'll deal with him later." Alex didn't want to give it a minute. He wanted to go in there now and rescue his wife. But he had no experience in this arena, and Luke did. Even more, he trusted Luke. "Alex," a voice called. Alex turned to see Stan standing on his front porch next door. Several other neighbors had come outside as well. Obviously, the gunshots had gotten their attention. "What's going on?" Stan asked. Alex just shook his head. There was no time to explain. "We need to back off," Luke said. "Give the thief space so he doesn't feel threatened." Logically, what Luke said made sense, but it still felt all kinds of wrong to not go inside and help Melissa. Then a scream of agony came from inside the house. Alex's eyes widened, and he turned to Luke. Luke nodded. Alex jammed his key into the lock and turned the deadbolt, but when he pushed the door to open it, it barely moved. Something was blocking it. Frantic to get inside, Alex used his shoulder to force it open. Grunting with effort, he felt the object begin to move. Luke helped, and after several excruciating moments, the door opened enough for Alex to squeeze through. It was completely dark inside. Alex drew his gun. He hadn't removed it from his holster when he'd come out from cover earlier. Then he pulled his flashlight out of his pocket and flicked it on. With his gun in his right hand and his flashlight in his left, he crossed his wrists so that he was leading with his gun while the flashlight lit the way. That's when he saw Melissa and Emily charging toward him. Immediately lowering his gun, he ushered them out their front door to safety. "Where's the man?" he asked them as he guided them toward Stan's house. Melissa quickly told him what had happened, which was when Alex realized that Luke had gone in and was still inside. "Stay here." Then, without waiting for Melissa to agree, he took off toward his house. Once he reached the open door, he paused and listened. He could hear Luke's voice, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Alex crossed the threshold, his flashlight and gun leading the way, and went to the basement stairs where Melissa had said the man had tumbled. Lighting the stairwell, Alex saw Luke standing over the man lying at the bottom, his gun and flashlight aimed at the man's head. The man moaned in pain, and his right leg was turned at an awkward angle. "Tell me," Luke demanded. Holstering his gun, Alex trotted down the stairs to where Luke stood. Luke acknowledged him, but then turned his attention back to the man. In the light from his and Luke's flashlights, Alex saw the man's gun a distance away, like it had either come out of his hand or Luke had kicked it away, and what looked like Melissa's gun was on the ground and out of the man's reach as well. As Alex stared at the man, it took everything within him not to pummel the man into unconsciousness. Taking a steadying breath, Alex let Luke take the lead. "I can't," the man muttered, clearly in severe pain. The ski mask was on the ground near him, and his face was covered in angry blisters. "Why not?" Luke asked, nudging the obviously broken leg with his foot. The man cried out, "Because!" His voice trembled. "We made a deal. If I tell you, the deal will be off, and my family and many others will go hungry." Luke turned to Alex. "He made a deal with someone in our community. Don't know who. Don't know what the deal is." "Where do you live?" Alex asked through gritted teeth. The man shook his head as if to say he wouldn't tell them. "In our neighborhood?" Alex asked. He didn't think so. He'd never seen the man before. but it would be helpful to confirm that much. The man shook his head again. Where was he from, and how organized was it? Would they send more people to steal from the food bank in Alex's street? Alex's house? "You gonna tell us what we want to know?" Luke said. "Or should I shoot you now and put you out of your misery?" Would Luke actually shoot a man who was injured and helpless? Alex doubted it, but the man didn't know that, so maybe it would work. And when Alex pictured the man pressing his gun against Melissa's head, it took great self-restraint not to shoot the man himself. The man shook his head in reply to Luke. Clenching his jaw, Alex glared at the man. Then he turned to Luke. "Let me try." Luke raised his eyebrows at Alex, then after several beats he nodded and stepped to the side, although he kept his gun trained on the man. Staring at the man, Alex had to take a moment to get his anger under control. "Let's start with something simple." His hands were fisted at his sides, and his gaze never wavered from the man's face. "What's your name?" The man stared at him for several long moments, and then he turned away. His patience gone and his fury on the brink of eruption, Alex placed his foot on the man's broken leg and applied steady pressure. The man gasped in pain. "Name," Alex ground out. Panting, the man shifted watering eyes to Alex. "Pete." Alex released the pressure. "Who do you know in our neighborhood?" Pete's eyes slid away from Alex. "I can't." Pounding began in Alex's ears, and adrenaline rushed through his system. This loser, Pete, had not only threatened Melissa's life, but now he thought he could refuse to answer their questions? Rage, hot and bright, surged through Alex, and without thinking it through, he kicked Pete's broken leg. Pete let out a shriek of agony, and then he went limp. Luke said. "I think he passed out." With his heart slamming against his ribs, Alex narrowed his eyes at Pete. Yep, he was out cold. Alex turned to Luke. "Sorry, I guess I let my emotions get the better of me." Luke cocked his head. "Can't blame you. Not after what he did to Melissa." Glad that Luke understood, Alex nodded. Still, that didn't help the problem of the man with the answers being unconscious on his basement floor. "Let's take him to Nurse Rebecca," Luke said. "Once he wakes up, we can grill him." "Yeah, okay, I'll get a stretcher." "Thanks." Alex went up the stairs and out their front door to find a small crowd gathered. The cool air helped to cool his emotions. "What's going on?" someone asked. None of Alex's family was there. Neither was Stan. Presumably his family was at Stan's place and had told him everything. Alex was grateful to his neighbor for taking care of his family. He faced the people standing on the sidewalk, driveway, and lawn. "Some men attempted to attack my home. They took my wife hostage." Gasps erupted. "She's fine. She and our daughter escaped, but one of the men is inside. He's from outside our neighborhood." Looks of concern flashed across everyone's faces. "We're going to take him to Nurse Rebecca. Can someone go to her place and get a stretcher?" "I'll do it," Dawn, a neighbor from down the street, offered. "Thanks." Dawn nodded, then took off. "Where's the guy from?" someone asked. "Don't know yet." "What did he want?" someone else asked. Alex didn't plan on telling them that there was a traitor in their midst, but he could answer this question. "Food." "What are you going to do with him?" Alex frowned. "To be determined." "What's his name?" Would any of these people recognize the man? "Pete." People talked among themselves, and when Dawn returned with a stretcher and an additional man, Alex led them inside his house and to the intruder. It took a few minutes to get Pete, who remained unconscious, onto the stretcher, and then all four of them carried him up the stairs. When they carried him out of the house, the people who had gathered outside pressed forward to get a look at him. Alex lifted his eyes to their faces to see if anyone seemed to recognize him. No one did. The four of them carried the stretcher to Nurse Rebecca's house. She was ready and waiting. After putting Pete in a bedroom that Rebecca was using as an exam room, Dawn and the other man left, but Alex and Luke stayed, hopeful they could get more information. The room was lit by a pair of gas lanterns. "You're going to have to wait in the other room while I treat him," Nurse Rebecca said with a frown. "No," Alex said. "I want to be here when he wakes up." Rebecca pursed her lips and stared at Alex. When he didn't budge, she sighed and shook her head, but then she got to work, setting his leg and treating his burns. Alex stood in the corner the entire time. Luke stayed with him. When Rebecca was done and Pete remained unconscious, Luke took Alex by the arm and led him into Rebecca's living room. "I can see you're beat," Luke said. "Go home and see how your family's doing. I'll stay here, and if he wakes up, I'll let you know." Luke was right. Alex was beyond exhausted, and his family was on his mind. "You gonna stay all night?" "I can, or I can have Brian assign a guard." "All right. Either way is fine with me. I'll leave it up to you." "I'll see you in the morning, Alex." Alex nodded. "Thanks." Then he left Nurse Rebecca's house and headed home. When he got there, he saw that someone had removed the bodies. Grateful for neighbors that looked out for each other, he went to Stan's house, then brought his family home. Chapter 47. Alex. "Wow," Stephen said to Emily after the family had settled into the family room, and she told them how she'd thrown the boiling hot water into the man's face and then hit him with a pot. Baxter, who they'd retrieved from the Campbell's backyard, pressed against Stephen's leg. "It was pretty scary," Emily said. "But you stepped up," Jason said with a grin. "I have to admit, I'm kind of amazed." Alex could tell Emily was proud of what she'd done, although she also seemed to feel some guilt about hurting the man. Which wasn't surprising. She was a 15-year-old girl, not a warrior. "You saved Mom," Alex said as he put an arm around Emily. He was sitting between her and Melissa, thankful that they were both all right, because it could have easily gone the other way. "I know," she said with a sad smile. "When I heard those gunshots, I looked out the window and saw him holding a gun to Mom." She shook her head. "I got scared and hid in my room, but when I heard them come in, I knew I had to do something. I didn't have a gun, so I did the only thing I could think of." Melissa got up and moved to sit on the other side of Emily. "I'm so proud of you. When I first saw you standing there with that pot, I was afraid for you to do anything, but I knew you could do it, and I was right." Emily smiled, and when Melissa wrapped her arms around her, Emily rested her head on Melissa's shoulder. A moment later, Emily sat up straight and turned to Alex. "Is he okay? The man I hurt?" "He'll be fine," Alex said with a reassuring smile. He had no idea if that was true, but there was no reason for Emily to feel guilty about anything she'd done. He'd done worse, because he'd hurt the man on purpose. Even so, he had zero regrets. Emily's body relaxed, and she rested her head against Melissa's shoulder. Jason, who was sitting on a mattress near the couch, reached over and patted Emily on her leg. "You did good." Emily smiled. "Thanks." "What I don't understand," Melissa said, "is why people are already doing this. Are people out of food already?" Alex had been contemplating that too, and he thought he understood their reasoning. "My guess? It has to do with a scarcity mindset." "What's that?" Stephen asked. "Remember when the pandemic first started? How people were going crazy buying toilet paper and bottled water?" "I remember that," Melissa said. "It was nuts how everyone was buying so much. I know I got a little caught up in it and bought more than we needed, but it felt like if I didn't, then when we needed it, there wouldn't be any left." Then she tilted her head and pointed at Alex. "I see what you mean." Alex grinned. "Exactly. Even though people may have food in their pantries, they know there's no more to be had at the grocery store, and once their pantries are empty, that's it. They're out of luck. So if there's a way for them to stock up, they'll jump on it." Picturing his own pantry slowly diminishing with no way to replenish it sent a burst of panic shooting through him, and he had to work to tamp it down. "And since they knew about the stash we have," Jason said, "it's like they couldn't help themselves. They had to get it while the getting was good." Alex nodded. "Right. So even though it may seem too soon for people to be acting this way, we're no longer in times of plenty, and people are starting to realize that." He paused. "They're starting to panic over the idea that there won't be enough, so they're going to do whatever they have to make sure they and their families are fed." Including holding his wife at gunpoint. Everyone was quiet, lost in their own thoughts. "All right," Alex said. "It's late and I'm exhausted." "Me too," said Melissa. Let's go to bed." They got ready for bed, and after adding logs to the fire, logs they'd retrieved from the Campbells' front lawn, they all got in bed. But Alex couldn't fall asleep. After what had happened, he thought he should be keeping watch. Those men had come from outside their neighborhood and had managed to bypass both barricades, which wouldn't be hard, really. All they had to do was hop a few fences, which meant more people could be coming to attack his home, his family. Alex threw back the covers and got up. "What's wrong, honey?" Melissa whispered. He knelt beside her. "I can't sleep." He leaned down and kissed her. "But you sleep. I'll keep watch." She nodded, then snuggled into the blankets. Alex stood and went into the front room. The recliner had been put back in its proper place. After grabbing his shoes from the area by the front door, he sat in the recliner and put them on, then settled in for the night. Wide awake now, Alex wondered if Pete had regained consciousness and if Luke had managed to get any useful information out of him. Had Luke ended up staying the night, or was someone else guarding Pete? Not that he was in any shape to escape. And what about the danger his family, and Stan's, and Luke's, were now in because word was out that they had extra food stored at their houses? Was it worth it to keep the food there when it put his family at risk? Silently, he shook his head. Of course it wasn't. Though the idea had been a good one, they hadn't foreseen the danger it would put them and their families in. Some other solution would have to be found. He would meet with Stan and Luke the next day and they would discuss it, because certainly the same thoughts were going through their heads. Despite his best efforts to stay alert, Alex eventually drifted off, but when soft knocking sounded on his front door early the next morning, he snapped awake. He pushed himself to his feet, then after checking on his family and finding them still asleep, he approached the door with caution. Though the sun had risen, it was still early. Who would be at his door at that hour? Luke? Stan? Someone wishing to do him and his family harm? He pressed his eye to the peephole and saw Luke. Exhaling softly, he opened the door. It was too cold to step outside to chat, so Alex swept his arm toward the living room, and after Luke entered, Alex shut the door. "Family still asleep?" Luke asked in soft tones. "Yeah." Luke nodded. "After you left last night, I stuck around for a couple of hours. Brian came by and said he'd heard what had happened, wanted to know if any of our people had been hurt. I filled him in. Pete was still asleep, so I asked Brian to have someone come over and guard him overnight. A man named Bill took over, and I came home. Well, I just got back from Nurse Rebecca's house." Luke frowned. "Both Bill and Pete are dead." "What?" "Yeah. Evidently someone came in during the night and took them both out. Knifed them." "And Rebecca?" "Thankfully, she was spared. I spoke to her, and she said she was asleep in another room and didn't hear anything. Looks like they jimmied the lock. Guess Bill was in the room with Pete and didn't hear them coming." "So we not only have someone who betrayed our community by making some sort of deal with an outside group, but a cold-blooded killer in our midst as well, and no way to discover who it is or where Pete's group is located." "About sums it up." Frowning deeply, Alex shook his head. "Well, isn't that just great?" He motioned to his side chair before sitting in the recliner. Luke sat down. "This dovetails into something I've been thinking about," he began. "What's that?" "You and me and Stan, we're targets now, with the food in our houses. Plus, we killed 2 of the men from that group. We've got to assume whoever was behind the attack won't let that go." "Yeah, I've been thinking about that too." "Any ideas on how we can remove the targets from our backs, and the backs of our families?" An image of Melissa being held at gunpoint flashed into his mind. He had to make sure nothing like that ever happened again. "I do have a thought," Luke said, "but I want our entire street to agree to it." Then he told Alex his idea. "Not bad, but yeah, let's get everyone over here to discuss it." Luke stood. "I'll get the word out, and we'll meet here in an hour." Chapter 48. Alex. An hour later, Alex and Melissa welcomed the neighbors from their street into their home. Before everyone got there, Alex and Luke filled Stan in on the idea they were going to present to their neighbors, and he agreed it was a good one. "I think most of you heard what happened last night," Alex began. Everyone nodded, many with pinched expressions. Like him, they had probably felt safe in their homes. The reality that they were vulnerable no matter where they were must have hit them as hard as it had hit him. "As you can imagine," he went on, "my family and Luke's and Stan's families don't want to make ourselves targets by having the surplus food in our homes." "I don't blame you," Dawn said. "I wouldn't either," Lisa said. "But what should we do?" Alex knew she was running low on food and had to be worried about the situation. He turned to Luke. "Luke has an idea, but we want to see what all of you think." Luke nodded. "So, what I was thinking was that we could disperse a small portion of the food among all of us on our street for when we need it, and put the rest in the cooperative's food bank. That way it will be under guard 24/7 and will no longer be a target." Everyone was silent as they contemplated the suggestion. "Will that mean we'll be able to access the food bank?" Lisa asked. "We'll have to talk to Brian," Alex said, "but I would think so. And that community meeting is this afternoon. We can have Brian announce that the food has been added to the food banks. That will take the target off of our backs." "I don't love that we'll have less food under our control," Dawn said, "but if we disperse some of it among ourselves first, that will help, and I certainly don't want any of you or your families to be hurt." The way his street was watching out for each other sent a burst of warmth to Alex's chest. He smiled. "I appreciate that." He looked at each person. "Any other thoughts?" "How will you disperse it?" Lisa asked. "I want everyone to get a fair share, but some may not need as much as others." Alex nodded, then looked around the room. "Thoughts?" Dawn began. "I don't need as much as some of you might." His face brightened. "But if we divide it evenly, then those of us who maybe have more than we need can share with others when they need it. Kind of like we're caretakers for others on our street. On top of that, no one will have a target on them because no one will have a large stash. Does that make sense?" "It does," Stan said, "and I like it. We'll still give the food bank enough to be part of that, but we'll keep enough local to get us by for a while." Alex smiled. "Good idea, Dawn. Unless anyone else has a comment, let's vote on it." He waited, but when no one else spoke, he said, "All in favor of evenly dispersing a small portion of what we're storing and putting the remainder in the cooperative's food bank, raise your hand." Every hand went up. Knowing that his family would no longer be looked at as a target sent relief surging through him. Smiling broadly, he said, "Perfect! Let's take care of this now. I think I have the most food here. Let's bring it up to this room. Then we'll bring the surplus Stan and Luke are holding here as well, and then we'll divide from there." "What about the people's houses we took it from?" Stephanie asked. "If they come home, we won't know which food is theirs." "It's been a week now," Stan said. "It's true that they might still come home, and I hope they do, but at this point we need to look out for those who are here." Everyone nodded agreement. Alex absolutely hoped the Campbells and the other 3 families came home, but as each day went by without them, the less likely it seemed they would return, and the food situation had to be dealt with now. What had happened the night before made that abundantly clear. A knock sounded on Alex's door. Everyone looked at each other, and Alex could see fear in their eyes. He stood, and Luke stood with him. They went to the front door, and Alex pressed his eye to the peephole. He stared for several moments before turning to Luke with a shocked expression. Finally, he opened the door. "Hi," the man on Alex's front porch said. "We don't really know each other, but I'm Kevin Campbell. I believe you have my dog, Baxter?" Chapter 49. Alex. At the sound of Kevin's voice, Baxter came tearing around the corner from the family room where he'd been hanging out with Stephen, Emily, and Jason, his tail wagging madly. Alex stood back and watched the reunion, his mind racing. "Is Sarah home too?" Diana, who had been in the meeting, asked Kevin as she joined them in the doorway. Kevin, who'd knelt to greet Baxter, stood. A bracket of concern formed around his eyes, then his lips pressed together as he shook his head. "No." Alex swept his hand toward the living room. "Please, come in." It was then that Kevin seemed to notice that all of his neighbors were gathered in Alex's living room. "It's so good to see you," Stan said with a warm smile. Then he embraced Kevin, who hugged Stan tightly for several long moments. Alex could only imagine what the man had gone through to get home, and then finding his wife not home. Kevin stepped out of Stan's embrace and gave him a shaky smile. Then he walked into the living room and sat in an empty seat. Baxter sat on his haunches beside Kevin and leaned against him. Alex, Luke, Stan, and Diana sat as well. Everyone was quiet, waiting to hear what Kevin had to say. "Why are you all here?" Kevin asked, a bewildered expression on his face. "Before we get into that," Stan said, "tell us what's happening with you. Did you just get back?" Kevin nodded, and Alex looked at him more closely. It was obvious he'd been on the road for the last week. His clothes and face were dirty, and his cheeks were sunken like he'd lost weight. "Where were you when the EMP hit?" Diana asked. Kevin turned to her. "I was in Vegas." That was 400 miles away, a lot farther than Alex had had to travel. "I had to walk part of the way back," Kevin said, "but thanks to some kind people, I was able to get a ride for a portion of the trip." "What was it like?" Lisa asked. Kevin frowned. "It wasn't pretty, that's for sure, but not everyone out there is bad. A lot of people helped me along the way, gave me shelter at night, fed me." Tears filled his eyes. "If it wasn't for them, I don't know if I would have made it." Then he visibly swallowed before looking at each person. "No one's seen Sarah?" Having an idea how he felt, Alex reluctantly shook his head, as did everyone else. "She should have been home by now." He stood abruptly. "I have to find her." Now Alex knew exactly how he felt, but it was different. When he'd gone to look for Melissa, it had been the day of the EMP. Now, it had been a week. Things had to be so much worse. "Of course you do," Stan said, "but take a minute, okay? You need food, water, a plan." Kevin's shoulders sagged, and he sank into his seat. "All my food is gone." Guilt stabbed at Alex's chest. Then again, maybe this was why he'd felt the need to get the Campbells' food before the cooperative did, because Kevin had been on his way home. What about the other families in the neighborhood? The ones who hadn't come home yet? Were they on their way? Hope blossomed inside him, until he thought about Kevin's wife, Sarah. She should have been home by now. Her work wasn't that far, maybe 15 miles, but the area where she worked hadn't been the best before the EMP. Alex kept his thoughts to himself. "We have your food," Stan said with a smile. Eyebrows bunching, Kevin shook his head. "Wait, why do you have my food?" Stan explained how the neighborhood had organized, and how the cooperative had commandeered the food from the empty houses, and how he and Alex had decided to act first. "Your food is here," Alex said, once Stan had finished his explanation. "In my basement, untouched." Relief spread across Kevin's face. "Then I guess I should thank you, not only for that, but for taking care of this guy." He rested his hand on Baxter's head. Baxter looked up at Kevin with a wide, doggy smile, clearly thrilled to have his person back. "Of course," Alex said. "I'm glad we could help." Kevin's gaze dropped to his lap. Then he lifted his eyes to Alex's. "If you could hang on to Baxter for a while longer, I'm going to look for Sarah." Recalling how much despair he'd felt while looking for Melissa, Alex empathized with him. "Where are you going to start?" Luke asked. Kevin shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know. I guess I'll just—" He brought a shaky hand to his forehead. "I'll be on foot, so—" His words trailed off as his lips compressed and he stared at the floor. Alex had an idea. He turned to Melissa. She met his eyes, then evidently reading his thoughts, she smiled and nodded. Alex turned to Kevin. "I have a truck you could use." Kevin's head snapped up as he stared at Alex. "A truck? That runs?" "Yes. It's about out of fuel, and it runs on diesel, so you'll have to find some, but you're welcome to use it." Alex felt everyone's eyes on him, and when he scanned their faces, he could see their approval. "That would—" Kevin began as he pressed his palms to his eyes. "That would be amazing. Thank you." It would be a sacrifice to not have the truck, but it was worth it. In some ways, it made up for all the killing he'd done. Not that he regretted taking out the men he had. Every one had deserved it as far as he was concerned. But helping his neighbor with something so critical made him feel good. "What do you want us to do with your food?" Luke asked. Then he went on to explain what had happened the night before and what the neighbors had decided. "Oh," Kevin said, his eyes wide. I guess we can't leave it here then, but I don't think it will be safe in my house either." "What if we have the food bank watch over it?" Alex asked. "They're already segregating the food by household. Yours will be there too, and we'll tell them not to distribute any of it." "Unless you don't come back," Alex couldn't help but think. "Yeah," Kevin said. "That sounds good." He stood. "I should get going. I need to get ready." "Hold on," Dawn said. "You're going alone?" Kevin turned his way. "Yeah." A smile slowly built on Dawn's lips. "How would you like some company?" Face brightening, Kevin said, "That would be awesome." Dawn grinned. "Come to my place. I'll feed you, and then we can get going." Kevin's face seemed to shine with an optimism he hadn't displayed since he'd appeared on Alex's doorstep. "Sounds great." Alex knew Dawn was divorced and had no kids, so it wasn't as if he would be leaving a family behind. It was a generous offer, and Alex thought it would boost Kevin's chances of success to have someone watching his back. He only hoped Kevin would be as lucky as Alex had been when he'd gone looking for Melissa. Dawn stood, then turned to the group. "Perhaps you can parcel my food out among some of you for safekeeping." "Of course," Stan said. "We'd be happy to." Dawn nodded, then faced Alex. "I'll give you the keys to my place when we come for the truck." "All right." Kevin told Baxter goodbye, then he and Dawn left. Chapter 50. Alex. Once Dawn and Kevin left, Alex faced the group. "So, do we still want to divide up a small portion of the food stored at Luke's and Stan's and take the rest to the food bank?" "I think we should," Luke said, "and we'll parcel out Dawn's food for safekeeping." Everyone agreed, and they got to work. While most of the neighbors worked on dividing up a small quantity of food stored in Luke's and Stan's basements, Alex and Luke loaded Kevin's food into Alex's truck, and then Alex and Luke drove to Brian's house. After Alex and Luke explained to Brian how Kevin had come back, but was immediately leaving to look for his wife, and wanted the food bank to guard his food, and how their street was going to put their surplus into the food bank, Brian said, "I was distressed to hear about the attack, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but I think it's wise for you to store the food in the food bank." He paused. "I'm also rather concerned that people managed to bypass our security." "Me too," Alex said. 2 guards at the food bank are probably not enough." "I agree, which is why I'm going to ask the security committee to double the number, today." "Good," Luke said. Brian focused on Luke. "The man, Pete, he gave no clue as to who he knew from our neighborhood?" Luke shook his head. "He was killed before he told us anything." Brian's lips pressed into a grimace. "Any idea who it could be?" There were several people that hadn't liked the decision Alex and his street had made. Was the attack a form of punishment for not going along with the wider neighborhood? Or was his house just an easier target than the food bank? Was the food bank next? And what kind of deal could the person have made? Why endanger everyone's food supply? Except it wasn't everyone's food supply. The only food that had nearly been stolen was the food supply for Alex's street. Although if the group Pete and his buddies belonged to were planning on hitting the food bank next, any food taken from there would affect only those who had access to the food bank. In other words, if the vote that afternoon ended up excluding some neighborhoods, those who were excluded wouldn't be hurt by the food bank being hit. Maybe that was a clue as to who had made a deal with Pete. Maybe someone who feared being excluded was trying to hedge their bets and had told Pete where he could get food for his group in exchange for a portion of their spoils. Alex told Brian and Luke his theory. "That's certainly a possibility," Brian said. "It's a strong motive," Luke added. "Did it work?" Alex asked Brian. "Your threat to exclude neighborhoods? Did any street besides Larry's bring their surplus food to the food bank?" "Yes, in fact, one more did. So, of the 10 neighborhoods in the cooperative, There are just 2 that will possibly be excluded. Okay, Luke said. Let's focus our investigation on people who live in those 2 neighborhoods. It's a place to start, Brian said. Then he paused. Would you head that up, Luke? Yeah. Brian told him which streets to look into, then added, We have to root out whoever turned against our neighborhood. Alex agreed. Not only had the traitor betrayed the neighborhood by making a deal with someone who had threatened his family, but the person had killed Pete, as well as Bill, the man guarding him. The traitor was a danger to all. I have a question for the 2 of you, Brian said. After the shootings at last night's meeting, I'm wondering if we shouldn't allow people to be armed at future meetings, starting tonight. The thought of not being able to defend himself or his family was unacceptable, and without giving it a moment's consideration, Alex said, If you make those meetings a gun-free zone, I won't be attending. Me either, Luke said. Besides, what are you going to do, search each person? Brian shook his head. No, that's not feasible. Exactly, Luke said. So, the people who obey the edict would be at the mercy of those who don't. He shook his head. We can't take weapons out of the hands of good people. That's the problem, though, Brian said. We thought Larry was a good person, and look what happened there. There's no way to know what's in anyone's heart, Luke pointed out. But in my years in law enforcement, I never saw a criminal that followed the gun laws, so I, for one, will be armed. Glad that Luke was speaking so forcefully, Alex said, After my home was attacked last night, there's no way I'm going anywhere unarmed. Brian nodded. Okay, that's why I asked you to. A half-smile tilted his lips. Guess that's settled then. Luke nodded. Let's get this food to the food bank. Yeah, Alex agreed. I need to get the truck back for Kevin to take. That's awfully generous of you, Alex, Brian said. It is, Luke added. Shrugging, Alex said, It seemed like the right thing to do. They said their goodbyes, and Alex and Luke took Kevin's food to the food bank, where it was segregated from the rest. Then they went back to their own neighborhood, where the food that would be their street's contribution to the food bank was ready to take over. After bringing all of it to the food bank and making sure it was secure, Alex handed the keys to the truck over to Kevin. I'll take good care of it, he said. The important thing is that you find your wife, Alex said in reply, and he meant it. Sure, he wanted the truck back, but he knew exactly how Kevin was feeling, and he wanted to help how he could. Thanks. Here's the key to my house. Dawn handed Alex a single key. With any luck, we'll be back soon. But if... He clenched his jaw. If we're not back, and people are running out of food, you can share mine. That's extremely generous of you, Dawn. Thank you. He nodded, then he smiled at Kevin. Ready? Absolutely, Kevin said. The pair got in the truck, turned it on, then backed out of Alex's driveway and headed off. Kevin hadn't shared what he'd been through on his journey from Vegas to getting home, but Alex had to assume that whatever he dealt with had prepared him for what he was about to face. At least he hoped so, because Kevin and Dawn were sure to face a lot of danger. Chapter 51. Alex. I feel so much relief, Melissa said to Alex as she checked on the seedlings which had yet to sprout, knowing that we don't have all that food in our house. Her lips twisted into a wry grin. It was nice having so much food here, but... She shook her head. I was terrified last night. Alex had been terrified as well, terrified that he would lose her. I agree. Although I liked having that control, the risk was too high. He paused. They're doubling the number of guards at the food bank, so I think the food will be safe there. At least he hoped so. If people got desperate enough, like the group Pete was from, they would most certainly mount an attack. Melissa turned and faced him fully. How many people do you think are already running out of food? It's only been a week since the EMP. A week? Why does it seem so much longer than that? She chuckled. Right? I know we talked about the scarcity mindset, but do you think a lot of people are starting to actually run out? Yeah, I do. Most people don't plan that far ahead, or were living paycheck to paycheck and couldn't afford to stock up. And do you remember when the pandemic hit? The shelves emptied in a day, and then for months afterwards there were shortages, and that's when food was still being delivered to stores daily. When the EMP hit, deliveries stopped dead. The time to prepare ended without warning. And most people were so comfortable with what they perceived as normal that they never got around to preparing. So yeah, I think there are a lot of people who are about out of food. She was quiet for several moments. How are you going to vote this afternoon? On Brian's proposal to exclude neighborhoods that haven't contributed to the food bank. The meeting was in an hour, and Alex had been thinking about it quite a bit. An idea had been marinating in his mind ever since Brian had made the proposal, but he needed to think it through before he talked about it. I'm not sure yet. What about you? I'm leaning toward allowing everyone to access the food bank. How can we, in good conscience, let someone like Logan's family starve when they didn't do anything wrong? They didn't take the food from those houses, so it doesn't seem right for everyone else in the neighborhood to have enough when they have none. Alex put his arms around her, and she leaned against him. He agreed with her sentiment, but he was also worried, because the amount of food in the food bank was finite, and the food in their own basement wouldn't last forever either. Eventually, everyone in the neighborhood would be in the same boat. No food. Then what would happen? I want to go to the meeting, Stephen said as he walked into the kitchen. Remembering the double murders that had happened right in front of everyone at the last meeting just the night before, Alex was reluctant to allow any of his children to come, but until word got out that he and his family no longer had a large stash of food in their basement, leaving the kids home alone was probably more dangerous. All right, he said with a tepid smile. You can come. In fact, tell Emily and Jason that they should come too. Stephen's face lit up. Okay. Then he dashed off to give his siblings the news. Are you sure? Melissa asked as she stepped out of his embrace. He told her his reasoning. Pinching the skin at her throat, she said, Okay, that makes sense. Then she bit her lip. But what if someone does break in while we're gone and empties our shelves? It's all the food we have. Alex shook his head. It's a risk we'll have to take. He didn't like it either, but his family's safety was too important. An hour later, the 5 of them walked to the school grounds for the meeting. Can we vote too? Stephen asked. I don't know. He hadn't noticed if kids had voted on the other measures. It's all by a raise of hands, so I suppose you could. Whether or not the votes would count was another question. When they reached the school, they could see it was going to be well attended. Everyone knew what the stakes were, so Alex was sure that people on both sides of the issue wanted their voices heard. 10 minutes later, Brian called the meeting to order. Good afternoon. I'm glad to see that so many of you are here. First, I want to announce that 3 neighborhoods have now added their surplus food to the cooperative's food bank, including Alex and Stan Street. Alex felt eyes shifting to him, but he was glad. He wanted this news out there so that it would be clear that his house was no longer worth attacking. But as he let his gaze slide over the people in attendance, he couldn't help but wonder which of them was the traitor. No one stood out to him as the guilty party, but still, he wondered. So, Brian went on, there are 2 neighborhoods that have not contributed to the food bank. The only item on this afternoon's agenda is what to do about it. Should the families who live in those neighborhoods be excluded from the food bank, or should they be allowed to access it? He paused. You've had time to think about this, so I'd like to get right to the vote. Hold on, Alex called out. I have a different proposal. Everyone turned to him, and he felt the weight of their stares. Some seemed to be disapproving, like they wanted to get the vote over with, but others had hope written on their faces. All right, Brian said. What is your proposal? I think most of us agree that it's not fair for those who haven't contributed to the food bank to be able to benefit from it, he began. No, someone shouted. It's not fair. Let's vote on it. Others shouted back that they couldn't let people starve. Hold on, Alex nearly yelled. He waited until everyone had quieted before he went on. I agree that it's not fair, but I also don't want people to starve. So what if we allow the neighborhoods that didn't contribute food to contribute in another way, a way that benefits everyone? Like what? Someone called out. I'm sure people on those streets have skills they can donate." "Wait," a man shouted. "So what you're proposing is that all those people have to do is donate their skills and then they get the food? That doesn't seem quite fair." Alex faced the man. "Did you donate food from your own pantry to the food bank?" The man recoiled. "No." Alex nodded. "Right. It was from other houses on your street, houses where the residents are missing. No one in your neighborhood who will benefit from the food bank actually contributed anything." Alex stared at people here and there to make his point. No one would meet his eyes. When no one said anything, he went on. "We can work out later exactly how many people from each of those neighborhoods would need to donate their skills, and for how many hours, but that way they would be contributing in some way and be able to receive the benefit of the food bank." "I like it," Brian said with a broad smile. "Great idea, Alex." He turned to face the crowd. "All right, if no one else has a comment, we can vote." He waited, and when no one spoke, he said, "All in favor of Alex's proposal, say aye." A chorus of ayes rose. "Any opposed, say no." A scattering of no's could be heard, but clearly the vast majority agreed with Alex. "The ayes have it," Brian said. Chatter broke out among the crowd, but Alex believed his idea had been the best way to bridge the slowly growing fracture in their community. They had to stick together. It was the only way to survive. There was greater safety in numbers, and together they could accomplish so much more than any of them could on their own. Basking in the glow of the mostly happy conversation around him, Alex smiled. Then the sound of not too distant gunfire broke out. Chapter 52. Alex. "Where's that coming from?" someone cried out. "Are we under attack?" another person asked. Alex was asking the same questions. The gunfire wasn't at the meeting, which he was grateful for. Beyond that, it was difficult to tell where it was coming from. Then he knew. "The food bank," he said out loud. Luke ran up to Alex. Stan was right behind him. Alex turned to them. "It's got to be the food bank." Luke nodded. "Let's go." The three of them took off running, and as they crossed the field to the chain-link fence that surrounded the school, Alex noticed several other men coming as well. Good. The more help they had to fight the attackers, the better. Another volley of gunfire shattered the air. How many men were attacking? Was it people from Pete's group? Had they hit Alex's house first? Would he come home to a ransacked house, a house with no food? Or had the attackers been told that the place to go was the food bank, and that they should attack during the meeting when everyone would be preoccupied? Glad he and Luke had insisted on being armed. When Alex reached the sidewalk, he turned in the direction of the food bank. The shooting stopped, but Alex didn't slow down, and 2 minutes later, as he approached the food bank, he slowed. Luke, Stan, and the others slowed as well. The house they were using as a food bank came into view. 3 bodies lay in the front yard, red staining the snow-covered ground. Were those the attackers or the guards? Were they dead or just injured? "Looks like the battle's over," Luke murmured. "Question is, who's in control of the food bank?" Alex was wondering the same thing. Then 2 men came out of the food bank, their weapons raised and sweeping the area. One man kept watch while the other removed the weapons from the downed men and pressed a finger to their necks. "That's Mitch," Stan said. "He's one of ours." Relieved that the attackers hadn't prevailed, Alex felt his body relax. "Mitch!" Stan called out. Mitch and the other guard looked their way. Stan stepped from cover. "It's Stan! I've brought reinforcements. Everyone all right?" Mitch shook his head. "We lost Daniel." Alex remembered Daniel. He'd been on the food committee and had come to the cooperative's meeting several nights earlier to report on the food issue. He'd seemed like a nice guy. Did he have a wife? Children? Shaking his head, Alex followed the others as they walked toward Mitch and the other guard. "This one's still alive," the second guard said. "You sure, Lee?" Mitch asked. Lee nodded. "He's unconscious, but he has a pulse, and he's breathing." "I'll get a stretcher," one of the men who had come with Alex and the others from the meeting offered. "Maybe we can get some information this time," Luke muttered. Alex turned to him. Yeah. Tell us what happened, Stan said to Mitch. Daniel was patrolling the exterior when he was shot. The rest of us immediately got into our defensive positions, and the next thing we knew, we were in a firefight. We took out 3 of theirs. He looked toward the unconscious man. Well, at least 2. He turned back to Stan and the others. After those 3 men went down, the rest fled. How many were there? Luke asked. Mitch shook his head. Not sure. 6 maybe? Could be more though. The attackers had at least doubled the number of men who had come to Alex's house the night before. Would they double the number yet again next time? Would there be a next time? Oh yeah, Alex was certain there would be. How many people did they have? How many people were they willing to risk? How desperate were they? By the time the man returned with a stretcher, more people from the meeting had arrived, including Brian. Several people worked together to put the unconscious man on the stretcher before carrying him to Nurse Rebecca's house. I'm going with them, Luke said, before trotting off. Brian came over to Alex. What do you know? Alex told him what Mitch had said. You know they'll be back, Brian, with more next time. Brian frowned. Yeah. Then he looked toward the stretcher that was nearly to the end of the street. With any luck, we'll get some answers. Trouble was, luck didn't seem to be in great supply. Even so, Alex nodded. Maybe. We'll increase security at the food bank to 6, Brian said, and we'll have additional security in the neighborhood. Alex hated that they had to be on the defensive, but until they knew who was behind these attacks, there really wasn't anything else they could do. We need multiple guards for the prisoner, Alex said. He was determined that if the man died, it wouldn't be by the hands of whoever had killed Pete and Bill. Absolutely, Brian said. I'll take care of that now. Brian walked directly to the head of the security committee, a man named Oliver, who was talking to Mitch, and began speaking to him. Satisfied that there was nothing for him to do just then, Alex headed to Nurse Rebecca's house to see if the prisoner was awake. When he got there, he found Luke in the living room. Frowning, Luke said, Rebecca said the man might not wake up for quite a while, but with no equipment to do a brain scan or any other kind of tests, she really can't say. Disappointed, Alex sighed. Then he told him about Brian's security plans. That's good. I'm going to stay here until the guards arrive. Sounds good. I need to get home. I'm concerned that the attackers hit my house. I don't blame you, Alex. Let me know if anything happens. Luke grinned. You know I will. Wearing a smirk, Alex said goodbye, then he headed home. As he approached his house, nothing looked out of place. The front door hadn't been kicked in, and no bodies were strewn about. All good signs. Still, it wasn't until he'd gone inside and found his family safe and sound, and Melissa told him that everything was just as they'd left it, that he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled. Guess they figured if they could only attack one place, the food bank would have the better risk-reward ratio. Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad they left us out of it. Yes, but unfortunately, I have no doubt that they'll try hitting the food bank again. Every day that goes by, they'll grow more desperate, which means they'll take more risks. Well then, what are we going to do to prevent it? He told her about the injured man. Once he's awake, we'll grill him until he tells us where he's from and who the traitor is. Then, we can go on the offensive. Just thinking about it sent a burst of adrenaline flooding his veins. It's not that Alex was looking for a fight, but he was eager to shut down this enemy who was becoming more dangerous with every incursion. Because of them, they'd lost 2 good men, Daniel and Bill, and Alex had come close to losing Melissa. The more desperate these people became, the more dangerous they would be. There was no telling what measures they would take to gain access to the precious food in the food bank. How many innocent lives would they be willing to take? Any life lost would be a tragedy, but what if one of those lives belonged to someone he loved and cared about? No, he would do everything within his power to ensure that didn't happen. Even more, there were dozens of people in his community who would be right there beside him. Thankful that the wider neighborhood had accepted his solution to the issue that had begun to divide them, Alex knew it had been just in time, because now more than ever, they needed to pull together, to have each other's backs, and to work together to survive the chaos that was growing all around them. This has been Chaos Rises, EMP Collapse Book 2, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. The story continues and chaos soars. Thanks for listening.